and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brendan Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in on a unusual show day here for us. We're actually going to be going back to back here over these next couple of days, as we've got the Wednesday roundup tomorrow, but today is a day that's a uniquely one that's been suited here by the NFL as of recent. It used to be that the NFL was one through the final wave of cuts that would go wave 1, wave 2, wave 3. It would happen over a couple of week period, and there'd be a slow trickling of players out onto the open market. With this new styling and the new way that they have done it, being the NFL wanted to give these teams as long as they can to let these rosters be as deep as they can so teams can practice fully and that they're not restricted in that way, have allowed these teams to go all the way to what would be the third phase and then just cut everybody at once. So you get well over 1,000 guys hitting over onto the open market today. When we get to Cutdown Day, that's why I'm doing this show, is that I think it's an important day not only to keep a track of the guys that Seahawks are releasing and letting go, but also to have a little bit of a mind towards maybe some potential guys out there on the open market that John Schneider can go and potentially swoop up to help this team. So it's a bit of on both ends of it, not to mention you always have that sometimes outlier situation that occurs on these days in addition to that, where you'll see a trade come down the line. If you're looking to add another player onto the roster at this point, you're going to want to go and make that trade probably pretty soon as far as that goes. Now, we're going to be getting more and more information in regards to these cuts and whatnot. It was 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time or 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time that the cuts went live and went down. But we're not getting, for whatever reason on this, I'm not sure why, they don't give you the full allotment of really all of the cuts. You just get this little bit of a trickle, so we'll be kind of tracking it here throughout the afternoon and taking a look at it. Currently, right now, we have these collection of guys here that I'm putting over my shoulder here. Tight end Tyler Mayberry. Wide receiver Dwayne Eskridge. End of an era, maybe. Well, maybe we get him on a practice squad, but we're going to double back around here to Dwayne in just a second. We've got Dever Levison, defensive end. He played okay this preseason. Mario Kendricks. Tight end Michael Ezeki. I don't think we even saw him very much. Aesop Winston Jr. All he does is make catches and make plays in the preseason, but just it's a numbers game with this wide receiver roster. It was going to be hard to make it. I remember on my guess with this, I was believing that they were going to end up going with Derek Young, even over Aesop, because of having just a little bit more faith in the full culmination of his game and what he brings in its entirety, being Derek Young versus maybe Aesop. Linebacker Easton Gibbs and linebacker John Radigan. Two guys also, in Radigan's case, kind of a surprise here. Patrick O'Connell has still not been announced, so did O'Connell do enough to overshoot John potentially here? Maybe the team feels they can get him onto the practice squad as well, but that's a bit of a surprise with Radigan going. Ty Akata had himself an interception in the preseason, but just couldn't do enough to quite maintain on. Jamie Sheriff. Man, you thought the guy did enough. You thought the guy has every opportunity this preseason. He had done what he could in the preseason games. I suppose maybe he wasn't showing as much at practice. I've heard that there is rumors on this, and this isn't confirmed on this one quite yet, that Seahawks maybe we're also cutting Nelson Caesar here. So we'll have to see how that one plays out there. But this is one that's going to be a little bit odd for many Seahawks fans because Jamie played so well, including that final game where you lose Darrell Taylor to the trade, and you would seem to have a little bit of a hole here now with Uchenna being out for a couple of weeks. But the team seems to be pretty confident in the two guys they've got running with Derek Hall and Boye Mafe, and then I guess they're also feeling like Draymond Jones is going to be able to hold the line as well there on the outside. George Holani, running back, I thought was going to be destined to be the fourth running back on this roster. This one is probably the biggest surprise of any of these cuts for me, because I didn't see anything out of Kobe Lewis to make me believe that he should be that guy. I do wonder if this is maybe an indicator that the team is looking to perhaps carry 3 running backs on the active roster and that maybe they carry 1 extra wide receiver, in that they go with Eskridge and then they go with Derek Young, or 1 extra offensive lineman. It's a little bit of an oddity on this one, but I'm not sure of exactly what to make of it there with Holani being cut here, because he had a really good preseason as well, played really well in the preseason games, and looked pretty solid there as the 4th running back on this roster. Linebacker Devin Richardson, Snail out there is crying a single tear for him as he gets cut, and defensive back Willie Roberts, we barely knew you. Didn't see much of the field there with Willie in this preseason period. So those are your cuts as it stands so far right now. No major huge shockers aside from maybe Jimmy Sheriff. I always want to say Sharif because I heard that pronounced once that way, and now it's always going to be pronounced that way. George Holani, two of the more bigger surprises here. Eskridge, I don't think as much. We could kind of anticipate this one was coming along when he suffered yet another injury this preseason. I said, look, if he just merely suffers one more injury, that's probably going to be too much for them, even if he does come back, even if he's bouncing back. It's like, oh, another one. Here we go. I don't know if that was the thing that necessarily etched him off the list when it was all said and done on that. But certainly in Dwayne Eskridge's case, it was a big impeding factor. And in regards to Dwayne Eskridge, I want to touch on something here with him. Go back through and just look at something really quickly here that I think is kind of fitting, poetic. Let's call it that. I like poetic. And that is that this last week, Creed Humphrey signed himself a contract extension with the Kansas City Chiefs, making him the highest paid center in the National Football League. And I bring this up on the day that the Seattle Seahawks release Creed Humphrey, because I go back to that day of the draft and I just go back to my shaking of the head, and I'll say the last 3 drafts for your Seattle Seahawks have been awesome. John Schneider has been on point. I think he's drafted from value. I think he's made more often than not the right pick and made great picks at that. His timing of when to trade back and when to move up has been pretty solid in addition to that over this past 3 drafts. But the year before that, there was this one little draft of 3 rounds, 3 picks in that 7-round period. You had gotten your picks reduced, Jamal Adams trade and all that coming down and really feeling the full brunt of that. But you also had a pick coming up in that 2nd round then that was that much more vital because you had so few picks throughout the course of that draft. So let's, just as a revisiting reminder, this will be a little 5-minute just reminder for you guys on this one. Let's go back to yesteryear and take a look, if we can, at what I was thinking there in the moment when we drafted Creed Humphrey. Where was Brandon's mind at when this occurred on that day? Okay, let's just go with that day here. 1 second, let me get this prepped. Maybe not. Hopefully you guys can hear this. You guys can't hear this, so my bad. Should have tested this beforehand. In the 2021 draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Pat Fairmouth, Penn State. Baby Gronk. Well done, Steelers. Good job on you. Who needs an offensive line? Okay, come on, Seattle. I don't care about this pick to the Steelers. What I care about is right now we are on the clock. We are on the MFing clock. Let us go. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Come on. Come on, Seattle. Go ahead. No audio? Bye-bye. Okay. Bye-bye, Fairmouth. I'll do this the hard way. That sucks. This thing is not working the way it's supposed to be working. Sorry about that, folks. Should have tested this out beforehand on it. So we'll do this the hard way. I do want you guys to hear this. It is that important, and we're waiting on the cuts for the final cuts to come down. That's also why I wanted to do this a little bit. We're just waiting for those final ones to come on through here. Slow. All right, here we go. We'll do it live. All right, hopefully this works okay. You guys will hear my voice, but you will not see me. And I cannot get the deal to play. Oh, it was working fine? Oh, it was working. Okay. Chat sent me off on that one. Okay. Well, let's go back and try it then here. Bye-bye. Creed is there. Creed is there. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Creed, De'Ami Brown, Terrace Marshall, Oh, we got some good names here. We got some good names here, folks. Let's just do that. Do the straightforward thing.
Let me know if there's any problem with the audio. Should be playing good now.
Well, that's just the straightforward, simple thing. I mean, that's just the obvious thing. Yeah. It doesn't make it not the right thing. Doesn't make it not the right thing. That's the right thing to do. That's because it's so straightforward. This is not we're not playing with your mind. Nobody's playing mind games here. This ain't John Lennon. Oh God, come on. Come on, Creed. Creed Humphrey. He's solid. He's boring, but he is going to be awesome. He is going to be awesome. Yeah, that's right, Jason. Max Unger, Creed Humphrey. That's what you got to think of. Just two sides of the same kind of coin. Two sides of the same kind of coin. Come on, baby. Do the right thing. Do the right thing, Seattle. Please, God, do the right thing. Please, God, Max Strong. He's bringing that energy. I've been here. I was a Seahawk for 15 years. I'm going to call the pick. It's going to be an amazing pick. Whew, come on, baby. 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 It's going to be good. Thank you for the $2 donation for the pick, Dono. That's a great job, D-Nugget. You're putting some good energy out there. If we get a good pick, it's because of you. It's because of you. Oh, come on, baby. Come on, Creed. It's Creed, baby. Oh, he's so good in pass protection. He's a wall. Come on. Dami Brown, he eats up 8 yards of space faster than any receiver in this draft. I mean, he is just... Terrace Marshall has absolutely got another gear when the ball is in the air.
I wasn't good on the two receivers. I'll say that.
To a next and gets that separation with the ball in the air. Imagine him with a deep ball throwing Russell Wilson. Whoo, come on, baby. Come on, baby John. Come on, baby John. Come on, John. Do what's in your heart, not in your mind. Do what's in your heart, not your mind. Don't overthink this. Don't overthink this, man. It's not that they didn't play a trick on you. Teams reached in the second round. They dropped value onto your lap. It's sitting in your lap. It's purring. Pet the kitty. Pet the kitty, John. Just nice pet the kitty. Don't scare the kitty. Pet the kitty. Come on now. Come on. What's the selection? You know Seattle loves to take that last minute.
We got Dwayne Eskridge cut, Gerald. We're just looking right back at my reaction to the day we drafted Eskridge.
John, you don't need the fifth rounder, man. You don't. You could get Creed right now. That fifth rounder, it's okay. Your 3 picks is okay this year. We'll get him back next year. John. Don't say Dwayne. We made the Dwayne Eskridge. Please not Dwayne Eskridge. Please not Dwayne Eskridge. It is going to be Dwayne Eskridge, I bet. Oh, no. Is it Dwayne Eskridge? Here we go, Dwayne. You guys can't say just Dwayne. You got to put the whole thing. Guys, Dwayne.
Start getting mad at my chat.
Receiver, is it Dwayne? Wow.
I started blaming my chat.
Okay. We got the 24th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Seattle Seahawks select Dwayne Eskridge, Western Michigan, wide receiver.
Professional kid.
So I'm not going to be emotional about it because I knew they wouldn't select my guy. That was just me hoping they would, but no. All right. Well, I did scout this guy. So let's see what my notes have to say on Mr. Dwayne Eskridge, shall we? So I call him the easy release and acceleration. He's very good at getting separation off the line. He's adept at shimmying the defender backwards before breaking inside. He could almost get open at will with this move. He played in just 6 games. He's a former All-State track guy. He played outside mainly. Held up well against the pass for his size, but he is 5'9", trying to play outside. He had 16 drops on 123 balls. His hands, in my estimation, were not very good. I'm not a scout. I'm not trying to say I'm better than the Seahawks at scouting. I thought his hands were bad. I thought he was a body catcher. I don't think he consistently catches the ball out away from his body. He instantly gets his pedal to the floor after the catch, so he's a good yak guy. Combined with
Jace, I'm holding it together here. I'll tell you that. I'm so. Remember, the last 2 drafts were Jordan Brooks and LJ Collier, and so I'm coming to this draft going. Don't lose your stuff. Don't lose your stuff, kid. His smooth speed sort of gives him a lot of cushion with defenders. They really play a lot of off ball with him. My bottom line is that the size and level of competition is the only question with him. Unlike other 5'9" receivers in this draft, it does appear he can play outside at the next level. He is not just a slot guy. The potential is there to be at least a slot at the next level and maybe more. He does have only 30-inch arms, which will make it tough for the Hawks for him. As ball skill missing, and he's another prospect that's 24 years old. Anthony Bain, thank you for the $5 donation.
I'm trying so hard to keep it together.
Second dono of the day, buddy. So, thank you so much. He says, Eskridge, so we don't care about our secondary is going to get lit up like the 4th of July, or that Posick is trash. Russ is going to pull a Rodgers, laughing out loud. Solid comment. I appreciate the donation, and you're on point. You're on point with that.
Yeah, he was.
No argument there, buddy. No argument there for me on that. Barry Sotero, thank you for the $5 donation as well. I appreciate both of you two guys. You get the double split from me with the 24th pick in the second round.
I just wanted to show that as just a reminder as to my draft day reaction on that one. That was a brutal 3-year stretch for me where I hated all 3 of the picks on the side of starting this channel out of LJ Collier, Jordan Brooks, and Eskridge, which were your top picks for a 3-year successive period. And I absolutely hated the picks. I mean, the day of the draft, it wasn't a matter of you kind of didn't like it or you were on the edge with it or you weren't really sure about it. Just absolutely did not like the picks just from the rip on the day of it. And I don't bring this up to pat myself on the back. It's actually for a couple of other reasons. Number one, it's to more of look at what John's done the past 3 years and changing his ways, because this was a pick that was driven, I think, a little bit more to need. Waldron came in. He wanted his gadget guy. So you got kind of the fond eyes towards Eskridge when, he really wasn't the guy that was going to be able to make that happen for you. And so it's just an indicator to me a little bit of the fact that they have changed a lot of their ways, because when you do see me react over the past 3 drafts, and it is a Charles Cross or a Devin Witherspoon, or this past year with Byron Murphy, and you're not seeing me in that same camp of things, it's true and real on it, where it's like, I'll be more than happy to get pissed off when it's a bad pick or when the team's reaching for need. But when they're also making the smart decisions, when they're doing the right things, that's also worth being lauded. And that's also worth being really presented and pointed out. And you get called at times a bit of a homer on that side of it when you do that stuff. But I do try to maintain the balance, be honest with you guys, of where I'm coming from when we get to these draft days and whatnot on this type of stuff. But that was definitely a brutal pick for me, and made all the more brutal today. And on the back of the Eskridge release today, is Creed Humphrey is now being made the highest paid center in the National Football League. So, is what it is on that one. We learned our ways, at least. That's all you can ask. There's a lot of teams out there that don't learn their ways, and they keep making the same mistakes. And it's the way it kind of goes. Let's take a little pass here, if we can, through a little bit more of what's going on with the league. And maybe take a look at some of these roster stuff going down here. So questions in the chat I saw about wide receivers being cut. Haven't seen anybody necessarily notable from the other teams. I think everybody's slow rolling their release list out on this type of thing, because they want to, if there is a valuable guy, of course, with the 16 roster thing now, you're going to want to try and if you got the most valuable guys that you want to hold onto the practice squad, you're going to wait until the end to release those guys out on the list. Former Husky Dylan Johnson is out there. Though, again, I'm not sure what we're doing with the 4th running back role if we didn't want to go with Holani. Jacob Hollister, former Seahawk, is hit the open market. Lamar Jackson, a big old cornerback for the Panthers. And a little bit of understand why they made the Michael Jackson trade, not liking what they got from Lamar on that side of it. Probably try to tuck him into the practice squad. But you can see most of these names are guys that are very much fringe NFL players. Not a lot of high drafted guys. Terrace Marshall, guy I just mentioned that last video, didn't get released as well. They're from Carolina. The youngster out of LSU just could never quite really develop for them on that. Hakeem Butler, a real big wide receiver for a Bengals team. it's kind of a stacked wide receiver crew, the way it's set up right now there for them. But no major surprises. Kwame Lassiter, I think that was a rookie receiver. But again, back end guys, most of these guys that I looked through this list initially. Saiki Ika, the guy we looked at a couple years ago, big old defensive tackle. He's big but can't move too well. Probably part of the reason that he's getting cut there with Cleveland. Cleveland cutting away a bunch of wide receivers out there as well, but none of them real good. Matt Landers, guy that was here for a cup of coffee last year, didn't like really what we saw from him at that point. Jermaine Ifedi. Hold on, Jermaine. Hold on. Cowboys, Carl Lawson, maybe the notable one there. I don't know if we would take a look at potentially him or where he really is at in his career currently, as he had that major injury a couple of years ago. Maybe not quite the same player. Still getting the news in from the Broncos on their guys. Lions, no real notable ones on this. So we'll be kind of tracking this throughout the afternoon, as far as I think more of the notable names will be coming up as we kind of get into the depth of things here a little bit. Safety Desmond King from the Texans was released. Lonnie Johnson Jr. from the Texans, cornerback. Played a good amount of ball, I believe. But as I go through this list here, looking at the updates, there's nobody that super stands out to me here so far. That would be a guy that I think Seattle would look to be jumping on at the moment. These are all pretty much those fringy kind of guys. But we'll be getting more. Herb Smith, tight end for the Chiefs released, kind of a shocker there. Chiefs also surprising with Kadarius Toney, though that's not really a surprise after what happened with him last year there, and just almost at times seems like he was disinterested, and I felt this way with him with the Giants. A very talented player, but he just feels disinterested in playing the sport. It's not a good combination to have there. Alex Leatherwood, your Tom Cable special, bouncing around the league now at this point, about to leave the Chargers, former first-round pick. Had that great highlight video for an offensive lineman coming out. That was what really drove him to be picked as much as anything, and Tom Cable being there in the Raiders at the time. Don't think we'll be probably doing much of a flyer out on him with that. We've got the Rams, no real huge cuts there. Sir Roderick Thompson, he was with us last year for a while, ran pretty well for us when we needed him to. No major deals there, though. They did trade Ernest Jones to the Rams. So notable in that the Rams defense, you could make the argument last year that the two strongest players for that defense were Aaron Donald and Ernest Jones. Now, maybe you could all say, well, it's Byron Young or Kobe Turner. Okay, if you want to make the argument, I get that. But he was up there, was Ernest Jones. And they moved him for like a 5th-round pick. I don't know what's going on in that scenario. I don't know if the Rams just don't want to pay inside linebackers, because when you look at McVay through his time there, that's been the one thing that you haven't necessarily seen a lot of them do, is pay inside linebackers since he's been there. But this does weaken down the Rams team this year, and that's two major defensive players that you've lost now here over this one-off season. Dolphins, nothing notable there with them, I would say. Matt Corral. Another point where I told you guys I hated that class coming out. I did not like Malik, was not the biggest of fans of Desmond Ridder, wanted no part of Matt Corral. Get me away from Kenny Pickett, baby hands Pickett, no. And Corral was another one of those guys I told you at the time, no. And I think this is proving out as to why is the case. Minnesota absolutely probably needs some quarterback help here with McCarthy out for the year. If there was any value there in what Corral was bringing, you think that he would be, making this roster or being able to make more of a push now as he heads into his 3rd year. But much as the same was true with Desmond Ridder or Malik Willis, who just got traded from the Tennessee Titans to the Green Bay Packers, or Pickett, who got released from, or traded, I believe, released or traded, I can't remember, from the Steelers. None of these guys remained. It was just a bad class for quarterbacks, and these things do come up, and it's important to note because of the fact that when we look into the future of the Seahawks potentially drafting a quarterback in the future in a draft, that we don't want to have it being driven by the fact that they just have to go draft a guy. You want it being driven by the fact that the value is there to go take that guy, that this guy's worthy of that selection. Not that you're drafting from need, but you're drafting from value. Go back to Eskridge a few minutes ago, drafting for need, not drafting for the value. Two different places that you find yourself in a draft, and which place you're landing in is what is the heavy dictator, in my opinion, of what's going to drive success for you in a draft or not. So Matt Corral, that draft class, oh my goodness, was that a bad one. Tough. New England Patriots, nothing too notable here. Former Ohio State Sean Wade, corner, didn't like him a lot coming out. Not surprised to see him on the cut list here at this point. A lot of these aren't even somewhat highly drafted guys here. I know Mike Purcell. Ugo Amadi out there doing his thing. Former Oregon Shane Lemieux, offensive lineman. Really a pass protector, just can't do much as far as in the ground game. Amon St. Brown's brother is out on the open market here. The Saints. It'll be interesting to see if Rattlers have done enough to push Carr there in that starting role. Giants, nothing real here, you see. Joshua Kelly, or running back. Kind of interesting, but I don't see a lot here. We're going to get more of the names as we go along here. CJ Uzmo, a tight end. He's bounced around a little bit now. The Jets, the Eagles. These guys go fast. When they go off a team, you think, well, that guy's set with the team. And you look 2 years later, and they've bounded between two different teams, much like Paris Campbell, former highly picked player by the Colts. Like he's having a hard time soon. Kenny McIntosh is running mate out there at Georgia. Dejon Edwards getting cut. 49ers cut Matt Breida. Looked like to me in the preseason he wasn't quite as fast as he was a couple of years ago when he was there prior. Cameron Latu, a guy I didn't like coming out of Alabama at the tight end position, just didn't do a lot to elicit much excitement. Hasn't done much there for the Niners since he's come there, and I think that's a little bit of a surprise cut from some Niner fans. He'll probably go to the practice squad, but I think he has been probably pretty underwhelming for them on that side of it. And then just as an update here on your Seahawks, let's hit the refresh here and see if we've got any new additions, and I'll check over with you guys in the chat and see if you're hearing about any other rumors or news. So Tyler Mayberry, Dwayne Eskridge, Devera Leviston, Mario Kendricks, Michael Ezike, Aesop Winston Jr., Easton Gibbs, John Radigan is a surprise, Tayakata, Jamie Sharif as a surprise, and George Holani is a surprise. So a couple early shockers, Devin Richardson and Willie Roberts also there on the list. So we'll continue to track the changes with the Seahawks on that. Nothing outside of those three guys that's super shocking. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have released Randy Gregory. He's another guy bouncing around. Caleb Farley was never able to quite get over that back injury coming out of Virginia Tech. And Tennessee has waited on him for quite a bit of time. He had that horrible situation last year where his house burned down to a fire. Had some tough luck since becoming a pro, that kid. Chris Rodriguez, maybe a back to watch here, is a potential guy that John Schneider's liking out there. Former Kentucky back with some shades of kind of Marshawn a little bit to his game. Kind of surprised to see him released. I thought he'd catch on as a pro, at least as a short yardage kind of back. Tariq Castro Fields, a little bit of a shocker there. KJ Henry, Clemson edge, kind of a surprise there. I thought he could find his way on, but he's a little fringy there. Let's see where you guys are at, though. Here, see if you guys got any rumors. Let me catch up on a couple of donos. I appreciate you guys watching today. If you could, for me, do hit and sub and like on up if you could. It would be really appreciated. We will be doing a somewhat of a little bit of a shorter show today. We're going to go through a couple hours here today, but we'll be bouncing back around tomorrow and on Thursday this week with a couple of shows. So I got the weekly roundup tomorrow, and we're going to be just looking today at the roster cuts, and if there's any kind of moves being made, kind of track those. Patrick O'Connell was waived, says CJ Kurzman. All right. So they are going maybe a little bit lighter there on the linebacker front of it. Very interesting. Very interesting. A couple donations. Let me, sorry about the lateness on this one. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the Eskridge pick felt so much like a Pete pick. I do think that there's potentially some influence in on that. And someone was asking in the chat why we didn't spend more on that offensive line. I think that when you have a 10-year period there, or an 8-year period, let's say from about 2013 to 20, and you look at the way that the Seahawks address the offensive line, I think that you come away going, man, that was really a positional group that you looked at as the last thing we'll kind of get to, or the thing that we'll get to at a bare minimum level. And that when established choices came in between a wide receiver or adding to that bare minimum level, you're going to go with the wide receiver, or you're going to go with the defensive end, or you're going to go with the defensive tackle. And that they always seem to mostly pivot away. There was a couple of high picks in there, your Jermaine Ifedis and your Ethan Posiks, but you got to put that in perspective, understanding that we're talking an 8-year period here, where those are some of your highest picks and not hits. at that. So I think that, there was definitely probably a heavy amount of influence on that. I think it was a drive to the Waldron coming in, and the thought that you have to go get sort of your Cooper Kupp guy. You have to get your guy on the inside that can do all of that stuff and the fly sweep stuff and the bubble screen stuff. The great irony there is that you may have not had an offensive system that was open to being able to really run those plays at a high enough volume to utilize that guy right, even if he was healthy enough to get on the field to be available to run those kind of plays. Because you ran so few fly sweeps. I know we ran a lot more bubble screens this past year, but it was almost begrudgingly finally so on that. And then you were running it to JSN, who is a lot different player than what you have in Eskridge. But yeah, I'm JC Hawk. I think that there was probably some influence on that one with it. And part of the reason why the year after that, I think that we had wondered if there was some control given back to John in regards to drafting. And then maybe some of this was driven by that, perhaps. Thank you for the $2 donation, though. I appreciate you for that. Beyond Balance, thank you for the $5 donation. Hope you're having a good night or a good afternoon. I'm so used to doing this in the evening. This is just joined, so I haven't heard your take on this, but I'm so sad about Sharif. I don't quite get it myself. I usually have a pretty good explanation for you guys on why stuff is made one way or the other, and that even if it's there's some questions of it, you can kind of understand the basic reasoning behind what they're trying to do. When you look at Jamie Sheriff, and I'll post this right here over my shoulder so you can kind of see a little bit. 12 pressures, led all rookies in the from PFF standpoint this preseason. 3 sacks, led all rookies. 15.7% win rate. I think, as I said, I don't know what he would have had to have done to make the squad if this is what he's performed. And maybe he's just been a guy that's a gamer and shows up, during when the lights are brightest. But at the same point in time, you go, yeah, but that still doesn't, we're thin there at the position. Taylor's moved on. The guy you're bringing in's all right, but even the guy you're bringing in, essentially your third defensive end, your third edge right now, you still have that need for the fourth guy. And maybe it's going to be a Caesar or somebody else, but that's the part where I'm a little bit thrown off, or if there's another move there that they're looking to make on it. But I thought Sharif gave you maximum effort. He gave you that feeling and vibe you get from some of these undrafted rookie free agent types, where they understand that their NFL life is kind of on the line, and that they need to go out and do everything they can in their power to go out there and win this job. And yet it didn't seem to be quite enough. Now, can they get him on the practice squad? Maybe, maybe not. Has he done enough to get plucked if you tried to put him on the practice squad? That'll be the part to kind of be interesting to see here beyond balance. But hard to understand with it, because if it was one thing, if you had made that trade yesterday and brought in Gibson, and Gibson was the fourth, I could understand it. In a couple of weeks from now, when Uchenna comes off of IR or PUP, or maybe they don't think that that's going to need to be able to, maybe that's another part of this. Maybe that doesn't need to happen. Maybe it's only a couple week injury, but still nonetheless, you would need at least him, but you would think for a couple of games, and there's that fourth guy. So I don't have a good explanation on this with Sharif. To me, he had earned the job. To me, he had done enough, and you had a need for it with where the depth is of the position, at least to start out the season. But maybe it'll be a little bit more clear as we get through the day, and if there's some more commiserate moves that come in addition to this that explain a little bit better. Nolan, and thank you, Beyond. Appreciate you for the support. Nolan, thank you as well for the $5 donation. Good to see you in the house. Says, hi, B. When released, do the players have to wait to be claimed off waivers, or can they negotiate with teams? I heard Ika as a fill-in for us at defensive tackle. Ooh. Well, Ika's very big. As long as you don't ask him to move around a lot, and just all he's got to do is just turn into a rooted tree. He can do that pretty good. He's got to be almost damn near 365, 370 pounds. He's a big boy. When players do get released, do they have to wait to be claimed? No. If it's announced that you've been released, you can go out there and they're notified. I mean, the us being notified of the players that are released are going to be slower than the players being notified of when they're released, Nolan. And so the second the player is notified and the team makes that decision, and by 1 o'clock today, they had to have let the players know. So by 1:01, if you've been let know, you're free to go out there and negotiate with any team that you want to go negotiate with. There are obviously going to be a lot of machinations in the background between teams and player for teams that want to try to fit these guys into the practice squad, because you got the 16-man practice squad now, and that's opens you up to having a lot more guys you're trying to hold on to and keep into your fold. So that's also going to probably factor a little bit into this in the push and pull of getting a guy in. But no, from the rip of 1:01, you're good to go as far as going out there if they've let you know you have been cut. Thank you, Nolan. I appreciate the 5. Thank you for all your support. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Good to see you too, man. Brando, what are the rules of the practice squad? Is there any protection from other teams grabbing players? The practice squad rules are kind of a free-for-all, Garth, in that you can grab a player. You're going to grab a player. You've got to put them immediately to your active roster. Now, after, let's say if you brought a guy onto your active roster, Garth, and you played him for a single game, and then that game you got back the guy that he was filling in for, you could come back to that guy then and say, hey, do you want to go to, now we're going to put you down on our practice squad. So then you could release him at that point, put him on the practice squad, and then the team that you had plucked could pluck him back and put him onto their active roster if they wanted to. But you can't pull from one practice squad to another. It's got to be active, but it's also a little bit of just play him 1 week and then you could maybe fit him back on that if you wanted to. Especially if it was a player, let's say Garth, that was a player from the local region or wanted to be in that area or wanted to play for that team. That's a way that you could maybe, trick the system a little bit. Though I don't think teams do that a whole lot with the whole play him for one game and then just try to restash him on the practice squad. So the basic rules apply here where if a player's released, if Team A releases a player, Team B is going to bring that player onto the active roster if they're going to pluck them. And guys, at any time, at any point in time in the season, immediately after putting on the practice squad, 5 weeks after putting on the practice squad, you can go and grab those players at any time that you want. Just the key is that they have to be put onto your active roster. That's the real important part. Got to give up that active roster spot. No cheating on it. You know what I mean, Garth? Thank you for the $5, brother. I appreciate you for that, though. Hope you're having a great night. Great afternoon. I keep saying night. Ricardo says Jarrell is making the team. The question is Amea. John said something a couple of years ago that was pretty I think, important in regards to your point on this, and also maybe it gives us a little bit of an idea of what he's doing. Is he noted, I think last year, how many teams were taking advantage of the practice squad system to sort of put different positions onto the practice squad that you might, and players on the practice squad that you might normally think would be on the active roster. And they were doing that at the behest of then keeping on extra linemen, keeping on extra developmental linemen. And John, in the way he was saying it, was both noting it, and I thought a little bit saying it was sort of it's kind of an interesting strategy. Maybe I'll do that. Jarrell, is he going to last on that market if you try to slip him to the practice squad? Maybe not. Maybe you're, instead of keeping the 9 offensive linemen, you keep 10. Maybe you keep 11. And that's going to be the fun part of today to see how John does that. But I think that if he does do it, that's definitely something to where he's seeing that trend. And he's like, I'm going to lean into this because it's hard to find offensive linemen. That's as tough a position right now as any other. And so to have a few extra more developmental ones, especially ones that might be as talented as a guy like Mike Jarrell, might make a lot of sense. Marty says DJ James was released. Ooh, okay. Well, he had some ups and downs here, it sounds like, throughout training camp. And that is, 6 rounders. Those guys are always going to have a little bit of a uphill battle of making the roster anyway, absent having up and down performance. Fabrice, as fans, we will always be unsatisfied with the roster cuts. I had some preseason crush, but I trust John and Coach Mike for the decisions. They know way more than me. Agreed, Fabrice. I will at times, certainly as we saw with my draft reaction to Eskridge here earlier on the stream today, I'll definitely hold the team account at times on things that I feel somewhat educated on, especially when looking at players and trying to evaluate players in a draft. But when it comes to making the cuts, we as fans can base this upon our games, watching 3 preseason games. But of course, what they're basing it on is OTAs and the work ethic through the off season and what they do through practices. And are there any potential injury things that they have that they're worried about that they think are likely to come up? Do they feel this player is going to develop? Does he fit well within the locker room? It's a lot of extra things that are outside of our purview. And so you have to, I think, I agree, Fabrice, you have to kind of trust in that then from the team standpoint on who they're keeping and who they're not keeping. And when it does come to John, I don't think that he's tended to have a lot of these cuts that have come back over the years. And you went, wow, yeah, you let a really good player just go for nothing, and maybe like a Mark Glowinski or something. But not very often has that happened. So yeah, I trust in it as well. Nicholas, yep, Eskridge is gone. Is Hololani better than Kenny? No. But he's good. Definitely McIntosh Marty could get better at blocking, but probably slightly better back. I like Holani, though. I don't want to seem like I'm shading Holani on this. AI says, watch Eskridge punt return again. The coverage is absolutely dog crap. It looks almost fake. Yeah, well, you're into the depths of the 3rd preseason game. You got the backups out there, and they don't always keep their lane, if you know what I'm saying. Definitely, Marty, McIntosh needs to get better on the pass blocking. I agree with you there. But as a runner of the rock, I think he probably has a little bit better than Holani. Zauer says Eskridge got lucky. Plus, he was playing against backups in preseason. He really did nothing but the punt return TD. Unfortunately, it's been a lot of nothing. And this too much nothing, and it was going to be an uphill battle making this roster. And really, it was the Laviska Shenault signing that was kind of the death knell for Eskridge. You weren't going to keep 2 of those guys, and you guaranteed the contract of Laviska. Yeah, I'm looking for the updated list. So I know that some of this stuff's going to come out on Twitter, and I'll try to update from what people are hearing in the chat on this. But the list is just going to kind of trickle in a little bit today on some of these. So this was the most updated one that I found. The NFL one was really behind. I'll try to look and see if I can find one that might be updating a little bit more. Hawks Goal says the list is missing PJ Walker, Nelson, Caesar. So we'll do this. Let's go. Let's do it like this here. Roster cuts. We'll do a manual. So we got Walker. QB PJ Walker. Nelson Caesar. There we go. Post this one up here. Things going super slow right now. Okay. Why isn't that showing up? Gosh dang it. This is why I need a producer. There we go. Here we go. So I'll keep this up over my shoulder here. We'll try to just keep tracking this as you guys are getting it this way, since this doesn't look like CBS is updating necessarily. We're not updating well. Thank you, Hawkskull, for the update on that. 6 hours is hopefully Uchenna comes back for the game against the San Francisco 49ers. I'd estimate that back by that point he should. I think that gives him a good 5-6 weeks on that, and that's about the timeline on that injury. At the very least, maybe you can get him back for some rotational snaps. Yeah, that 6 hours of brutal, dirty hit there. DJ says, so technically right now we have 70 plus players. Kind of. The releases have happened. It's just the announcement of the releases. So by 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you have to let the league know of the cuts. But you don't have to let the media know of the cuts. You don't have to let the fans of the cuts. The NFL is not driven to have to release these lists out. It's going to just kind of get trickled out from the team. And so it's going to take a little bit of time on that one. New Black says, I'll never let the Creed pick go ever. I won't either. I won't either. SL Hazard says, this obsession we have with Creed Humphrey, only thing that rivals it is my friend's obsession on not trading up for CJ Stroud. Hey, understandable, man. We all have our moments like that, you know, where you're begging. And that one was especially brutal for many fans. But yeah, it's true. It is a little bit of obsession. And of course, he signs that big contract the same week you're cutting Eskridge. Of course. And Uterus says, I'm not on the chat much, but I just want to say the passing of Creed Humphrey for Eskridge still makes me want to puke. I'm with it. It still annoys the hell out of me because it wasn't that I was brilliant looking at it, or we were really all necessarily super brilliant in saying that here's the pick right here. It was like, as I said in the video, just don't overthink it. This is the straightforward, easy peasy one right here. The value has dropped in your lap into the depths of the second round. The NFL has handed you a gift. And that was the part that made it wasn't a requirement that you had to like look through character concerns or past the lack of production, or it's right there. Super easy. Just grab that one. CR says, any favorite waiver targets? Andre Carter, released from the Vikings, is mine. I did like the kid. I mean, I don't know if I like him more than Holani, but I liked the Kentucky kid that the Commanders released, Chris Rodriguez. I mean, he's got a little bit of some Marshawn to his game. You can see definitely patterned a little bit of his running style on Marshawn. He wears number 24. He could be an interesting one. Does seem like the team might be looking really more to the 3, maybe potentially rolling with just 3 running backs. Sort of seems like where they're going with this. So far, I've not been super impressed by the names, though, that I've seen. I don't see anything that's super useful here for us out the rip. But I also think this is part of that trickling process where teams are, in my opinion, the players that are most likely to get plucked onto an active roster are going to be the ones you hear about last on the roster cuts. Yeah, Gerald, we definitely move on the Eskridge after this. It'll be brought up, but I just want to bring that up because of the combo of the two things that happened this week. The Eskridge High School wide receiver, the pick still gets me mad. Jay says your eyes tell the whole story. It was a brutal pick. Brutal! Nick says, I'm glad we got rid of Darrell Taylor and Dwayne Eskridge. It shows the growth of this team. Great point, Nick. I mean, mistakes get made. You're not going to hit on all picks. And really what you've got to do at the end of the day with these kind of picks is not sit there and do the sunk cost fallacy. We already invested the draft pick in him. We've already invested all this time in him. We can't let him go. You got to read the room and where the player is really at in that development and how the likelihood is that they are going to become more than what they've been. And the likelihood in the case of both of those two guys was not great. And so you just got to move on and call the ball. And good on the team, like you say. It shows growth because that's at times not always been something that they have been as willing to do. And it's good on them that they show a little bit more of that willingness here. Stupid thing on the right spot. Yes. Ryan says, I'm fronting. I think I had more expectations for Terrace Marshall than Eskridge. Hey, I liked Eskridge. As right as I was about Eskridge being off, I was certainly wrong on the damn kid, the kid out of UNC that got taken by Washington. And then Terrace Marshall too. You know, those are two guys I did like around in that spot too. And those guys didn't work out either on that one. But I really wanted Creed beyond LLs, you know. It was. Shane Germany says this just shows why we needed to get rid of Pete and his S draft picks. Yeah, especially if there was the influence of that on that pick. And I think that there is some proof to this pudding, because it was a year later that reportedly John Schneider was able to wrestle back control, or not wrestle back control, but wrestle control over to him as far as the draft, almost as though he had been at times a little bit quasi overruled in moments and not allowed to run fully unfettered. And that's maybe a big reason why then from that, Shane, that we've seen 3 straight highly successful drafts, as good of drafts as maybe we've seen in Seahawks history. Ricardo says Matt Gotel got released. We'll add him to the list. Thank you, Ricardo. New Black says Walker was also an amazing pick. I hated the Charbonnet pick, though I watched McIntosh, and we ended up getting him anyway. Though I wanted McIntosh, and we ended up getting him anyway. And you're going to have a good backfield this year with those 3, I think. And we'll see what Charbonnet is going to bring. I do like myself Charbonnet, and he did pretty good last year. A couple things that I'm a little bit concerned with him on, but overall, I'm hopeful with him. Sean Thompson says Pumpkin could have made a better pick than Eskridge. I trust her with it. Key Calhoun says, hey, y'all, don't forget to drop a like for this man. He's the best Seahawks channel out there for sure. Well, that's very kind of you to say, Key. I really appreciate the reminder as well. Please do, if you could, for me, folks. Hit that like button. Just a small little thing. Helps me out majorly, though, when it comes to growing and showing up on the algorithm here with YouTube. This algorithm that's so hard to conquer. You can help me conquer today with liking, subbing on up. We've had some great growth here at the channel here, starting off. We haven't got to the season yet, which is really good to see, and I appreciate, too, all the new subscribers here to the channel. CR is on Andre Carter, wave target number 1. I'm with Andre Carter. He's a good player. Kind of strange. It's a little strange for me. He's coming from... Does he come from Minnesota? No, he's not coming from Minnesota, is he? Oh, he's the Bengals. Yeah. It could be interesting. DJ says, Brandon, how worried are you out the gate with our lack of pure speed rushers after the Nwosu injury? Not super worried about it, CJ, because I don't know that this defense is reliant on the speedy edge rushers. I think it's more of the power rushers, but like I was talking about in the video last night on this guy that we just brought in. It's more of the mush rush. It's more of the power guys that are going to slowly collapse the pocket. Now, you have room for guys to still create quick pressure here, but just the onus is not as much driven on getting around that edge as quick as possible. And I think some of this is a bit of the evolution of pass rushing in general with a front 4. Because I think if you go back 10 years ago, it's just get that edge, get that edge, get that edge. You know, don't worry about your lane. Just get the edge. And if sometimes in trying to get that edge, you still get thrown out the back of the pocket by the tackle who's able to get there and meet you out at that edge, that's okay. Because there's going to be times you're going to win with a dip and bend around that corner. I think what's happened, though, in the last 10 years, CJ, to a big part here is that the mobile quarterbacks have risen. And when you have that guy get thrown out the back of the pocket, now that quarterback has this wide open lane, this wide open edge, and that edge, that defensive end is behind him. And so if he's fast, he can now just get right up the field and he's gone. And I think that this is starting to remove down a little bit of the guy as much that is that quick, just twitchy guy off the edge that would be more of the traditional guy you'd look for with that. Also, I think, CJ, the nice part about this defense is unlike the prior defense, which was the front 4 generating the pressure, all on their own. We're not going to run a lot of games. We're not going to run a lot of stunts. We're not going to run a lot of stack boxes. Those front four guys need to create that pass rush on their own. And that's hard to do when oftentimes you're going to have 4 against 5, 4 against 6. What this defense is going to do a lot of is manufacture those pressures at times through the blitz game. And he can always lean back on the blitz game if he needs to up the ante if his front four guys aren't getting the pressure. So there's better methods built into this defense to deal with that lack of speed off the edge. And I think it's just a little bit of the transition of where the game's going. Flag Zappa says, I wonder if they're going to make a move for John Ridgeway. He was a big old defensive tackle out there in college, wasn't he? Maybe another guy. 6R. I wasn't a big fan of Andre Carter. Definitely a reason they're cut. Harris went out after only, 2 weeks back? Harris? Spacing on Harris. John Thompson, Brandon, do you see the Hawks making any more trades in the near future? My gut on this would be to say that I don't think that they're going to probably make any moves right now, leading up to the year. I do believe that if the team is in contention around the trade deadline, that they would be willing to make a move at that point. They technically right now have $10.3 million in cap space. You want to go into the season with probably about $6.5 million of reserve funds to do your normal business and your normal work through the year, signing guys off the street when you have certain position groups get injured. So there's some flexibility here for them to make that move. I do think this is a little bit in John's scenario of, okay, if this is going to be a wait and hold pattern season, if we're going to be more middle of the road because we're onboarding all of these new systems, then I'm not going to make a super aggressive trade. What I'll do is I will sit on this cap space. I will roll over the remaining portion of the cap space to next year when we're more suited to truly go for it. But if you are that team that starts out 6-2, 7-2, the trade deadline's been pushed back a little bit deeper this year than it has in prior years, meaning you have more time to make that assessment, I would anticipate John would then make some kind of move. Gerald Turner says Odell Beckham Jr. for the Dolphins is going to be out for the Hawk game. Interesting news. So got to deal with that Waddle-Hill combination, but that does make it a little easier, I suppose. Does it not? Long live the king. Thank you for the $2 donation. Long live the king. What Seahawk will the fans fall in love with this year? Great question. I think Byron Murphy is going to have a lot of people very excited. And if he's not already got them kind of in that mode, I think he's going to get them into that mode. I think Walker will be a guy that, fans like a lot as a back and they appreciate him a little bit, but I don't think they understand what a difference-making talent he really is. And I think once he's out there running for 13, 14, 1,500 yards, that fans are going to start to be like, oh, he's got that level of talent. Oh, he is that good. Oh, this is why he was a second-round pick. And I think he'll really fully at that point start to get fans really on board, especially with his running style and that he can be a home run hitting running back. He's done it a couple times, but just hasn't gotten quite the number of holes you'd like to be able to really show off that skill he brings. He's had so much of the work that he's had to provides hard work. Guys in the backfield, penetrating, having to break a tackle right after he gets a handoff. You remove that from him, and I think you're going to see him light it up, and then the fans are going to love him because he's such a fun running back. I mean, he's got so many moves, and he's so elusive, and he's got the speed in addition to it, and he can run with a little bit of power. So I'd probably go Walker. Byron Murphy is my two combos on that king. These are the two guys that they really fall in love with. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate you for that. Gerald Tech Show, thank you for subscribing to the channel, answering the call on that one. Please do join Gerald Tech Show and sub it on up to the channel as well. We're trying to get up over 20,000 this year on the channel. Would love to do it. You can help us get there today by subbing on up. Ryan B says, was O'Connell on that initial cut list or is that new? That is new. I did not add that yet to my list, but I We'll do that right now. Sideline backer, Patrick O'Connell. There's 2 L's in O'Connell. There's 2 L's in O'Connell. Catalyst says Ernest Jones was good. I don't understand at all. Rams linebackers do not look great. I'm very thrown off by this news with the Rams. They have currently $11 million in cap space, so they could have made this deal happen. I'm looking right now at where they're at on the future space here. Why can't I see him on stupid thing, dude? So they got $34 million of cap space for 2025, puts them in about top 10 status. So you've got some space to do this if you're the Rams. I don't get it either, Catalyst. I was shocked to hear this thing came out of kind of left field because he is a guy that's getting a lot of praise over the last couple of years. He fits their defense and what they want to do. Maybe they're going to change a little bit of their defense and what they're asking linebackers to do. He's best as a blitzer. Maybe they're not going to have Ernest doing as much blitzing. And they are technically, I think, no, they didn't change defensive coordinator. Same one from last year, isn't it? At this point, he got hired at Atlanta. So you do have a new defensive coordinator. Maybe that's where that's going. Thanks for hitting that like button, folks. Flag says Ika and Carter are pretty meh. Yeah, nobody gets me super excited so far on this list. Garth Gaskin? I'd probably go with Holani at this point over Gaskin. Duran says, so does the cut of Holani mean we'll be keeping only 3 running backs on the active roster? That's how I'm taking it right now. I believe that John believes that he can fit Holani on the practice squad, and then he's going to try to rock with the 3 running backs, at least to start out. Nick says, Bo Nix, Offensive Rookie of the Year. He might be. He's going to get the opportunity there. They're going to throw the ball a lot. I don't know if their defense can be great. That's going to put a little pressure on them to score quite a bit, but Peyton got his guy. He got the guy he wanted, it seems like, and we'll see how that takes. Cattles, I don't know how to feel about Sharif either, man. The thing I do like about Nix in this situation is he may not have the receivers there and the backs may be okay, but they do have the offensive line there for pass protection. A big thing that I always point to with these rookie quarterbacks is give them some time initially off the gate. And it's not going to be without some bumpy roads, but it would seem to be the case the Broncos are going to supply that from Nix. And I think that can help him out. Major Hawks coverage says D. Williams is confirmed to make the 53-man roster. Wow. Well, there is a big shocker right there. Punt returning is huge. By far, he looked like the most comfortable guy back there punt returning throughout this training camp and preseason period. That's been maybe not a big thing from a lot of people's list, but of course, look, the last couple of years, we've had fumbles with Lockett, fumbles with DJ Dallas. You need a guy a little bit more sure-handed back there at times, so maybe that makes a little bit of sense on that one. But what a shocker to keep him up over DJ James. What a surprise. Thank you for all the hearts. Ryan B., I wonder if the Hawks will try out Jerron Christian. Yeah, maybe. Tony, between Brandon and Brendan, we know everything that's going on. That's right. We got you guys. Ken Johnston, Eskridge was supposed to be Percy Harvin without the Antonio Brown complex. He was. There was, of course, a lot of the comps too at that time, Ken, of we got our Tyreek Hill. And it's like, no, it's not. That's not what the tape exactly showed. And there was a lot of, I think, when you drafted Eskridge from some of the time of trying to stretch really hard into making him a player that he wasn't. He was really fast. He was good with the ball in his hands. But that's about where the comps ended for some of those guys that were just much better players in the case of both Harvin and Tyreek. Seahawks Gaming says, good, Eskridge got cut. We can use that number 1 jersey to good use now. Exactly. It's too badass of a jersey to be wasted on a receiver that can't play. Kelly says, Marquise Blair? Cody White? My biggest questions. Jarrell? Yeah. Still haven't heard on those guys yet. As somebody else saying above on this, as Ricardo says, they tend to wait on this to get the full release of these things. So we have to kind of wait until the bitter end on this to find out which way this is going to go. Key says, who's going to step up and step in for Nwosu for 6 weeks? Well, I think it's this kid you got yesterday, Travis Gibson. And it's Derek Hall and Boye that are going to be your starters. But you want Travis to get in there and to be your 2 in the rotation, and he's going to get a lot of snaps. He will. Also, Draymond Jones, let's not forget he's playing 50-50 between inside and outside. HawksNest, Patrick O'Connell's missing your list. Sorry about that. A little late on that one. Got to get it on there now. Z says DJ James only flashed in the last preseason game. The other 2 looked bad. Yeah, and even in the last game that he flashed, he still gave up the crossing route in the back of the end zone. And there were some rough reports on days in camp with him out there too. I think he had a pick on a day, and he had some other times he came through. Just like this game, he had ups and downs, but the downs were tough. And he is really only a guy to slot out to be a slot guy at the next level. And so he's a little, I think, limited here in his upside, even if he can make a roster. And that's probably also something that is going to impact this a little bit. Seahawks Gaming kicked the tires on Lewis Kine. Good with him. Could be an interesting player. Sealord says, praying Jarrell's name doesn't pop up. I've gone back and watched his preseason snaps. His movement skills are special. Just got to teach up the technique. I think there's a decent chance here the further we go on the day with this. And I'm wondering on this, just a little bit of an instinct here, if John's maybe going to go a little heavier with the offensive line room than he has in the past, because he's actually got the talent there to necessitate him to do so. And yeah, Ken Johnson brings up a great point. You can always flex Chenault out to a running back position in a pinch. He is kind of your Cordell Patterson guy. So like Cordell has been used as a running back, you could do the very same thing with Chenault. No doubt about it. 6 hours says Creed Humphrey's a beast compared to Eskridge, who can't even get on the field. Yes, absolutely. And yeah, see, Lord Holani is an absolute baller. I guess they feel like they can get him on the practice squad is my only guess on that one, is that they think he won't be plucked up. They can just house him there on the practice squad anyway. And then if they need him, he's still there. Jennifer says, so Eskridge and Walker finally are gone. I wish to get Sharif back to our practice squad. Thank you for doing this. I can easily track our team while working. Go Hawks. My pleasure. I figured it would be of some value today. I wanted to go a little bit awkwardly as live as we are. As I know Tuesday, middle of the day is not a normal time, but today's a important one to kind of finalize the roster. You never know when there might be a move come down the line too, in addition to this, Mike, even a trade. And so my pleasure, Jennifer. Thank you for watching, and go Hawks. And Sharif is definitely one of the ones that stands out as maybe the biggest surprise on this list of any other. He played by how well he played, by how thin the depth is at the edge. And they just must, I do believe, to your point, and I think that they can get him onto the practice squad, kind of like Holani, where it's a shocker, but the team feels maybe confident here that they can squeeze him on, get him in under the radar, under the wire, make it work. Monica says, Jason Myers is a good kicker. Good kickers don't grow on trees. Yep, he misses an extra point once in a while. He's pretty good at making field goals. He's as I say, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde on that, Monica. You know, he's a guy for 10 years of his career that you can chart. Is great to bad to great to bad to great. And it's both sides of that. You know, it's the great side of it and it's the bad side of it. And you time it like you can time the day to night. And we're due for a day season. Maybe, and evidenced by all those field goals he's made in the preseason. Didn't miss one. I missed 2 extra points, but we are due for that one good season. And I don't have an issue with Myers as far as saying, like, I don't think he's a bad kicker by any measure. I would never say that, Monica. My only issue with it is that you're paying him as a top kicker on the market for that fluctuation that's a yearly event. And that if you're paying that kind of money for a kicker at that top of the market price, then you would like a little bit more of something closer to the consistency year in and year out on that. Definitely not bad. Philip Price, I'm hearing Bobo has been cut. Not 100%, but if so, what the F? I don't think so. I've not heard any of that. Are you trolling, Price? Okay, so Gotel was released a week ago. I'm going to take him off the cut because he was gone already. I agree. I was like, I thought we had already cut him. Yeah, that's the case. He'd been gone. Thomas's can pumpkin pass protect. She's getting pretty big, man. I think she could root down if we needed her to. And 6 hour Peyton Wilson's looked really good for the Steelers in the preseason. You know, with him, I don't know if you'd heard with that 6 hour, but he doesn't have actually an ACL in his knee. And then he's got the shoulder issues as well. The talent, undeniable with the kid. He can be a great linebacker in this league. But how much are you going to trust a guy that doesn't got an ACL? And I'm not saying like he tore it or he's dealing with a partially torn. He does not have an ACL remaining in one of his knees. And I think that just isn't, that'd be enough for me as a GM. I mean, we got good talent. I'm like, no ACL? Can I put like a chicken giblet in there or something? Can we do something like that? Something? Empower Code, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the house. Rockman Drums, what's up? 17 names. We got about 9 or so. Yeah, 19, I guess, total, but we got 9 to 10 more to go. Baker says, I went to feed my chickens and on one was missing his head. Holy jeez. I'm in Ishik. Could you see the Hawks make an attempt to sign Lewis Kine? I think that's the fourth, or isn't he the former Cincinnati kid? Let me brush up on my Lewis Kine. Football safety. It's possible. I believe former Cincinnati Bearcat, right? No, Georgia. I'm confusing him with Byron Cook. That's what I'm doing. Same draft. I'm confusing him with Byron Cook. I don't know why. I get him comboed up. Yeah, it's possible. You know, he's been in a defense that asked him to do things out there at Georgia that'd be similar to do it here. Would they do that over what they've got right now at the safety position? I don't know. Like over a Marquise Blair? I'm not too sure. And when you do look at the Minnesota defense, a defense that was really held together by bubble gum and sticks and blitzing 95% of the time, just about. If you have a defensive player being released off that Minnesota Viking team, I kind of do I do the puppy dog like, because you go, well, they need all the help they can get. They shouldn't be cutting nobody that's of any real value. So how good is he, really at that point? But you could, bring him in, kick the tires on him. Snail says, am I tripping or wasn't Wilson crying about his weapons at wide receiver the year we took Eskridge to, wanting Hawks to sign AB? I think there were more factors than Pete Bad with the bad drafts, chasing need. Yeah, I mean, it certainly is a guess when it comes to the beat thing, and I don't want him to have to shoulder the burden of this because we don't know for sure on the Eskridge thing. I mean, we just don't know. And it could be all those factors, partially Pete, partially Russ. Maybe John just loved him. It is completely a guess. There is something to be said for how they changed the year after that in their approach to the draft, whatever might be within that. But yeah, there was a hankering to sign AB there by Russ. He was pushing pretty hard with that. I think Russ was more on the offensive line than he was skill position players, but you might be remembering that right. I can't remember exactly if he'd also... There was a lot of complaining at that time, Snail. A lot of moaning. So it very well could have been possible at that point. I like me, 123. Love the username there. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, hearing my call, answering that call. I really do appreciate it. Be right back here for folks. Just bear with me 1 second. Let's go. Ox says probable cuts still on the squad include Pritchett, Greenfield, Manning, Sundell, Westover, Scott, Hatton, Robinson, Lewis, Bars, and Johnson. So that's a fair chunk. I don't think we get on the 53. Yeah, there's still some guys there that you got to cut away. And interesting, some of the guys that you have held here. Westover didn't do a lot in preseason. Hatton had kind of a rough preseason. Imagine that Hatton will be a cut here, though. Latchy 08 says, why did they cut DJ James? He was not really good. Why did they cut DJ James? He was not really good. I think you might have to repost that, Latchy. I don't know what you were saying on that. Why did they cut? So I think they cut DJ James. I think he had kind of more of a rough preseason than good preseason in total, both with practices and the games. He had some bright moments too, but I think that's a big factor. I think the guy like Pritchett, for instance, played better. A guy like Williams provides you some punt return ability, and maybe they look at Williams as being very close in ability to what DJ James brings. And so that ends up winning out. 6-round picks are always going to have a little bit of a tough time of making an active roster anyway, more often than 9th, 6th, 7th round picks. I mean, once you get past about the 5th, it's a roll of the dice for those guys. Ricardo says DJ James is good, but he has no special teams abilities. They're probably keeping D. Williams. I would be my guess on it too. Ox, I don't think Walker will ever be a 1,200-yard ground guy, but he's good enough to be a catcher. He could have a combined 1,500 yards. That's what I'm looking at with him, in my opinion. I see him as a 1,500-yard 1,500-yard combo guy. I mean, he's been Hawk's goal. He's been at 1,000 yards the past 2 years with some pretty piss-poor blocking up front in front of him. And it's one of the things the analytic guys always like to tell us is that a running back success is so heavily driven by how good of an offensive line they have. And so I think if you get that stuff better on point, if you get the schematics here on point a little bit better with Walker, the stat that I've pointed to on this Hawks goal is that Walker on runs outside the tackles is averaging 5.1 yards per carry. On runs inside the tackle, he's averaging 3.8 yards per carry. Yet 75% of his runs have gone in between the tackles, and only about 35% of his runs, something like that, have gone outside the tackles. And so it's usage, scheme, but I do think that there's a room there for him to be up 1,100 yards on the ground. He's got it in him. It's just we got to get that blocking a bit better. Scheme's got to get improved, and I think those things have come forward. 6-hour Trey Brown is better than DJ James by quite a margin. Kieran says, DJ James, what the heck? I don't like drafting kids, then dropping them. That's admitting to a waste of a pick and or bad scouting. Not really. No. We've released 6th round picks in recent years. Tyreek Smith a couple of years ago was a 6th round pick that we released. There's a couple things with this, I would say, Kieran. If you're going to draft for value rather than draft for need, you're going to end up with the positions that are going to get overstocked, and you're going to probably have to make some tough decisions on cutting certain guys at that point. But the benefits to drafting for value outweigh that downside of losing those guys versus drafting for need, which leads you to no man's land. That leads you to a dark alley on a dangerous night at 1 a.m. So it doesn't really help you to go to that need quotient of it. And when you look into the depths of the draft, when you get past basically about the 4th round onwards, 5th, 6th, 7th round, there are no guarantees at that point in any of those guys you're picking. And if you look carrying through all of those 3 rounds of the draft and look at through the releases today, you're going to see a lot of players from this recent draft picked 5th, 6th, 7th round of this recent draft on that list. So it's not really something I think to get too worried about, because this is more of a roll of the dice when you reach that range. It's much more certain down at the earlier part of the draft. Sophia says, Creed Humphrey All-Pro, D. Eskridge, all-injured team. Ivan says, could you see the Hawks give Woolen a contract at some point this season? Nope. They have to wait until after the year, Iman. The CBA rules require a player to get through 3 years of his rookie deal before you can negotiate. After this season, if he goes out and has a really good year, yeah, I certainly see the team opening up negotiations to him at that point and maybe finding a contract extension. But there is a lot based on this of how he plays this year. Does he get improved? Is he a fit for the scheme and what they're going to want him to do? How does he do in traveling? Can he improve as a tackler? I think some of these things need to be answered before the team can get to a place of deciding that they're willing to give him that contract extension. But if he plays well, then yeah, absolutely. Stoney, I'm off to Chrome Room. He's bought. Microdot. Have a good one, Stoney. Dune, with the revamped defense, the 12s during home games are going to respond with tremendous volume, increasing our home field advantage over the last handful of seasons. I am anticipating this as well, Dune. I think that there's been something kind of lost in recent years, and some of it's the defense. I'm not going to be the one to take credit. Somebody in my chat brought this up. I thought it was kind of a brilliant notion, being that when you have a defense over the course of the game on third downs that's just constantly allowing third down conversions and long drives, the fans start to feel like on those third downs when they're going fully throated, it's not having the maximum impact on the field like it once did. That, in fact, it almost feels like it's having no impact because the team is still allowing those conversions. And if that happens enough over time, that you start to, as a fan group, maybe not as get the feeling of, hey, we can impact this game. We can have an effect. And maybe that comes up now, Dune, when you get into more third down stops and more getting off the field. And that maybe more reinvigorates the 12s to be a little bit louder in that way. I think you might be onto something with that. 6 Hour, I'm glad we have Nehemiah Pritchett. Mike Jackson was going to cost money next year. Yeah, me too. Smart pick. Major Hawks coverage. Jalen Sundell makes the roster per the NFL Draft Network. Interesting. Kid played well at center, moved around, I think, all the way out to left tackle or so, I think, in his last game, and seemed to hold up pretty well. Josie says, great call on K9B. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. I do have faith in him this year, and I love the kid's talent. It's just tough if you can't get any blocking up front. It's just tough if your defense is living on that football field. Just tough. Yeah, DJ Dallas wasn't a good punt returner for us last year. Very true. Very, very true. Ricardo says Samjay Pirine got waived. I love that name. Might be better than Holani. He might be. And I can't remember recent history where we've only gone with, by choice, 3 active running backs on the roster. See, Lord of Bravo says DJ Dallas was where punt returns went to die. Boy, he drove me crazy. And some guys just aren't naturals for it, but just the tracking of the ball in the air and letting the move that he especially did is he get too deep, let the ball land in front of him, and the ball would just roll back to where he was at his depth. You go, DJ. Get up. Get up there, Get up there, DJ. Get up there. Ryan says, that's why I don't get people crying about trading Taylor. He must have not fit in this new scheme and his coverage and being undisciplined. Yeah, I as you know here, Ryan, I've been predicting throughout this offseason that I thought Darrell Taylor making the active roster was going to be a long shot. And that was even without factoring in the $3 million plus you were going to be paying him this year if he was on the roster. He is maybe the worst edge in football against the run. That is, from his ability to hold up on blocks, from his ability as a tackler. Just look at him as a tackler. And it's a struggle. It's a hellacious struggle for him. And instincts and reacting to things around, you put it all together and it's missing there with him. On top of the fact, from a player profile standpoint off the edge, that's just not the build he's looking for. I bet if you put Taylor on a scale, he probably weighs about 237 pounds. 240 pounds at the most. And it's McDonald's going to want more probably guys in the 255, 260 territory at least. At least. And that just wasn't going to be a fit for this scheme. The price, only 1 year of club control. Yeah, I agree with you. Josh Blue and Green, yes, Eskridge gone. Too little, too late. Too little, too late, my man. Indeed. Space says, couldn't Sharif play Nwosu's spot? Yeah, they play the exact same spot. Catalyst, Garrett Greenfield, not yet announced as being cut. We'll see. But nothing announced yet. Ricardo says, does that mean that Connor Williams is starting on the IR? No. I don't think so. This is certainly a guess, but by all accounts, he was very close at the time of signing to being able to be ready to go. The team has had the intention from the start to get him out there by game 1. And even if he's not out there by game 1, you probably have him on the active roster. You just don't get him out there starting until like game 2 or 3. But I wouldn't anticipate even then that you'd have him on the PUP, the 4-game PUP thing. In 6 hour, Nick Harris got traded to the Browns. Card crazed, where's Cam Young starting? On the PUP or IR? PUP, I would guess right now, card crazed. Seattle Dub 6. No one talks about Drake Thomas, but I think they keep him. He's a beast downhill. Well, he's not on the list so far yet, to your point on that. Possibly. If the impetus to keep D. Williams is for punt returning, then our D better force a lot of punts this season. Amen. Amen. Nick is surprised we didn't keep Holani. Only 3 running backs? Yeah. I think that's going to be the case here. And you've got kind of maybe, I think the team's kind of considering Laviska as sort of your 4th running back, maybe. Allows you to keep that extra receiver. Colin Cal says, what time is your live stream with Brendan? Later today? Are we doing the later today one? I can't remember if we meant to do that on Thursday or Tuesday. I have to check. Oh, Lordy. I think we're doing it on Thursday. For the B&B show. Akar, I do think Sharif, they're going to try to get on the practice squad. I don't know if you're going to be able to pull it off because he had such a good preseason. You know? That could be a bit of a part of this. CJ says, been reading lots of people comparing Nwosu to Jamal Adams after his latest injury. Totally idiotic in my opinion. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. Torn pec last year, that's going to happen. There's not a lot you can do about that. But that was as dirty a hit as you're going to see on a football field. The reason that NFL legislates those chop blocks out when you're engaged with a running back is because untold amount of players got injured on that very play. That's the impetus to having it be a flag. And Jamal Adams didn't get injured on a play that was going to be flagged. Jamal would just get injured missing tackling Russell Wilson. So it isn't really the same thing. And really, I mean, at the end of the day, it's when it comes to either of these players, Jamal Adams or Uchenna, you can't give these guys really, in my opinion, that hard of a time for getting injured. Stuff happens. Some guys just break down earlier than others. And with Uchenna, this is an example of that. Not by any measure. He's been a pretty healthy guy throughout his career. It's just these two injuries that have come back. But that was such a dirty, brutal hit there by the guard. Proud Lover says, would not be surprised at all if the claim is put in for Jermaine Ifedi. I don't know if he's got the athleticism in there to make it happen at his age. I'd be surprised. I always felt like Jermaine Ifedi was a Tom Cable special a little bit. I feel like Justin Fields is going to win the job over Russell Wilson. Well, it doesn't feel like either of those two guys have won the job, if you know what I mean. Both of them been kind of just middling a little bit, it seems like, through some of preseason. Doesn't sound like maybe the pass protection has been as great for Pittsburgh here to start things off, but the other thing as well. Yeah, Nicholas, it was a dirty-ass hit. CJ Kurtzman, Brandon, what did you make of Trey Brown's tweet? All smoke? Well, let me take a look at it. There's like 50 Trey Browns on Twitter. I don't think I'm following the right one. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. About the mental illness thing that he wrote in there, I'm not sure. Could be just he has a friend suffering with it. Could be he's feeling something with it. Spencer Smith has seen reports that Sundell, third string center, made the 53. He did. That's what we're hearing. Carter, who needs ACLs anyway? They're elective. Tyler Jackson, Vikings released Lewis Kine after he had a good preseason. Laughed my ass off. Weird move by them. It's a little odd because that defense needs all the help it can get. Six Hours, remember when Darnell Washington, everyone wanted him and he dropped all the way down the draft? Yep. I always say with it, and I know we know with Peyton Wilson on this one with the Steelers that they overlooked it. Maybe this shows you a little bit of the Steelers of their willingness on this, where they're not as scared as some of the other teams are on these kind of injuries. But what we did here with Darnell Washington was that the reason he ended up dropping in that draft is that the reports were that he had a ticking time bomb in his knee. Not because the talent wasn't good, but the ticking time bomb aspect of it was one that teams just didn't trust. And so you do see in the Steelers their 6 hour, that same team willing to trust the ticking time bomb in Darnell Washington's knee came back a year later and took Peyton Wilson, who has no ACL in their knee. I guess Pittsburgh just feels like knees aren't really that important. Thomas Charter says, I'm wondering if New England is going to have to cut Joe Milton. They might keep 3 quarterbacks there. They very well may do it, especially to have a guy that they can kind of maybe just develop there. But yeah, boy, people got really caught up with Milton and that arm strength. And I love arm strength as much as anybody else, but processing is the number 2 thing behind arm strength for me on my list with quarterbacks. And that's the part that Joe Milton doesn't quite have a lot of necessarily. In Power Code, Sundell's probably insurance for Connor Williams. I could see that. Makes a lot of sense. He also seems to provide some flexibility, versatility along that offensive line. 6 hour, feel bad for Dallas Turner. Does something happen to Dallas Turner? Oh, because he's in the Minnesota defense. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, I'm a little late on a few of the donos here, Garth. My bad. But appreciate it, brother. Thanks so much. Says, can I put ACL donor on my driver's license and restrict donation only to the Hawks and my demise? I don't think it works that way. If anything, it kind of feels like, Garth, it's like the old Monty Python bit where they go to the guy's house and they're like, well, we see you're pretty, you're liver donor. He's like, yes, I'm a liver donor. I'm using it. Yes, put you on the list. Now we're going. They just come in there and cut out his liver when he's alive, and it's very dark. One of the darker segments in that movie. Kind of reminds me of that, Garth. So be careful on that. Careful on the donations. But you should. I should be able to provide my ACL to a future young Seahawks player who loses his in the name of a better team. Boy, you talk about a badge of honor, Garth. Like, how much do you love your team? Like, I gave my star receiver an ACL. What have you done? Oh, you got a foam finger? Ooh. Oh, you got season tickets? That's cute. Look at my knee scar. I can't raise my leg. But we're going to the effing Super Bowl because of my ligament. Yeah, as Nick says below too, Garth. Make sure you put as is on the thing too. No returning. Thank you though, man. Appreciate you, Garth, the $5. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation as well, man. It's good to see you too in the chat tonight, brother. Says, just jumped on. Give me a few surprises on cuts and who made the team. So still getting some full confirmation on, who did and who didn't make the team on that, I would say. For that, Garth. For some reason, the Seahawks just tend to trickle in their names at the end a little bit. And so you really got to end up sort of waiting or feeling like you're going to have to wait a little bit to get the final crew. We are hearing Sundle. I guess that would be one surprise there. The kid that was played a lot of center for us here through the preseason, kind of the undrafted rookie free agent guy. He seems to be making the roster. D. Williams, the cornerback, that was our punt returner through preseason, is going to seemingly make the team as well. We got confirmation on those two guys. We'll have to see what they're going to do exactly with wide receiver. You got Hatton still there. I think he will eventually be cut. I'm still anticipating Derek Young is going to make the roster when it's all said and done. But we're still kind of waiting for the final confirmations on who made the team there, Randall, on that side of it. The three that are surprising to me when looking at this list are John Radigan, George Holani, and Jamie Sheriff. In the case of John Radigan, you're fairly thin at the inside linebacker position, even after the trade of Michael Barrett last week. He had, I thought, a pretty good preseason. I thought he played pretty solidly. And that, if he doesn't stay here, I'm sure he probably makes some NFL roster, I would think, with Radigan. That was a little shocker. Jamie Sheriff, this is an obvious one on this side where you're thin at edge. You just brought a guy in on a trade. Even the guy you brought on the trade still puts you only 3 deep. You need to be 4 deep. So the moving on of Jamie Sheriff and Nelson Cesar at the same point is a little bit strange. He had such a great preseason there, Garth. He seemed like he had earned the job. But the team seems like they can get him onto the practice squad. And maybe another indicator here that Draymond Jones is going to play a good amount of snaps off that edge this season. And then George Holani, guy that I thought was going to be set to be your 4th running back on this roster. And it makes me question, Randall, whether or not the team is going to look to just carry 3 running backs at this point. They've historically carried 4, but maybe this is an indicator we want 1 extra wide receiver or 1 extra offensive lineman. This, I think, is pointing to that potentially a little bit. So those would be the 3 main real surprises here today. From my standpoint, I thought all 3 of those guys would make the roster if I was making a prediction about it leading into today. Yeah, Connor might go to the pup. I see you guys putting that in the chat. That's a possibility here for 4 weeks that they just do that with him too. He said he was 95% at the time that he signed, which seemed like they're putting to that. Mark B, would Matt Corral be better than PJ Walker? No. Plus, he's more injury prone. And Sundell made it, Mitch Farmer. Yep. Thank you for reminding me on that. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe on up if you could for me. I would really appreciate it. Helps this channel out tremendously. I make big plays. I may be alone in this, but D. Williams really doesn't impress me. I understand where you're coming from. I don't know they did a lot, especially at the corner position, to impress, and I don't know if he had a lot of real great returns necessarily on the other side of it. I think that they liked the sure-handedness of him back there as a punt returner, and I think that there was probably a pretty key difference in how he caught the ball and fielded the ball back there as a punt returner versus the other guys. I saw this in person through my first the 2 days I was there at training camp, where there was one sequence, McIntosh dropped 3 in a row. There was a sequence there where Laviska Shenault was struggling to kind of get under the ball in the right way. Eskridge didn't look comfortable doing it. Williams was by far the guy that was well suited to do it. And I think the team's going as much for the sure-handed part that he brings to that place. And it would be great if you get this from somebody else, but I just don't think anybody else was able to really lock down that role. Charles, I was hoping for Aesop to make the team. He's a guy like Jamie Sheriff, who I think you could say did everything he could within his power to make this team, to earn the roster spot. It's just the numbers game with that at that wide receiver position where you've got one of the deeper crews in the league. And you could play that well even through 2 preseasons as Aesop has over the past 2 preseason periods, and it's still just not quite be enough. You feel for him, just like Jamie, where you did enough, kid. You definitely did enough. Isaac says, doesn't matter how good your wheels are if your engine is lame. That's right. You can put the fanciest tires with the best rims on that thing, but if it's just going, you try to start the thing up, don't matter. It don't matter. Nick, is Metcalf not already a wide receiver 1? Yeah, he's a wide receiver 1. Orthodox Russ, not surprised by any one cut. That's fair. Kevin Low Nice, thank you for the $10 donation. Kevin, very, very kind of you. He says, my top concern is how important communication is on defense. With our crowd noise, it is a concern. Go Hawks. Certainly going to be something to monitor and track, Kevin, and is no small thing. And this has been something that's gone a little bit around in the wash, in my opinion, at times on the general opinion out there by the 12th man, because they'll say, well, the Legion of Boom was able to communicate. They didn't hold them back. So, they just, all they need is just the hand signals. And I think that it's a little bit of a simplified view of the situation. The Legion of Boom was a simplified defense. They played cover 3 majority of the time, cover 3 buzz majority of the time. And so the players knew where they were going to be the majority of the time prior to the snap, post snap on defense. Was there maybe some minor adjustments in there to be made? Yes. With this defense, you could be flipping up whole roles over a change of formation on the offense in the heartbeat of a moment. And that has to be communicated not only between the 2 guys that are changing their roles on that play, but everybody else along the interior of that on that defense. And that means that there's more communication required in this defense prior to the snap than there would be for a Coach Carroll defense. And so a simple one hand motion thing that might have worked for a Legion of Boom Coach Carroll defense is not going to work here. And here you're going to have to do the full ASL, like a third base coach in baseball, trying to get all the signals out. And they're going to have to find a way, I think, to get really good with the hand motions because you are not going to be able to hear it. You're not going to be able to hear it. I do think there's a good side of this, though, too, Kevin. There's a flip side to this, Kevin. Because the way this goes to the other side of that as well is that because there's more moving parts and things going on defensively prior to the snap with the Seahawks defense, offenses have to now do more adjusting than they had to do prior to the Coach Carroll defense. I walk up to a Coach Carroll defense, it's cover 3, it's off coverage. I can predict that's probably going to be cover 3 post snap. They're going to drop in a bail technique from the corners on the outside. I can kind of figure out around that what's going to go on and happen, and I don't have to adjust a lot at the line of scrimmage there with my offensive line of protection. Seahawks don't blitz. They send a front 4, not a lot of stacked boxes, not a lot of extra protections to then have to change. Now with the new defense and stacked boxes and these guys floating in and these guys floating out, it's a lot of the quarterbacks coming up there trying to get everything set. You saw this last game with the Browns quarterbacks who took a lot of time up there trying to get everything put in the right place. And I couldn't help but thinking at that time, Kevin, and watching it, of you are not going to get away with this during the regular season. We get to the regular season and you start trying to make all those calls and all those checks prior to the snap, you're going to get a whole lot of delay game calls. You're going to get a lot of offensive linemen doing this. And then the quarterback snapping his helmet off and timeout. A lot of that if they try to go in that route of it. So I do think there's a flip side to it, Kevin, a little bit. But you're right about the fact that it is something the team's going to have to deal with and make a point of emphasis. It's not going to be just some small little hand sign and solves all. They're going to have to get probably a little intricate with this in order to get around it as an issue. But we'll see what goes down. And we're going to get a quick view on this, Kevin, right out that gate in that first game against the Broncos. And it's going to be fun to watch how that works in the matchup, because you know that he's going to want to unveil McDonald a lot for that rookie quarterback in his first start. And the crowd noise coming in, that rookie trying to get things checked into the right place. It's going to be a fun game to watch to see how that plays out. But thank you, Kevin, for that $10 donation, and well said on your part in addition to that. Ryan B. has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 10 long months. Thank you for that, Ryan. I really appreciate that long-time support. What free agents you like for us to take a flyer on? So far, to be honest with you, there's nobody that I would really look at saying that I would want to unseat a current guy that we have on the roster for somebody else that was out there. There's some interesting names, but there's not been anybody that's really jumped to me here so far in the list of guys I've gone through around the league. The cuts have been pretty normal. Pretty much you're kind of nodding your head for the most part. Nothing that's really, really coming out of left field, especially if we're looking at what's the need Seattle's locking in on. Inside linebacker, they kind of dealt with that a trade a couple of days ago with Michael Barrett, so you're not going to do that. Maybe edge. I haven't really seen a lot of edges released onto the open market. There's a couple of running backs, a Chris Rodriguez or maybe a Dylan Johnson, former Husky with his connection to Grubb. Maybe Grubb likes that kid. It's hard to say you'd go for him instead of a guy like Holani, but maybe something like that. Andre Carter, defensive end from the Bengals, has been mentioned as maybe a guy that they could take a look at, but not a lot of guys I can really point to and say that have me super excited off this list that I'm looking at so far here. Michael Pratt got released by the Packers. I thought he was kind of maybe an interesting guy. You're looking about the third quarterback role, but he's probably going to the practice squad for the Packers. But no, unfortunately, I'm sorry, Ryan. I did look through this a little bit, and pretty much everybody's on the cut list right now makes sense. There's not a lot of huge shockers, and there's not a lot of guys that stand out. That's an awesomely talented guy that could fit right in here with what we need. Irv Smith Jr. from the Chiefs, but then you go there and they had kind of tight end help. Like if they're releasing him, if it's getting to that point with them, then maybe he's not that good. He's bounced through a couple of teams and never been what they thought he was going to be. I think a former second-round pick there. But give me to the end of the day. So I think the best guys will be leaked out late of the guys that will be available on the market, and there might be somebody that comes out on the market by that point. Always the best ones are the last ones you find out about on cut day, Ryan. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. The chat has a conspiracy theory that Pumpkin is not behind the cut list and, in fact, basking in the San Diego sun. Please bust the myth. Yeah, she's laying on the hardwood floor that's cool because it's August here in San Diego, daytime, and she's sweating her nips off here on the floor. It's pretty much what's going on. Come here. You're being called to the stage. You're being called to the stage. Come here. She's just looking at me right now, Garth, like, it's cool on the ground. I'm digging this. So, but yeah, during the days, when it gets to night and it cools down, she can get up on the tree. But during the days, she's just, and she's a big girl. She's got some extra layers to her. So, there's a lot of body heat in there. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it's 90 degrees out. And so she's definitely not in the tree today. She'll get up there at some point. She just gave me a look like, No. Tell them they can wait. I'll get around to it at some point. Dale Dillon says the Bills cut Frank Gore Jr. They did. They did. Another guy, though, I would say that much like with a couple of these other guys, Helani, probably a bit better of a talent. If you're going to keep that fourth running back, just probably would have stayed with one of those guys on it and called it a day there. Duncan, Brian Nemhazer confirmed D. Williams made the roster. Not sure I've seen it discussed here. Yes, he did indeed make the roster for sure. So him and Sundell are the two surprise ones we've heard about in confirmation so far here, Duncan. Thank you for the update on that. And those are our two kind of somewhat shockers, I guess. Isaac says, I was repeatedly shushed by a person at the Browns game for yelling too loudly when we were on defense. Our team got soft in recent years, and so did some of our fan base. Ever heard of earplugs? Hashtag go Hawks. Sadly, this is also a part of the element that we have to acknowledge, Isaac, here, and it's something that I don't like to go at fans, and I will always say every fan is allowed to enjoy their fandom in the way they want to do it. You want to dive into the depths of the NFL, you want to understand formations and all of that and get into all that stuff, you can do so. If you just want to watch it at the surface level and just enjoy the game and athletic guys doing running fast and hitting hard, that's cool too. But the place where I do sometimes find myself delving into the territory of, maybe I'm going to tell you a little bit of something you need to be doing here, is if you get into that stadium, you walk into Lumen Field, and you're a young person maybe, you know, you're not as well situated and understanding, or maybe you're not a high energy person. You know, I get that. Washington, we got some low energy folks out there at times. You come in there though with a lineage. Your great grandfather, your great grandmother went in that stadium in the late 70s and the early 80s. And when that team wasn't good and was an expansion franchise, did everything they could to help that team, fully throated. It was a tradition to walk out of that stadium with your ears ringing and your throat lost. And what's happened over the last 10 years is that some of that is definitely bled out, and that fans walk in there now and it's like they're at a movie theater. And they can't be bothered at all to even open their voice one time throughout the game. And I don't understand and I don't get it. What makes you so special? What makes you so great that you can deny what your grandfather and your grandmother did? You can deny what your mother and your father did before you. That you're so special, that you're so individually so great that you don't have to carry on that lineage, that you don't have to continue to pass it down. Because here's the important part about this. We have something that is special to us. We created an earthquake. We set a Guinness World Book of Records before the Chiefs cheated in their records to get it back over there. We have established something here as a fan base that no other place has in the world. Known for our volume. Do we want to lose that? Think about now as you as that young. I'm looking at the young people, because I don't have to tell older people what time of day it is when they walk in that stadium. When I've walked in that stadium and I look around me and it's the people that are quiet, it's those people that are in their 20s. It's not the older people. So, you know, you don't have to yell. You don't have to scream to the top of your lungs. But understand that when you do go silent in that stadium, and understand when you go, I paid for my ticket, I don't want to have to participate. I don't feel very energetic right now. I just want to sit here and just watch the game quietly. That you're kind of crapping on what came before you, and you're stopping a great tradition dead in its tracks if it continues. Because we will become a lot like every other stadium in the league if this continues to trend in this way. So I challenge you youngsters. I challenge the young people walking that stadium. Do you want to deny your grandparents? You want to deny your parents and what they did? What makes your situation special not to carry that on? And I do believe it's a part, Isaac. I've walked in that stadium. I've ran in the same thing where you try to spurn people on around you that are being very quiet to help the defense out, and they give you looks, or they shush you, or I just think that that's a place where why don't you just stay at home then and let that seat be open for somebody that will help the team out. Because this is what makes us so unique as a fan base. We're the fan base that caused the NFL to create a flag they were going to call on the fans for being too loud. And now we find ourselves with folks like myself and many others I've heard this from going, boy, this current crop of generation of fans in the stadium doesn't seem to want to carry this on anymore. They seem to want to put a stake through the heart of this tradition. Don't understand why. You think that they would want to participate and like a baton, carry it down to their children. But it will stop. It'll stop dead in its tracks if it continues at a trend. And I hope that we created a little more of a thought process on it at the forefront here as we go in the future. Make it more of an emphasis again. I wonder why Pete Carroll wanted to save these players like Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs and Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll seemed like a big Eskridge fan. I think Carroll had a lot of luck in his time here in Seattle during the early period, especially taking guys that other people might, throw away and pass on, and he was able to really find great success with them. That's definitely the case in a lot of the draft picks that they had, like your Cam Chancellors and Shermans that nobody thought would be anything good, and look at what they turned into. But there's other players, I think, in addition to this that you can look at. A Russell Wilson that was a third-round pick. Guys like a Chris Clemens that you brought in who was looked at as kind of a free agent bust and just not that good of a player, really became a sound, really good player for you in that role. I think you could find a lot of those guys throughout his time, especially early on there, that kind of informed Carroll to have faith in these guys and give them that time. And he is a bit of an optimist. So he's going to see a bit of the cup half full, even when others might look at it and go, hey, that player's broken down or he's not going to be as good as he once was. But kind of the case, I think, maybe a little bit. Not sure on that one. Doctrine of Jesus says, apparently we got ourselves a fart in the skillet with D. Williams on the roster. Seahawks gaming, a long snapper shouldn't count against the 53. I agree. 100% agreed. John Thompson says, where's your partner in crime, Pumpkin? Thank you for doing this update for us. Hey, my pleasure, man. And she is right now, she is completely deep in a nap on the hardwood cool floor right now. It's so hot here. So hot. Says, my man's desperately trying to give us info and you're all looking for the kitty. New Blacks, Kine just hasn't been great, and Vikings have pretty good safeties ahead of Kine. He just didn't fit with what Flores wants for one reason or another, but it would be interesting to see if McDonald wants him. They could pick him up for sure. Definitely an opening here to do if they think it's there. Eric says, Hawks Nest, I'm not sad to see PJ Walker go. Do you think they'll try to sign him to the practice squad or look for someone else? There are some interesting quarterback names that are out here on the market here. There's the Spencer Pratt, the kid that came out last year that, if you want to go more of a youngster with maybe more of a developmental guy. I'm not saying this is like your long-term QB of the future type guy, but maybe you could kind of peek it on that. There's been a couple of QBs. Desmond Ritter's out there, a possibility. So quarterback is one where I'm not as certain on them dialing it up with PJ Walker. I do think Walker would be your practice squad quarterback at this point. If it fits the type, if it fits where it seems like it's going to go. He's got the familiarity with the scheme already, and that's a bit of a factor here. As you bring a new quarterback in, they got to learn the whole thing. But I think he probably goes to the practice squad, Eric. Seahawks Gaming says 7-year NFL vet David Moore made the Panthers 53. Let's go, David. Carving himself out a little career there. And yeah, Thomas, if Joe can get his decision-making processing developed with that arm strength, he could be great. And that's where I think the Patriots will take a little bit of time to develop that with Milton. But that is also the part why I was out on Milton and saying he's more of a fifth-round guy for me in the draft, was because the two things I go to with a quarterback that I make as the biggest point of emphasis in looking at scouting these guys is arm strength, but then processing. And the reason I have those as the two forefront skills I'm looking for from a quarterback, because I think those are two of the more forefront skills you can't develop. You either have it or you don't. You can get a little bit better as a processor, but if you just naturally don't have it, I don't think it comes that much further along for you a year or two down the road. Carson says, any chance we pick up Carl Lawson? A slight chance, for sure, Carson. Where is he at really right now versus where he was a few years ago when the Jets signed him as a free agent from the Bengals? I think he had a pretty major lower leg injury, and maybe there's a bit of a thing going on here with him bouncing between a couple teams now that he's not the same player. But strong, powerful edge when he was at his best, and it just kind of comes down to whether or not that's the case or not of how healthy he is. But I wouldn't, if they wanted to take a flyer on him and bring him onto the team. He's a guy that's been a very good player in this league. But you do wonder on that recent cut there, where it's not even him being released necessarily from the Jets. It's him being released from the Cowboys, who lost Dorrance Armstrong this year in free agency to Washington. Could probably use a little bit of a stronger backup guy there. So it's a little bit odd on that part of it. Thomas Charter says, A.J. Dillon just ruled out for the year. Yeah, that's tough. Good thing the Packers have done a good job. And then Josh Jacobs, they signed in for agency, and then they got the kid from USC in there. So they'll actually be still okay. Ryan B says, no Kobe Lewis on the cut yet. Yeah, not yet. Kind of odd to see. I don't know if the thinking maybe here of keeping Lewis because he could be the one big back on your roster, your short yardage back. I know we think of Charbonnet as kind of a power back, but he's not as much really that, and he didn't have as much success on 3rd and 4th and short type situations last year, did Charbonnet, or 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2s. So maybe they look at Lewis as being more of the only hammer they would have on the roster at the running back position, because it's true, we haven't heard from Lewis being cut yet. 6 hour, Bobby Wagner is going to be good for Washington. I think he will be good. I've yet to see Bobby bad, and he's going to a coach who's going to know how to use him in Dan Quinn. King says, apparently Jalen Sundell made the team. Very interesting. Wonder if that means Williams won't be ready for week 1 or Oluwatimi has been released. Well, I don't think it means Oluwatimi's been released. I do think it does mean potentially the Williams thing you're mentioning. And I also think they like Sundell and his versatility and how he's played. And it's a little bit of let's have the 3 centers on the roster. Let's keep an extra offensive lineman more than we would have normally, just to make sure that we've got reinforcements in the rank if Williams has something go on with this knee, because he is coming off such a major knee injury. Zorn76 says, wow, Eskridge. Yes, sir. Greg says, DT weighed 267 coming out of college and dropped to 250 when the Hawks changed defense. His scouting report says he needs to add strength, so him dropping weight didn't help. He was drafted as a 4-3 player. Man, I don't know if I can quite... Yeah, I guess he did weigh 267 at the combine, but man, yeah, he lost a lot of weight from that combine number, Greg. Because I would argue if you put him on the scale right now, I bet he's even right around the 240 mark as it stands right now. King says, I think odds are that Oluwatimi will be released, Brandon. If Seattle wasn't confident in Williams playing week 1, then they wouldn't have traded Nick Harris. It's possibly. It could be the case, I think that Oluwatimi hasn't won the coaching staff, to your point, over necessarily and thinking he's a long-term answer in any way right now. Young Guns, I thought Hololani looked damn good in the Browns game. Bummed he has to go. Shocked me out on that one too. 3 shockers for me are the Radigan, Hololani, and Sharif. And I thought Hololani was going to lock into that 4th running back role. I think Young Guns, I'm wondering if maybe, and Kobe Lewis is going to inform us a little bit on this, if maybe they're just going to run with 3 running backs. We'll see on that. Alec, Dan Geiker, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Alex. I really appreciate you for doing that. Pepper Vassar, thank you as well for subscribing up to the channel. You guys are really appreciated. Trying to get up over that 20,000 mark this year, so you're helping me get there by subbing up. I really, really do appreciate that. Please, folks, do join Isaac and Pepper and Alex, if I can say your name right. Sorry about that, Alex. Alex and Pepper, and sub on up today. Trying to get up over 20,000 this year. You can help us get there right now. Also hit that like button if you could for me. I would really appreciate it. Isaac, thank you for the $12 donation. I appreciate you. Very kind as ever on that front of things, Isaac. And a longtime supporter of the channel. I salute you, sir. This is facts. Preach, Hawks Nest. That experience pisses me off so much and has really stuck in my craw. And I needed that response. Thank you. I'm in the same place of frustration as you, having gone to that stadium a couple of times and seen the same thing. When it's not just a one-off and you're seeing it multiple times over, and you do the little 360 panorama look around you and you're seeing people standing on their hands and not saying anything and quiet as a mouse, and your defense is on the field needing everything they can get from the crowd. You shake your head. You shake your head at it. And you paid your ticket. You have the right to enjoy the sport. You have the right to enjoy the sport, but I have the right to call you out on it. I have the right to call you out on, this is not what your parents would have done. This is not what your grandparents would have done. Maybe we're just at that point where that doesn't matter, but to me, it should matter. This is such a great tradition we have here in Seattle. This is such a great, unique thing we have to us here. Why let that die? Why let that rot on the vine just for no reason? For 3 hours, you can go in there and you can scream your lungs out. 3 hours, you can go in there and you can lose your voice. It's a badge of honor. A badge of courage. It's a badge of fandom. But thank you, Isaac, for the $12 donation. And I hope we see an improvement this year. Maybe it can start to shift this year. Maybe we'll see a little more reinvigoration in the stadium. And it'd be a welcome sight from my perspective and yours, that's for sure. Thank you, man. I appreciate that donation. Kazra, thank you for the $2 donation. DK over under 1,300 yards. What's your prediction? I'll take the over, Kazra. I sure do like more of my underdog fantasy pick with DK right now, where they've got him right about 900 yards, and you get to take the over on that. You're like, I feel good about that one. I am, though, going to stick to my guns on this. I'm predicting a 1,400-yard season from DK Metcalf. I think he's going to be a focal point of this offense. I think he's going to average 10 targets a game or somewhere around that place. And I think that if you can have him averaging 10 targets a game in this offense, which is going to have some manufactured touches in there for him, which is going to use him in motion, which is going to use him out of the slot, I think there's a good reason to believe that he can get up into that 1,400-yard mark. I really do. So I would put him up at that stage of things. And I feel pretty confidently in, if he can stay healthy, in him getting to that mark. Because I just think this offense fits him so well and it's going to utilize him so much better. And if he was not necessarily utilized great in the old offense and kind of put into a little bit of a corner in how they used him, yet still got to 1,000 yards on a yearly basis operating within that, how can there not be another 300 or 400 yards in this new offense with how they will use him with that? And so I am doing a little bit of math on this one, Cosner, but I'm going to go over on the 1,300 yards. Gordon Newfield, you answered my call. I really appreciate you doing that. Thank you so very much for subscribing up to the channel. Folks, do please join. Gordon, Pepper, Alex, got herself a little sub train going. Get subbed up here to the channel. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Gordon. ATM with a $10 donation. ATM, thank you for that $10 donation. You guys are kind as ever here on the channel. Amazing in your support. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. Thank you so much. ATM says, I remember being 13 years old in 2007 and screaming my lungs out for the snowy Monday night game. My first ever experience, and will continue to shout when defense is out. The fans encouraged it. That's where it's been at. This is the shock to me of in the last 10 years and going in that stadium and seeing it so different. I was there in the Kingdome in the heart of the mid-'80s. I was there, and people sometimes go, well, we haven't been as good. We weren't good in the 80s necessarily. We had some good years. We had some bad years. But when you walked in that stadium, they were loud. And this carried over, by the way, folks. This isn't just a Seahawks thing for the younger fans and hear me and go, what is he even talking about this? You could go into Key Arena with the Sonics. When the Mariners were great in 2001. When the Mariners were good in 95 in the Kingdome. Well, pick your sport. Well, Huskies in Husky Stadium when it's going good. Everyone knew what time it is when you win that stadium. Everyone knew you're punching in. You're part of this process. Think about what a beautiful thing this is that you're not just merely an observer. You're not just someone just watching, but you get to participate. You get to impact that game. You get to be the first fans in history to actually impact a football game. They invented a flag in the late 80s. They invented a flag for being too loud. You in Seattle were too loud. The quarterbacks complained about it so much that the NFL created a rule that if they were too loud and the quarterback bitched to the officials too much, the officials would throw a flag, look at the stadium, and say, if you continue to be this loud, we're going to have to throw another 5-yard flag on you. And they only got louder. They only got louder. That is our spirit. That is what we come from. That is the lineage. That is what is uniquely Seattle. Don't allow that to be lost. Don't walk in that stadium and forget about that. Honor the tradition. It's part of what makes us unique here. But I am glad to hear you're on board with that. I know that there are many who still do continue it. It's just for this stadium to be at its maximum impact, we need all throats blowing loud. And don't take that dirty. I know somebody's going to take that dirty. When you, everybody, as loud as you can be. Because the louder it is, the more impact it has. The louder it is, the more you potentially can create an earthquake in the stadium as they did once. Let's get there again. Let's do it again. But you can talk to a person like ATM or Isaac or folks like myself that's been back there since the 80s, and there's this notable change. There's this notable left turn that's been taken at Albuquerque. Let's get our ass back to Santa Fe. That's all I'm saying. ATM, thank you for that $10 donations. Thank you for doing your part in that stadium. And let's recapture this. Let's get this back. Because we can help our defense dominate with it. We can help our team win games with it. One of the first videos I did on this channel was the day the 12th man won the game. The day Eli Manning and that New York Giants team could not hear the snap count. What do we have? 12 false start penalties that day, I believe. 12. So loud the kicker couldn't even make the kick at the end. You could just see him shaking. That's who we are. That's what we're about here in Seattle. No other fan base can make those kind of claims to it. No other fan base can point to this. Now, I'm not talking just football. I'm talking basketball, baseball. Take your pick. No one gets to have this kind of thing they can pull with them. So let's not lose it. Let's not pull this tow hitch off and then just driving off, let it slide back down off the cliff into the valley. We don't need that anymore. No. M. Cole, thank you for subscribing to the channel. M. Cole, I appreciate you for answering that call as well. Very, very kind of you. Pepper Vassar, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate you for that, Pepper. Subscribing and a dono on top of it. The double dip, man. Thank you so much. Back in the 80s and 90s, there was a ton of other teams' uniforms around here, and now we have them everywhere. Very proud seeing this now. Let's keep up this trend, please. It's a Seahawks town. I think that there's no doubt about that. It's, as you say, in the 80s and 90s, you started to kind of take that over in that way as we started out basketball, a little baseball, but football really rose to the prominence. And it did at that point, kind of in that 80s spot. And we had a little bit of that down period in the 90s, getting to the new stadium. But this is who carries this city right now. And with the Mariners doing all they can to try to basically shoo their fans away in some of their processes, we got to value what we got, especially when we lost our Sonics team and this is all we got. So let's, cherish it and then cherish it, do all we can to help this team out if we are in a position to do so. We can't always do something about it, but if you are on game day Sundays in that stadium, you're in a position to affect the game, to affect the outcome of the game, even if in just a small way. And they say the game of football is about inches. It's a game of inches, deciding who wins and who loses. So can it be also a bit of a game about decibels at times too? And how loud you can be on a certain snap to not loud? Oh, that one call that quarterback couldn't get in because we were just too loud. That one play that got mucked up because of the fans. That one false start penalty that was just one false start penalty too many. You can have that effect on the game in that way. We can have that effect on that game in that way. And it is great. I will say too, Pepper, it's been one of the great things to be able to watch at times is the way this community does when this team gets to a winning state. And it's not just a fair weather city. The Mariners are proof of that. They haven't basically won but once in 20 years, and even that's just getting into the playoffs, and yet the fans still pack the stadium. So don't give me any fair weather crap. We're not that. But to watch them when you do get up to that Super Bowl runs and those type of things, 05 and 12 and 13, and to see how the whole city and the whole area and the whole state in many ways is overtaken by it. that everyone is caught up and swept up in that kind of fever. And it's the beautiful part of community where there is in this day and age so much divisiveness between us all. But it's those one moments. It's the beautiful thing I love about sports is that it does bring everyone together from all backgrounds and places and elements. And you're the brotherhood, the sisterhood on that. And it's part of what I love about sports. Really do love about sports, Pepper. Let's keep that trend. Only Seahawks uniforms. Let's keep the trend of a lot less of those. Oh, I sold my tickets to a Chief fan. Oh, I sold my tickets to a Dolphins fan. I could get a $50 profit, so I did. No. We don't do that here. Where's my meme? We don't do that here. My Wakanda meme. Thank you, though, Pepper. I appreciate you subbing up in the $10 donation. Very, very kind of you. Gasra with another $2 dono. Says they had Geno at 3,499 yards. Hit that over so fast. Oh, I've got a couple I've put on my Underdog parlays I put together with Geno in there because of that. I mean, to me, that was just an easy one, too. 3,400 yards, get out of here. It's really just about health. If he could play 15, 16 games, he's going over 3,500 yards all day. All day long. And I take that over. It's like the 7.5 wins on the Seahawks. Like, I'm taking that over all day. Is there a way this team could win 7 wins this year? Yeah, and be better, but lots got to go wrong to get to that place. Just a few things I think got to go right for them to get up over 8 wins. Yeah. Agreed, Kazra. Agreed. Thank you so much, you guys, for all the donos and support to this channel. You guys allow me to do what I'm doing here on a Tuesday afternoon rather than being at a cubicle job or something like that, and I thank you for that. Dune Moose, I want to crush Denver because how Sean Payton treated Russell Wilson. I didn't like who Russell became as his test progressed in Seattle, but I still appreciate the one Super Bowl he won. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the way the Paytons approached the Russell Wilson situation either, because I think that he was disingenuous from the start in regards to Russell Wilson. And I think that there was an intention from the start to cut away from Russ. And so then there was a lot of theatrics and heavy-handedness to try to sort of sell the public on the fact that he had to do it. And I think that's, he, kind of took the dirty approach way to make sure that he came out as unsullied as possible being Peyton. I don't know that he did, but didn't make me appeal to Sean necessarily the way that he went about that in his approach. Chris is, and that's why I have an air conditioner in my bedroom. I got one here, but I just like to have the window open during the days for the fresh air coming through. It does warm things up a little bit, though. Matthew says, I didn't realize you were in San Diego. I'm behind the times. I did. I moved down here. I'm kind of loving it down here, too. Not going to lie. It's kind of nice. 6 Hour Charles Cross. Great pick for us, man. Winds blowing 35 miles an hour in the Pacific Northwest. Oh, geez. I don't miss that. Zorn76 says, I understand if somebody disagrees with you, the cattle call mentality or how many likes you get, but don't be surprised if DK is dealt. There's a decision to be made after this year, Zorn. It's not going to happen, I don't think, now. But after this season, John may come to a decision that he has to make with DK. DK is going to make $33 million per year after this season on a new deal. John may not want to pay that high of a price. And so, it's... I'm a very big supporter of DK on this, but I understand the way that this could go as well down the line of it. My thing with it has been with this Zorn is just I don't understand some of the constant criticism I see heaped on DK by folks at times. That's the thing I don't get. Is he a perfect player? No. Is there some things that could be better? Yeah. But are we asking for him to become the perfect player? It always seems a little bit of a vision of him reaching to the Calvin Johnson place of things. And if he's just short of that, then somehow he's not worth it or he's not a game-changing receiver. I'm not saying you're making this argument, by the way, Zorn. I'm just saying in general what I hear in my chat oftentimes from some of the folks that are anti-DK or don't want him as part of the long term or feel that he's really limited or that he's not worth the money. Pick whatever you want as far as, the insert there. So I'm not necessarily saying there's no chance he couldn't be dealt. I do think there is a pretty tough argument to refute to say that DK has not been used or has been used in a very uncreative fashion throughout his career. No slot usage, no motion usage, just on the outside as an X, down after down, putting him in prime position to get doubled up. But as I say, the thing that surprises me most with all of this when it comes down to folks that are anti-DK or talk about DK's limitations, and the part that I've yet to hear really a refuting on from people, and again, I'm not saying you're on this, Zorn, I'm just saying in general to what I hear oftentimes in my chat, and that is that I hear back that he's not that good or overrated or not worth this or not worth that. And if that's the case, why is he right on the edge of being a top 5 doubled wide receiver in this sport every single year? What is it that defensive coordinators don't know that fan that's telling me that he's overrated do know? And that's kind of, to me, the place that should sort of end a little bit of this DK debate about whether or not he's quality or not, or whether or not he's a good receiver or not. Because if defensive coordinators are doubling you at damn near a top 5 rate in the sport, and one year he was a top 2 double-teamed receiver in this sport, then that means you're a problem. Then that means you're an issue. That means you're good. They don't double guys that are limited or have huge holes in their game. You get by with single coverage on that kind of guy. So DK's a divisive topic of discussion at times, Zorn, on this one. Because the people that are out on DK are as out on DK as far as you can get. It's like the people that get out on Geno Smith. You can't convince him. You can't bring him into the fold. There is no chance, no way, no how. And so I acknowledge, there's a chance he can definitely be traded after this year. You've got some tough decisions to make after this season. You're $25 million of dead money over the books as we stand right now. You're going to have to make some choices. Do you have $33 million in there a year, $32 million a year in there to sign DK to a new deal? We'll see on that. But I think it is I don't think it's a simple conversation as much as just this or that, real quick or easy. It's one you got to get into kind of the depths on and really look at as a player. But I also just do go back to, I don't quite understand all the time of how I find myself in a position of defending a guy who was step for step right there with Calvin Johnson through his first 5 years. A Calvin Johnson that put those statistics up with Stat Padford on teams that were behind in a lot of those games and throwing all over the field a million times. And yet he's step for step with them after 5 years. And yet I feel like I find myself almost on a given every single stream at one point or another having to try to talk a fan into him. And that's the part that surprises me is I've never had in my life to work so hard to explain to players really good, who's a guy we want to keep and keep as part of the fold, who's a benefit to this team, that's going to help us win games, who's helped us win games, who's the type of player that teams have to prepare for all week long leading up to the game. He's that kind of problem. But I get it on this one too. People's opinion kind of is where it is on this one with DK to a degree. Tuck says getting shushed at a Hawks game on D is insane. I haven't gotten fully shushed, but I've gotten some of the similar stuff. I mean, like where I've started to scream and you start getting looks, or you're next to somebody in the thing, you're like, man, why aren't you screaming? Why aren't you yelling? And they'll just look at you, they won't even respond. They just look at you like you're Dawn of the Dead or something. You go, why are you in here? Why are you even here? Gerald Tech Show, hopefully DK will have a great season. He just needs to calm his ego. Certainly, less penalties would be nice. That's part of that less than perfect side I'd offer to it. That's definitely a part there that is something that can be improved, is less of the penalty side of it. Empower Code, Drake Thomas has made the roster. Wow, what a shocker. I did not see Drake showing up at all in preseason in this way. So, wow. That one, maybe he's just a great special teamer. Zorn says it's fine to disagree. It's just that people these days have a Tampax meltdown if you disagree with them. I get you on that. It's where I oftentimes, Zorn, in here I've pushed and said oftentimes why I reinforce it every single show and saying, disagreement's going to happen. I'm not looking for ever this place to be an echo chamber, and that there is open to there's certainly going to be opening to disagreement here, and that we can keep it respectful. And it seems like we have been able to keep it respectful today in the chat in that way. So I understand where you're coming from on it. Ryan B., have you ever checked out Drennan Davis and his Talking Cats? I haven't. No. Drennan Davis. I'll try to remember that. Check it out. Mike Jarrell made it. It says, Sea Lord of Bravos. There we go. Matthew says, doing things just and only because his tradition is stupid. I would argue that it's context. Yeah, you don't. This is again a little bit of the day and age where it's like, we just do every tradition. Is there somebody near like, I guess I was building within that it's nothing but a good thing. And that there are traditions that are bad or traditions that, can offend people or be problematic for people. But there's also traditions that are kind of nothing but good. And that it's really no part in saying kind of no or not wanting to participate in it. And with this, there's no forcing. Nobody forces you to buy a ticket into the stadium. Nobody picks you up and sets your butt in the seat. You've chosen to go there and participate and be part of this process, and then you walk in the stadium and suddenly decide, no, I'm not going to be part of the process. I think that's where I don't kind of get the point on that, Matthew. I don't think you just always follow traditions only, but I also think on this one, I don't understand the pushback on this when it comes to this one. This will be one where I'm going, no. This is one where you continue to do what your parents and grandparents did before you. There's no negative to it. There's no bad to it. Nobody's being repressed or oppressed by people being loud in that stadium. You're helping your home team out. You're helping your local team out. I can't buy into there's some, well, you got to look at every tradition as a new generation and fully analyze whether or not it's bringing all of the potential added benefits to you or not. Weigh it in all of its metrics and whether or not you feel like it, and then come to your own personal decision. No. Yep. I can't go there on that one with this one. I can do that with some stuff. Some stuff you can get me on with that, but not this one. Sea Lord of Bravos, Bob Condotta just posted the whole roster. Let me get over here and get Bob Condotta up here. Here we go. Here we go. I will have this up for you guys in just a second here. All right. I'm going to have to do the thing. Just getting you guys this roster here. You guys can see. Okay. So, let's make this big so you guys can see it. So your active roster offensively wise, we have quarterback Sam Howell and I got Cosra. I'll get your donut in just 1 second here. Actually, let me get the donut real quick here. Cosra, thank you for the $5. I'm sorry, a little late on the acknowledgement on that. I got lost on a rant. I live in California, but flying out to see my first game at Lumen this year. Can't wait to continue the tradition for Seahawks football. Well, I love to hear it, Cosra, and I think by and large, the majority of the stadium walks in there and understands what time of day it is. They understand what they're in there to do. It is just that smaller contingent that's kind of grown in recent years, I think, in there. And let's stem that off. Let's turn this tide. Let's get this reinforced back. Let's help this team out. Because when we do so, it can have that impact. You can have games like that 2005 against the Giants, where you basically won that game. You remove out half of those false starts, a game that I believe went into overtime. You remove out a couple of those false starts, you don't win that game. And they were on the back of that loud audience, that loud crowd in that stadium, Cosra. But thank you for all your donations. I'm glad to hear you're going to keep up that tradition. And hopefully you're getting a chance to go see a great game this year. There's some good ones at home. So maybe getting one of those, the Dolphins-Bills game or one of those, that'd be great to go check out one of those ones. But thank you for all your support to the channel. Long-time support to the channel as well, Kazra. And it's good to hear you getting able to get out. Nick has been celebrating as a Hawks Nest member for 6 months. Thank you for that. I really do appreciate you for that, Nick. 3rd season tuning into the Hawks Nest. Keep crushing it, Brando. On another note, the unbalanced time of possession is a thing of the past. Something that's going to definitely help and impact out 3 of the guys on offense that I think are really going to take off this year, Geno Smith, DK Metcalf, and Kenneth Walker, is going to be the fact that you're going to get more of the offense on the football field. They were the 8th most efficient offense in the National Football League last year, while your defense spent the most snaps on the football field of any defense out there, I believe, or one of the most. So what you have with that is you have a defense playing a collective extra game and a half on the field, a game and a half where they're removing those snaps then from the offense. 8th most efficient offense in football last year, missing a game and a half basically collectively by the end of the season in the number of total snaps they had on that team. So what happens when you add that season and a half extra of snaps back onto the offense? Do those guys' production level raise with it? I do believe that it will be the case there, to your point on that, Nick. And thank you. Appreciate the kind words. And thank you for making this 3rd year in a row here. You'll be hanging out at the Hawks Nest. Appreciate you. Snail, thank you for the $5 donation as well. The people who want to get rid of DK are the same people who are quiet at the clink. JS should make sure DK retires as Seahawk. I would certainly love to see it at this point. I understand that there is the people that have their issues with DK on a couple of things. Doesn't high point the ball. Don't like the attitude. That type of thing. But for me, those are such small things when you consider the big picture with DK and that he is such a dominant player. He is a guy that will play through injury. He has missed 1 game in 5 years. Every single week he shows up and he plays hard. He plays hard both when you're throwing him the ball or when he's blocking. And maybe he does a little bit too much in that blocking and he goes a little bit too overboard, but I'd much rather be having to pull a guy back than having to tell him to get after it. And that is the case there with DK. And so I go to the big picture items that I get caught up with this. I look at the best start for a receiver in Seahawks history. And we've got this man over my right shoulder, Steve Largent, on the books. Better than Largent's start to his career in 5 years. Not even being utilized right with a heavy amount of double teams. Yeah. I would like to see him retire. I'd love to see him retire as a Seahawk. I'd love to see him get that Tyler Lockett, Steve Largent, Doug Baldwin kind of treatment. Because he's been that good. And I think he's going to remain good for a good many years still here to come. But thank you, Snail. I appreciate the $5 donation. It's good to see you in the house tonight too, brother. Sorry about Devin Richardson. I know we got to pour a little liquor out for Devin Richardson for you there, man. Long live the king. Thank you for the $2 donation. If the 49ers get Holani, I'd be pissed. Elijah Mitchell is now on the IR. Ooh. That's tough for the Niners. I know that they did draft, I think one guy there for sure that they've got pretty well set. So, you've got McCaffrey, you've got the guy they like to try to compare to Marshawn all the time. I'm forgetting his name, but he'd be their number 2 back. I don't know if they're keeping Schrader or not. I didn't see him on the list of cuts there for the Niners. But then you have Garendo, who's going to make it. That would be their 4th. So I guess they'd have to cut Cody Schrader for Hololani if that's the way they wanted to go with it. And I would say Hololani's not exactly the type of guy they would typically go for at the running back position there with the Niners. They will look for, if you're that small, they want you fast. I don't know if Hololani's going to have enough speed in that realm for them. Or they like to have a little more size, I think, on their back than that if you don't have the speed. But it's possible at this point he gets plucked, to your point on that, King, because he showed off really well this preseason, and you're looking like maybe you're going to try to get away with 3 running backs here as the final roster is shown here over my shoulder. So you've got quarterbacks, no shocker here, House, Geno Smith. We know the 3 running backs. It is only 3 running backs right now in the final roster as it's set here. The wide receivers, Jake Bobo, Lockett, Metcalf, Laviska Shenault, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and then Derek Young for many of you would be the big surprise here. Not a surprise for me. I was telling you guys this is where it was going to probably go with Derek because of the multifaceted skill set that he does bring to the table at the position. Tight ends, we're going 4 deep at the tight end position. A.J. Barner, Pharaoh Brown, Noah Fant, Brady Russell. Probably a bit, I would guess we're not going to end up going with 4 tight ends throughout the whole course of the season. That a big part of this is probably be driven a little bit by Noah Fant's recent injury, and then Pharaoh Brown still trying to get over that foot injury that he sustained. So that's probably a bit of what's impacting this just to a degree. On the offensive line, Anthony Bradford, Charles Cross, George Fant, Stone Forsythe, Christian Haynes, Michael Jarrell, and Sa'atoa Lumea both make it. So both of the offensive line picks in this last draft make the team. Olu Oluwatimi, Jalen Sundell, who's probably outside of D. Williams, maybe your biggest surprise to have made the roster here in Sundell. Laken Tomlinson, and then Connor Williams on the roster as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So indeed, I had wondered if this was going to happen, and this is what's happened. You've got the Hawks holding on to 11 offensive linemen. In prior years, you might have seen them only have 9. So they're going up to that 11. And we were speaking about this earlier on the show today, where John Schneider about a year and a half ago was talking about how he was seeing this recent trend of some NFL teams out there where they were holding the extra roster spots for offensive linemen. They would go lighter here and they'd go lighter here because they could tuck these guys into the practice squad, but they knew they weren't going to be able to tuck the offensive linemen onto the practice squad. So they just kept them on the active roster to keep them in their midst. John seems to be doing something a little bit similarly here when you look at this offensive line and how many linemen you're keeping right now as we enter into this season so far. So kind of interesting, a few different things there. I, again, don't think the 4 tight ends are going to hold for long term. It's probably a short situation, and maybe that's what they're going to do is go 4 tight ends for now and then come back and put Holani back on the active roster once the injury situations with the tight end settle out, perhaps just a little bit. Let's look at the defense, shall we? And see where they're at with this. Our linebackers, Jerome Baker, Tyrell Dodson, Trevis Gibson, Derek Hall, Draymond Jones, Tyrese Knight, Boye Mafe Uchenna Nwosu, and the shocker, Drake Thomas. Did not see Drake coming. I didn't see a lot of him in this preseason, quite frankly. So I don't know if they were trying to stash him or hide him or what was going on there, but I didn't see a lot of him. Myles Adams. How about Myles Adams making the roster? He's worked his butt off here for a couple of years. I mean, he's been in the mix, a guy that I like actually quite a bit. Just didn't quite fully take that final step forward I thought he might take forward, but still a fun player, still helpful on the inside down there. Jonathan Hankins, Mike Morris. Grid on Mike Morris make the roster. He earned that, no doubt. Byron Murphy, Jaron Reed, and Leonard Williams. So really only the surprise there being Myles Adams maybe a little bit. Safeties, you're going to carry 4 of them. Kobe Bryant, Rayshawn Jenkins, Julian Love, and Kayvon Wallace. Let me say it right. Kayvon Wallace. Quarterbacks, not a lot of cornerbacks on this roster, only carrying the 5. So Trey Brown, Nehemiah Pritchett, D. Williams, Devin Witherspoon, and Reek Woolen. So surprising final roster. Surprising final roster here. No Marquise Blair on it. Maybe they'll try to get him back on the practice squad with that. Not carrying the extra corner. Only going 5 there. Myles Adams kind of carrying the extra defensive lineman. Interesting. Not what I would have necessarily predicted, but interesting. And Michael Barrett got cut. There we go. There's the shocker right there as Michael Barrett got cut. He's not on your final roster. So Drake Thomas wins out over Michael Barrett. I don't know. Six-hour players said they were scared to play in the Superdome. Just imagine if a stadium got louder like it used to be. Oh, yeah. Zorn says, I went to my first game in 98 and stadium opener in 02, and today's fans suck comparatively with the crowd noise. It's unfortunate, but it is what I've seen too, Zorn. And I don't like it. I wish I didn't have to mention it. I don't like mentioning it. The only reason I do mention it is to make it maybe a little bit more of a point of emphasis for fans going to that stadium. And I just don't want to see this tradition die out. And it will eventually die out if this continues as that trend. It will just be a normal stadium like every other one in the league. Nothing really is a differentiator anymore. I don't want to see that happen. Greg says, I'll never understand how people who say DK needs to put up bigger numbers never complain that Tyler has led the team in targets 4 of the 5 years. DK's been on the team. to get numbers, you need targets. You do, but that's a little bit of why I also point to that double team right there, Greg, with him. Because one thing that a quarterback is going to be instructed by post-snap is if I've got bracket coverage coming to one receiver and I've got one-on-one to the other side, and it's kind of hard to double both receivers at the same time. So if I've got that as a general read as a quarterback, could I not then logically deduce that the other receiver, if I see that over the course of a season, if I see that as a traditional look, and look that happens often, that then the guy getting single coverage is then going to get more targets. Or at the very least, the guy getting the double teams is going to get less targets than from that. And I would argue by the way that you train quarterbacks that their progression read is going to pull them off that double team rather than, let's say, Greg, having them, let me try to squeeze it between that bracket coverage. Let me try to squeeze it into that double team. And so that's going to pull down then that number of targets. And I don't think you'd make the argument, Greg, that Tyler's been doubled at the same rate that DK has. And maybe I'm making it too simplified on it, but that's my outlook on it a little bit, is just that him getting targeted is going to be maximally impacted if he's getting double teamed at one of the highest rates in the NFL. It would seem pretty straightforward on that from my side of it with it. Especially understanding, Greg, you're never putting DK in motion prior to the snap, and you're not utilizing DK at all in any other place but as an X receiver on the line of scrimmage. Meaning every single time he's the guy on the line of scrimmage with press coverage in his face, he's got to get first past the press coverage. He's got to get past the mauling. He's got to get past the hack-a-shack rules. Then he's got to get into the double coverage of the bracket coverage on the backside of it versus those other receivers that are creatively utilized and freed up in their targets and how they're utilized, which I don't think even you would argue that that's been, missing here from the scheme recently. And you would have traded Michael Barrett. By the way, on this one, they're trading Michael Barrett because I'm sure that the trade was contingent upon Michael Barrett making the roster. And that if he didn't make the roster, then there would be no draft pick compensation. I'm going to guess on that. That boy, Nwosu's not on the IR. Let's go. Let's go. Nwosu's on the roster. Good news. Real good news. Garth wants Ritter. I'm not against Ritter. He's probably better than Walker. Orchie says, B, don't even get me started on this new generation of fans. I bet if they had a certain VP on the big screen yelling, join eating Doritos, the new gen would leap out of their seats and rejoice. I think they can recapture it. I just think they got to understand. And they came to be at times as fans, right? As long as we're going to Super Bowls and kind of we're all fat and happy at times on that. And just got to get back to our hungry state of things a little bit. That underdog mentality that used to permeate a little bit of our culture here a bit. McClendon Curtis was a surprise cut for me, Misfit. That's another one where I was like, wow. It kind of did him a little bit tough. Todd says, I see that Drake Thomas not only was retained on the team as a linebacker, but also had the blue dot in the Browns game. He really pursues the run and finds the right gaps to get the ball carrier. I got to go back and watch a little bit of him, Todd. I didn't concentrate too much on him, but I hadn't seen him jump out a lot in the preseason, but he won it. He won it. T-Lord says, Lemay is a surprise to me, but I heard Scott Huff really likes him. Kind of surprised to me, too. Thought he was going to be moved to guard. They've kept him more at tackle in the preseason, but definitely they like something there with him if they're keeping him over some of these other guys. And Kobe Lewis isn't on the 15 Hawk. Yep. Sounds like they're going with just 3 running backs. Destroconot says, yeah, not seeing Barrett on the 53, they tweeted. That's so weird. I mean, if he ain't great, fine, but Mike Jackson was a better than passable nickel, so I don't know. Oh, that's right, we traded him for Jackson. I forgot that wasn't a trade on a pick. Yeah, I think they were going to cut Jackson, I think, when it was all said and done there, if they didn't get a trade for him on that. But it is weird. It is a little weird. Pepper. Sad we lost Bobby. He played with us so long. I agree with Sherman. He should have had a choice because he wasn't looking for money. Agreed. It's brutal that you did it, Pepper. I especially because I thought he played pretty well last year, even with us not using him in the same role that the Rams used him in the prior year there in LA, which is keeping him more around the line of scrimmage, less of the coverage stuff. But yeah, they wanted to go with their fits, and linebacker is very important to this defense and the skill set you bring and all the things that you need to be able to do. And McDonald just didn't have the faith that he could do that. But you're right. I would have loved to have seen Bobby retire as a Seahawk, especially after you let him go once already. Hand Grenade says DJ Dallas and CJ Procise made the Arizona roster. Oh, jeez. DP, biggest shocker, Artie Burns cut. He was running with the first team all throughout training camp. I don't get it. I think he had an injury that was pretty serious there in that last preseason game filler. Aaron Hamilton, not to dictate how he streams or anything, but is the delay usually this long? So I'm sorry for new people that are new to the chat on this, and we've got over 500 people in the chat today, so there's way more than even we outside of game day than we might normally have in here. I'm kind of bad about this. I love interacting with my chat, and I tend to react a lot to my chat. That tends to put me a little bit behind the chat. I'll try to catch up a little bit here because we have so many people in here. So if I miss your question, just let me know on that. Greg says Justin Jefferson had 19 less targets than DK last year, and he missed like 7 games. The top 10 wide receivers in receiving yards last year all had more targets than DK last year, except for 2, I think. JSN ain't DK. Justin Jefferson had 19 targets. That's that thing, though, I talk about, Greg, where you're talking about 2 guys in completely different ways that they're utilized. Justin Jefferson is going to work predominantly out of the slot. Justin Jefferson is going to be moved all over the place with the motion-based stuff. That's why if we just go to simplified targets and we just go to just that as like, this is what we'll use to make a judgment of that, it doesn't tell really the whole story of the situation there with DK, especially when you take into account the fact of the double teams. It's harder to double team slot guys than it is to double team an X receiver on the outside that can be easily bracketed up by a safety over the top. Especially when you think about traditionally, you have your strong side of the formation tends to be your right side. Teams are going to throw to the right more often than not. They're going to have the strong side of the formation allotted to the right side more often than not, which means you're going to tend to have the free safety over the top, the better cover safety corner over the top to DK's side. So he's got the X, he's got to get through the X, he's got the free safety that's going to be a good cover free safety over the top. He's got to get through both of them to get to that target. And that's why I say if you make the comparison to a DK to an Amon St. Brown or to a Justin Jefferson or to a Cooper Kupp, they're sort of playing 2 different positions, much like JSN. Like JSN can't do what DK does on the outside. He's got to work from a majority standpoint on the inside. They have it's 2 whole different skill sets in what you're bringing to a degree, but it's much easier to operate from the inside and to find openings and holes in the zone. You have 2-way go routes. You don't have the sideline where defenders can press you to the sideline and remove your space, especially if the quarterback doesn't throw an accurate throw, to you. As on DK's a lot of throws last year, Greg. I mean, I can run you back and we can go through about 30 throws I can show you last year to DK where he's got no chance on the ball, where it's thrown 10 feet over his head and you're going, what is he supposed to do on that? That's technically a target to him. Somebody that would look at DK would go, well, look, that's evidence of the fact that his target rate is bop. But yeah, I don't know. I think on the DK thing too, we're all dug in our various ways of where we're at with it. Those are there for him or against him or, on the side of it. I appreciate where you're coming from, Zorn, and I don't mind ever having different points of view here in the chat. I don't think the chat does either on it. They might push back on you, but I don't think anybody minds it. And I do get a little bit behind, Aaron. Sorry, man. I'll try to catch up a little bit more to the bottom of the chat on this. Jose says 11 offensive linemen, 5 corners. I don't get it. Shake my head. I think there's just a valued offensive lineman at this point, especially guys that you feel can be potentially developmental guys. And I think he wants, if he's got a couple guys he thinks might be able to develop in the long term, he trusts more of his ability to find corners on the fly than he does maybe to find offensive linemen. Joshua, photographs. Do practice squad players have the choice to stay with the Seahawks? Are they claimed by other teams or have the option to sign? If they're claimed by other teams, I think they have the option. They're claimed by teams. I think they have the option to sign. I think they can technically stay with the practice squad if they wanted to, though players don't ever make that choice. They'll go to the team if there's an active roster spot for them to go to. Could they go to a different practice squad? Also, I think a little bit within your question there, Joshua. Yes, you could. Once you're released, you're free to go anywhere at that point. You don't have to be, if you're released, to go to necessarily to an active roster spot. You sign to the practice squad. You agree to go to the practice squad. You're not forced to go to the practice squad. So if you were maybe a player that played in the South in college and you want to go back to the South, you don't want to be in Seattle and they want you on the practice squad, but Carolina's willing to have you in the practice squad too, you can go down to Carolina on that at that point. You're a street free agent. You're allowed to pick your destination. But I will say more often than not at that point, then Joshua, if the initial team that had you on the roster cuts you, you'll tend to stay on the practice squad with them because you don't want to start from scratch at a different place. There's much more of a chance you get cut quicker at the second destination, even off that practice squad. So it's it can play out in a variety of ways, but it tends to play out like kind of that on it. Haley says this really interesting takeaway is how much more priority JSN has put, or John Schneider has put on the defensive line or offensive line than Pete Carroll did. Really telling. I agree. You can see much more of a point of emphasis on this, not only in the resources that have been dedicated to it throughout this offseason, but also in just the final tally of total roster spots taken up to it. Haley, yeah. Would seem to be a bit of a sea change shift. Reek says, hopefully the Russ fans have filtered out and the Seahawks fans will fill the stadium again. Hopefully so. Alex, how long is Draymond out for? That's going to hurt the team week 1. I don't know if he's out week 1 on this, Alex. We haven't gotten a certain timeline for him. He sustained the injury on the 27th of July. I know I was at practice on that day. So with a hamstring injury like this, they'll tend to tell you it's a 4 to 6 weeker, which would put him then right about at the 6-week phase of it by week 1, which would, to me, make me believe, Alex, that if he's not ready by week 1, then he'll be ready by week 2. Let's try, if it's getting spicy in the chat, let's try to keep the peace and I understand we'll have the disagreement. Kieran says, there are Seahawks fans that go to the games that don't leave the stadium having lost their voice. Who are you? Oh, it's there. Last 3 times I've gone to games, I've looked around and I've seen multiple sections just in the near territory to me with multiple collections of people sitting there dead silent every moment of the 60 minutes of the football game. Poncho, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Poncho, very kind of you. I think it's not as loud, the stadium, because we've had a lot more transplants over the years. Most of your local Joe and Jills have been priced out. Just my opinion. I think that this is a part of it. And with all things, there's never really just a simple, easy explanation, I think, for why things are the way they are when it comes to change like this. I think you bring up something that's a part of it, Poncho, in that you have more of the transplants, and with the transplants, you have more of the transplants buying their team's tickets when their team's playing in the stadium, and so more jerseys of other fans, more quiet stadium because of it with that. And then another part, to your point on this, Poncho, of the rising prices. This has been brought up to me before, and I do agree with it, in that you sort of price out the ruckus crowd of the old that could afford those tickets, because now to go down there, it's hundreds of dollars you're going to have to come out of pocket to get down there. And not everybody's got that in this day and age. And maybe the more of the wine and cheese crowd are not the type of crowd that wants to be loud. They feel like they paid for their ticket and they're just there to enjoy it and they want to be quiet. And again, I think there's probably something to that. Doesn't mean I like it, but it does probably mean that there's a lot of truth to it, Poncho. Pepper, thank you for the 5. Pepper, thank you for all your double donation today and subbing on up the channel. Very, very kind of you, Pepper. Hawk fans were so loud in the Kingdom. We blamed Metallica. We were. The Kingdom was a special place too, with how it was such a smallish area to a degree, and how much that noise would reverberate off of there and how loud it would get. Interesting, I did ask Chad Brown when I had a chance to interview him, Pepper, about which was the louder stadium from his perspective, because he was in both. Hell, technically, Chad was in all three. So he did Kingdom, he did Husky Stadium, and he did CenturyLink Lumen Field now. And he said Lumen was the loudest, even louder than the Kingdom. But I can attest, Kingdom's right there with it. Your ears were still ringing coming out of the Kingdom too, especially when there was something crazy going on. Potential playoff game, Mariners in the mix of things. It was hard to hear. It was hard to hear. You got to see Metallica there in Kingdom. That'd be a hell of a concert to watch there. Although I didn't get a chance to ever go to a concert in the Kingdom. I always heard there was mixed reviews, Pepper, on that with the acoustics. I mean, some people liked it. Some people were like, it doesn't sound as good in there. I never got a chance. I always was ending up at the Tacoma Dome. I went to or the Gorge. Thank you though, Pepper. Appreciate the donation. And the Kingdom, underrated fans, man. You got to give your tip of the cap to those Hawk fans. That's why I say it's ain't about a winning or losing, because that was at a time when you were losing a lot and they were still loud as hell. Loud as hell. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation, Nolan, and appreciate your double donation today too as well. All of your support as a member of the channel. It's going to be great to once again have a defense you can trust that is the screaming and the headaches are worth it. That's right. Nothing like it as you're sitting there screaming on a drive and they start out from the 20 and you're screaming, they convert the 3rd and 7. You're like, okay, get the breath back. Okay, we just got to get our breath back. Okay, we got this. And then you get back and it's a 3rd and 5. All right, 3rd and 5 from the 33-yard line. Here we go. We got this. Here we go. Okay, another conversion. All right, we got this. We're only at the 50-yard line, man. Still at the 50-yard line. Still plenty of time to get stopped. They're not even field goal range. Here we go. Okay, we got 3rd and 7. Here we go. And they convert again. Okay, so we're 41-yard line, 1st down. Got it. Okay, here we go. Whew, I'm getting kind of tired. Is this just one drive? Just one drive so far? So, yeah, I think that's the other part that will play the part here, Nolan, is the defense actually able to get off the field. The defense actually able to feel the benefit of that defense from how loud the stadium is. They come down there, they show the stacked boxes. Quarterback comes to the line of scrimmage, his eyes turn into big old saucers. He's trying to make checks and reads all up, down. No, you go over here, slide the protection this way. You go there, you drop the guys back out. He can't barely get the snap out on time. You get the stop. And that's only going to make them more energized to believe that they're having that maximum impact, which maybe then only makes them all that more louder, Nolan. And as with a lot of these things being mentioned, you guys are always on these details. I think there's something to that. And I think there will be something to it if you can get to some of those stops, and that's maybe some of what's tamping down just a little bit of the noise here recently. I think that's it's a valid thing to point out on that, Nolan. Thank you, man, for your donation and support. Superiority Lord, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Superiority Lord, please do join Mr. Superior here and subbing on up to the channel if you could. It is a big benefit here. Helps me grow, helps me get bigger. I really do appreciate it. And do hit that like button if you guys get a chance too as well on that. But thank you, Superior. You're awesome. Garth Knight, thanks for the $5 as well, man. I do appreciate you for that and all of your support too. You guys are, you donate once, you donate many times over. I thank you so very much for that. You guys allow me to do this, man. I can do this on an afternoon because of the support and these donations. So thank you so very much for that. Honestly, you'd have to pay me to go to a game versus watching at home with Brando on the call. Also, if the team is good, great. People voices will show. I think so. If you can kind of recapture a little bit of that, and maybe this is to your point that Garth, there's been a bit of a stifling of the feeling of the energy from some Seahawks fans. You know, that it's not that people have been out on the team necessarily, but there just hasn't been that real synergistic feeling throughout the Pacific Northwest that, oh, this is our year. We're here to really push this season. It's going to happen this year. There's been more of a holding pattern feeling, or we'll be good. We'll be good. We'll be good. And once you get them to the stage of thinking we could potentially be great, that's when maybe that will open the door to more of that excitement and more of feeling that on game days from the crowd a little bit more, Garth. Agreed. I think there is definitely something to all this stuff you guys are bringing up on that side of it, 100%. And I love going to the stadium. I love being in that environment. I love the pre-funk in there out at the bars and being around Hawk fans. I do. But I got to admit too, Garth, I love doing the play-by-play with you guys on Sundays. It's one of my favorite things. Never thought I'd be doing it when I started this channel out, but I absolutely love doing it. And it's hard to even think of going to a game at this point because I'd have to bail out on doing that. It's like I'd want them to have me a spot in the stadium. I could do my play-by-play from the stadium if I was in there, you know. So I thank you for watching on game days as you do, Garth. Thank you for all your donations and support. And yeah, I don't think we'll be going to a game very much anytime soon because we got ourselves pretty locked in on our Sundays here and how we're set up. But you're right. You're right. I think we will get, if they can get a little bit more into that winning role, if you can get a little bit closer to, hey, we might have a contender here, I think you'll start to get people a little bit more chomping at the bit once they get in that stadium. Miles Murphy was cut, according to Matt Lombardo, and the official Cardinals website. Wow. Kind of interesting. And that's actually the Bengals you're meaning on the Miles Murphy front of it. Huh. Wow. He was just like a second-round pick, wasn't he? Third-round pick? He'd be sort of a 3-4 defensive end, so I don't know if there'd be really a fit here for him. Ryan B says DK has had to Calvin Johnson for catches a lot in his career. He has. He's got some of those high points. You know, does he have as many as Calvin had throughout his tape peppered? Maybe not quite as much, but the bottom line on it is that the guys have been pretty close to equal on their level of production throughout the course of their career through 5 seasons. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 seasons. It's been right in alignment. I've oftentimes shown the graph. I can show it again if you guys want to see it, but you know, that's, as I said before on that too, you know, Calvin Johnson 5 years into his career with the Detroit Lions, there was no one in that stadium. There was 0% of the population in Detroit clamoring for the team to move on from Calvin at that time. And I know we'll never get there with DK on that here, but that's why I kind of lean in on this discussion a little bit into saying I don't always understand it. This guy over here produces at the same level and he's celebrated and he's looked at as this unicorn-like player. And our guy, it's like, well, doesn't run the good enough routes. Well, it doesn't high point enough. Well, the penalties. Yeah. Okay. George, curious team kept Jalen Sundle. He does have an impressive RAS. I think he fits the profile of a mobile offensive lineman that McDonald values. Good comp to Connor Williams, but younger. Like it, George. I like it. Great thoughts on that. I do think that this is a little bit too of insurance, George, for, let's say, you know, these ACL injuries coming back a year after and follow-up injuries and soft tissue stuff that can come up at times. Maybe a little bit of insurance there if Connor does have some bumps in the road this season coming back from that injury. I don't know for sure, but maybe there's a little bit of that in this too. And he does have the mobile profile. That's going to be the new lineman they look for. And he had a good preseason. And also, I think too, George, some flexibility. I think they played him even out to tackle in this last game in the preseason from center. So maybe he can be used all along that offensive line. The more you can do. Lawrence says, down with anybody that goes to the game and sits on their hands. Miles Adams, Mike Morris both made it. I'll show you guys again the list here. I'll keep the list kind of posted up over my shoulder here. I'll go back between the offense and defense. You guys can see it here. Jeff says, did you see Uchenna isn't listed on the injury report? I didn't see that. He's on the active roster, no PUP, and I think if they were going to PUP him, they would have done it very quickly. So I think that does indicate that this is a week-to-week kind of injury. And if he's not back by week 1, good chance by 2-3 that he will be back in the mix on that. Ryan says, people on Twitter were like so weird to see Bobby in Commander colors. How about more so than a division rival? Yeah, it's weirder seeing him in Rams colors. That one was weirder for me. That one was more uncomfortable for me. Like, I don't like this. Like Sherman and Niner colors a little bit. No. Seahawks Gaming says teams can triangle defense on an outside receiver, meaning a cornerback and a linebacker inside and a safety up top. It's hard to double a slot. Bingo. A whole different nature with the slot. Slot's got the two-way goes. It's the middle of the field. You start bringing safeties up over the top. You start leaving room on the back end over the top then to get hit on deep 9 routes or other guys to get free. Alex Smith, Aaron. Sorry. You're speaking, Aaron. William says, hey, B, are the Seahawks going to pick any players off of waivers? Nobody's jumped out to me so far, but I don't think that the final roster is set as it stands right now either. I don't think that this is going to be all they do leading up into game 1. But nobody was jumping out of some of the early cuts that have been made so far too much for me. Greg says, Brandon, and the only X receivers at the top of the receiving yards last year were DK, Mike Evans, and maybe Nico Collins. But Brandon, yeah, we pretty much agree on DK. I was mostly pushing back on the chat. I get where you're coming from. And I do appreciate completely where you're coming from. If there was disagreement, Greg, I want to make sure I do not only let this know for you, but for everybody in the chat. We'll have different opinions in there. We want different opinions. I want to foster different opinions in here. I think that's where we get to more of closer to the truth at that point, and kind of challenging these opinions up against each other and, seeing where they slot and where they evaluate at. So I wasn't trying to throw any shade to you. I hope it doesn't come off that way to you either on Zorn. We're completely respectful from my standpoint. And I get where you're coming from. And some of what I was referencing too was even about what you were on it with Zorn. It was more of just about the commonality of what I'll hear in the chat when I do this and how much it'll come up in some of the other things that'll pop up with it. I respect where you're coming from though. Carson, I think it's more a sign that we may have to accept a future where Abe Lucas doesn't play another snap for us. Mike McDonald in 2 years should be able to completely turn over the entire offensive line. Very possible. Very, very possible the way that this ends up playing out when it's all said and done here with Abraham Lucas. Still not on the active roster. Still not any announcement on the timeline here with them. It's starting to get into that place where not practicing, not hearing any updates, and you start to wonder if that's going to be where the finality of this ends up landing. And Jeff Fornell, I'm pretty happy with the roster. Surprising in certain respects. Definitely a lot more surprises this year than maybe in recent years. Haley says, can we please give DK a non-Pete year to evaluate him? Jesus. We ran the most 60s concept offense in the league. Didn't target the middle and didn't have an offensive line. DK needs a chance. Preach, Haley. Preach on that one. And I'm in the same group with this. Let's see what he does this year. And it's why I've made the prediction I have with this is I think that there's going to be a lot of things that have stifled some of the production in DK in recent years are being pulled off the table. And in a major way, not in a small way, in a major way. And that's where I see that uptick in production. But you're right. Let's give it this year and then see where he's at in a little bit of a different system that doesn't have those things like you talk about where you're targeting the middle of the field at the 32nd rate in the NFL. Sabin sent studio. I was at a game once, and the Karen in front of me asked me to quiet down because I had debilitating octaves. That's what somebody else was talking about getting shushed, and that's the place that we're landing at. And I think that's why some of us are getting into that frustrated sense of like kind of getting annoyed by it. Where it's happened enough to enough people that have gone in there recently, where you're like, no, you leave. You chose to come in here. It's like walking into a movie theater and you're like, why is the volume so loud? It's hurting my ears. Don't go in the stadium. Nobody chained you up and walked you in there It's into like a perp walk or something into the stadium. Like, oh, I gotta go watch the football game. You'd think by the way that they react like that, Sabins, like some of them have been kicking and screaming pulled in there or something. Just don't go then. Stay at home, watch the game on TV. Let somebody go in there that's going to do their job. Haley says, can you imagine K9 with space McIntosh ran through? Oh, he's going to house that kind of throw. Haley, it wouldn't get to the stiff arm because K9 would just run past the closing defensive back in space. And yeah, I think he's going to have more of those house runs. We saw it that first year with two of the runs. He had the Saints run where he housed. He had the Chargers run in that rookie year that he housed, where when you do give him a little bit of that opening inside, he's gone. He is gone. But he just doesn't get those openings all that often. G-Man Cool. I hate this cut list. Why cut and trade for Gibson? Why cut Winston? Why cut DJ James if he gets picked up? This is a waste of a pick. Why a third center and cut? I'm done with this front office. Only good for drafting now. Well, I don't know a lot of the guys cut are necessarily we're gonna have huge major impact. Hololani definitely hurts. I'm with you there, G-Man. When it comes to sixth rounders, there's teams throughout the league. I mean, there's a guy in Miles Murphy that I think was a second or third rounder. Miles Murphy was the number 1 overall pick for the Bengals, the 20th overall selection in the 2023 NFL draft. They just cut him. When it comes to sixth round, that's the shocking cuts. Those are the surprises. But when it comes to sixth and seventh rounders being cut, that should never be shocking to any fan. The odds are much more in the favor, G-Man, of them being cut than kept more often than not. If you look through this league at 6th round picks, I would estimate much more of them have been cut than kept here so far. Or at the very least, you're getting pretty close to 50-50 as a shot on that. You kept the third center, I think, because of the flexibility he provides, not only as being a center, but being able to move all around that offensive line. I also think that this is some insurance there for Connor Williams in case guy coming off a kind of awful knee injury. If he has something pop up, like I mentioned earlier on this, G-Man, soft tissue injuries can come off the back of a torn ACL the year after very often. This happened to Rashad Penny after he tore his ACL. It cost him his whole second year. It's hard to predict those soft tissue injuries. And so you want to have a little bit of insurance there at that point if it goes that way. When it comes to the trade for Gibson, he provides you a different skill set, I think, overall than what Taylor does. They both are better pass rushers than they are run defenders, but he's a better run defender than Darrell Taylor, and he fits to more of what they want from a pass rusher, I think, than what Taylor brought. Not to mention he's a third of the price. Pepper says, I have Chad Brown's jersey, one of my favorite. Oh, wow. Thank you. Yes. Chad's great, too. He's been so kind to come onto my channel a couple times. I'm going to have him on again at some point. We're going to look at some of the plays of his career, and he's going to break down some of those plays on kind of what happened and what he was doing and whatnot. But I love having Chad on. Great guest. Very kind with his time with me. And a hell of a player. Underrated. In my opinion, should be in the Hall of Fame. I don't know. I'll be alone on this one. They're not many that are going to agree with me on this one, but I do think he should be. Destructo Not says Oral Hershiser dubbed it the Noise Dome. Exactly. And that Kingdome, as much as people want to try to put on Lumen Field that it was designed to be loud, it's the acoustics of the stadium. Like, maybe some of that's in place where it's there to, bump it up a little bit. But at the same point in time, you were just in a dome in the Kingdome. That's why, it was able to keep the noise in, but the noise was being generated. It was that the fans all kind of looked around and said, hey, if not half of us, if not 65% of us, if we get 99.9% of us screaming our lungs out, what will that do? What will that do for the energy of our team? What does that do to that other team trying to communicate? It was like it clicked in for them somehow. I don't know how it happened. I don't know what the drive was, but it was like it clicked in this local area in such a major way. Crack the ceiling. That's right, Pepper. Poncho, thank you for the $2 donation. I really do appreciate it. He says, are you doing a fantasy draft we can join? That is actually a really good question. And so probably now is a good time to do this. So let me, I've got an Underdog fantasy league I'm doing. It's a $10 entry league. Some people in, Excuse me. Goodness. Some people won't be able to do it in Washington unless you are in a, sorry, I'm looking for the deal here. So you've got to use the app to do this. It's the Underdog Fantasy app. If you use Underdog Fantasy, you can get matched up on 2-to-1 donation right now. So $500 gets matched to $250, $2,000 up to $1,000. And I'm going to be doing this private fantasy draft here for members of the channel, not members, anybody of the channel, not just members. So you do have to join Underdog. You do have to be in kind of a casino if you're in the state of Washington, because of the fact that Washington's got some restrictions on the use of the Underdog Fantasy app. The way this one does work is that the draft is not, you can't really do anything to Underdog Fantasy. So the way this works is it's first come, first serve. If you, it's going to basically, as soon as it fills up, the draft kicks off. So if you join this league, you're going to want to make sure to set your notifications that, because what happens is once the last person's in, there's no real way to like schedule the time of it. So the last person's in, the draft kicks off as soon as that last person gets in there. But it's a $10 entry fee on that. Go win some money here on that Underdog Fantasy app here. Going to come with my money. I thought that was a pretty realistic place to be in on that, but that'll be the place where I'll be doing a little private fantasy if you guys want to join me on there. Just again, if you join it, have the notifications turned on in your phone so that when the draft kicks off, because when the final person jumps in, the draft's kicking off. So at the very least, set your list up in there appropriately. So if you do get in there, because there isn't a way necessarily to time it necessarily on the Underdog Fantasy app. AI says, I played at a game at the Tacoma Dome versus PLU. It was loud. I bet Tacoma Dome got loud too, yeah. I only did concerts in there, so I never saw like a soccer game or anything in there, but it's another place with a dome that I had to get up there a bit. Juan Martinez, what's your guys' final record for our Seahawks? Juan, I'm going to go 11-6. But Aaron Hamilton's 10-7. I'm also pulled between the two there on that a little bit. The monster truck shows at the Kingdome and Tacoma Dome. Those commercials were epic back in the day. Come get the monster truck rally time. Watch the grave digger turn it over. I get you hyped at 11 tonight. You'd be like starting to fall asleep and like, are you ready for an injection of fuel to your veins? Yeah. I am now. I want to see the grave digger. Kyron Williams is going to be the Rams returner, Ryan B. Hey. That seems dicey for them. Steven says, Brandon, I got my ticket for Monday night at Detroit. I'm leaving work early Monday and cruising down to the game on September 30th. Let's go, Steven. Hell yeah, brother. That's going to be a hell of a game. It's been, man, two of the more entertaining games of the past 2 years have been those Detroit matchups. You know it's going to be probably Fireworks City once again. Though I'll tell you what, McDonald's defense gave Detroit hell on earth last year when they had to come into Baltimore. They looked just as in over their head as we did when we went in there. Superior. I don't consider being loud in Lumen a tradition. It's more of an identity. The team retired a number for its fans. We are a member of the team, and we have to do our job. Beautifully put, better put than I put it, and much more succinctly put than I put it. Superiority. I can't agree more. Absolutely, I can't agree more. This is not simply just an elective thing. This is your rite of passage. This is your ticket as a Pacific Northwester. This is who you are. This is your being. You came out of the womb this way. I said, why is that baby so damn loud? Doctor said, because he's a 12. Nurse said, oh. Alex says it's going to be a good game. I think it's going to be a good game, Alex, against Denver. And we're going to try to confuse the ever-loving hell out of Knicks. First start on the road in Lumen Field. You know McDonald's going to have every kind of flavor dialed up for him. Haley says, I don't care about the record. I care about sweeping the Rams and the Niners. AI says 11-6. Improved roster plus smarter coaches. Should be worth 2 games minimum. I love it. Metallica and Guns N' Roses, that tour went hard. It's kind of right at the end there, too, before Axl started to just about slide off the rails. Joshua says, thanks. I imagine some guys are told they'll make it back to the roster soon. Yeah. Or Seattle knows, Joshua, that they can squeeze him onto the practice squad. Sometimes you understand this guy might be a threat to be pilfered if we let him onto the practice squad. This guy's not going to be. And that also ends up making these decisions sometimes make a little more sense in retrospect, too. William says, hey, B, do you think the Seahawks are going to pick up anybody from waivers? I haven't seen anybody as of yet that jumps out to me. It is harder to predict with the new coaching staff. Schneider now not operating in conjunction with Carroll, where it's a little more easier to predict potential moves they might go and make. So it is a little bit of a waiting game and trying to assess how they're going to be running it now versus how they've run prior. But none of the names that have jumped out so far have elicited a lot of excitement from me. Chris says, starting your career on the road in the loudest stadium in the NFL against the best defensive mind in football is a tragic way to start your career. Yeah, indeed. It'll be, and if he can come in there and ball out from a Denver's perspective, man, you feel good about that kid you got. If he can go into that environment that first game and be that way, I mean, the hype for Knicks will be real at that point in so many ways. But he's got an uphill road to climb there that first opening week. Pepper says, ever notice that Elway, Manning, and now Peyton all have horse faces? They're drawn to a type there. Yeah. You've got to live the emblem. Live the emblem, especially as the quarterback there. Knicks is kind of bucking the trend. Aaron, you got storm out there in KC? Yeah, you got those August storms, man. You guys get those thunder showers. Haley says, the only snap I remember seeing Sundell, he was getting blown up by a stunt. Ooh. He held up okay, relatively well through the preseason. Pepper, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, does Chad Brown still own a lot of snakes? He does. I think the business they have is a reptile transfer business. So you want to transfer one reptile thing from one side of the country to another because you got to keep them under a certain amount of heat, and you got to keep them kind of protected. You don't just throw them in the FedEx box and put them on the front porch. So I think that he's got a specialty website that ships snakes, and I think they do pretty well. But yeah, he's got that. He definitely still has that heavy fascination and love for the reptiles. Pepper, that's for sure. I didn't ask him a lot about that. I had so many other questions though too about the playing days stuff that I got into on a couple of them. But I know that he definitely is still doing it for sure. Destruct or not, I feel the Rams are going to feel the loss of Donald a lot harder than anyone thinks. They were kind of a surprise last year. Everyone thinks they will repeat, despite being significantly worse off. IMO. I think you're probably on to maybe potentially something here. I had throughout most of this offseason been thinking in terms of, okay, yeah, they're going to be the second place team in this division, but you do look at them and losing Donald first and foremost, and you go, okay, well, that's the most destructive defensive player over the last 10 years. How does a team lose that and not miss a beat? How does the team lose that and not only not miss a beat, but take a step forward? You're right. In certain kind of a logic, it doesn't really make a ton of sense on that. I think, you put this also to your point. I don't know if you had heard the news on this one, Destruct or not, but they just moved Ernest Jones today. Ernest Jones and Aaron Donald may have been your top two players on that defense last year, and you just moved him for a 5th round pick today. So has their defense gotten significantly worse? Because by those two losses alone, it would look like it on the surface. They're going to try to run the ball. They're going to try to do a lot of 12 personnel. I think that might work. But they're in a little bit of the same territory to a degree of the Niners in a way of, they're relying on those guys at the top to drive this. Your Stafford and your Cups and your Pukas. Can they hold the line on this enough? Can they do enough and it's maximally productive to offset what you don't have in other areas on the team? That's the part we will see. But I think there's reason to be a little concerned for them. If I'm a Rams fan today with this Ernest Jones trade, I'm going, what the hell's going on here? What the hell's going on here? Versus I was at the Beastquake game. That was fun. Oh, I bet that was a hell of an experience to go check out. Hell of a checkout. Jennifer says, whenever I go to our home game, it's mandatory for me to take a day off the day after since I'll be out of voice and my adrenaline excitement lingers. I hope we can capture back that loudest stadium title. Well said, Jennifer. I did the same thing when I would go in the stadium. This used to be just understood if this was what was going to happen. You were going to walk in there. You were going to scream your guts out. Your ears were going to ring. You were going to be, like you said, I think you captured it well with the adrenaline excitement because you'd leave the stadium and you were still feeling amped up for hours afterwards. I think you're still cooking because you were in the game. You were engaged with it. You weren't just sitting there watching quietly. You felt like you were participating a part of the action over the top of it. And it does cause you to sort of ingest the game in a little bit in a different fashion versus the other, I would say, on that. And that, yeah, it used to be just understood. Abdi, Hawks should sign mini beast mode Donta Foreman. I think that's a great name, Abdi, as a person to look at maybe. I mean, you are 3 running backs and you're looking at a guy that might be a guy that you don't have necessarily on the roster of more of that hammer. And he gave it to us a couple of years ago when Carolina came in. Was it Carolina in that game? I'm probably forgetting the team. He came in with one team and he was the running back for him and they really ran down the hill on us. They gave us a hell of a hard time with him. He's always been a little bit of an underrated back to me too, Abdi. He's a little bit like the guy, God, I can't think of any names now. He's another bigger back that bounces around the league a lot. And everywhere he goes, he gains yards and does a good job, but just never can kind of quite stick anywhere. But maybe that's a guy they do take a look at. It's a good name. I like it. Haley says, the issue with attendance is the apathy that's plagued the franchise for the last 5 years now, steadily getting heavier. The fans knew not to expect anything until the sale or Pete left. I think there's something to be said for that, Haley. Certainly. Seahawks Gaming says, Broncos are starting Cody Barton. JSN better eat with those crossers. We're going to get Cody Barton week 1, folks. That's right. I had forgotten about that, but that is right. He is going to be starting. Bo Nix would have been cool here, Pepper. There was just a hell of a run there at that point on wide receivers. Haley says, Kadarius Toney got waived. I guess he didn't catch on. King Bomber says, take a look at my roster predictions. I'd say I was pretty close. Had 4 guys who didn't make it for someone else, and I was only off by 1 position amount. Had DJ James, Michael Barrett, and Cam Young. I think technically, too, Cam Young's on the IR right now, King. So you weren't technically wrong on that one. I got those ones wrong, too, though. My prediction wasn't great. I was off by a few. Harder this year to predict, I think. Pepper says, do we need to bring some tissues to the game now? We just might for those Karens, I guess. With their little gentle eardrums. Haley says, think Forsythe is cut when Lucas returns to the roster. My guess would be Jarrell, but I wouldn't say this with an ultimately a ton of confidence, Haley, because of the fact that it's hard to predict of where they might stand between the two of those and who they're measuring and liking a little bit more. So hard to say on that. I'm not quite sure of where they're sitting on Jarrell. I mean, he's made the roster here, that's for sure, but he's kind of able to make the roster by, in part, maybe potentially by that Lucas injury. We'll have to kind of see with that one. Tough to kind of a flip a coin with that one a little bit. AI says, if you're at the game and someone tells you to be quiet, tell them to F off and leave the game. Amen. Seahawks Gaming says, Niners cut like 4 third-rounders today, and we're worried about 6-rounders? Yeah. It's nothing to be concerned on the 6th round. It's a flyer zone of the draft, that's for sure. Rodney Prescio, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Rodney. I'm excited to watch Seahawks football. Going to be nice watching the Hawks not getting shredded by old, slow tight ends. Indeed, the middle of the field, the shorter routes, these things are going to be a little bit more clamped down upon, I think, than they have prior. I think you saw that even in the preseason, where there was a little bit more of an onus of tightening up on the shorter routes and trying to take some of that stuff away. You saw guys rallying up in space, and if a guy did make the catch, he was taken down to the ground immediately, and it was a very minimal gain. And I do think that those days are over. There's going to be less of a point of emphasis of just staying clean over the top 24/7. And then the off-balancing suit of that is that then you're going to, rather than depth in coverage, now you offsuit that to a little bit more of middle and shorting up on the zones of coverage, especially when it comes to playing the sticks, Rodney. 3rd and 6, we're not going to drop to 13, 14 yards of depth in space with our linebackers. We're not playing the cover 3 to drop into depth. 3rd and 6, let's play it to the sticks. Let's run some quarters at the sticks across the field. A little bit more of that, I think you're going to see. And yeah, that's going to make them have to actually earn it rather than it just being kind of free and easy yardage in front of them to go and grab if they just can stay patient in the pocket of patience, Rodney. But thank you for the $5 donation. I'm very excited for this upcoming year. I've got high hopes for this team. I might be a year early on believing that they can get up into the stage of getting back to the playoff football this year, but the schedule seems to be set up right. It's been a great training camp. No real major plague of injuries here that we're dealing with so far. So a lot of good indicators here that this is going to be a good, successful opening year for Mike McDonald. And let's go see if we can go out there and shock some people, Rodney. See if we can catch them all off guard. Zorn76, thank you for the $20 donation from Zorn. I really appreciate you for that support and donation and support. Let me say it 3 times. Zorn, your tongue starts to get scrambled here after a couple hours. Need some water. Zorn76, thank you for that $20 donation. That's really very kind of you, man. And I, again, want to say I really appreciate back and forth in the chat. I love the disagreement in here. I know that there will be the people that have their firm opinions, and I'm one of those as well. But it's never at that this has got to be the end-all, be-all opinion, and that this place will always be at its best, Zorn, when we have the different and the myriad of opinions coming into this, and that's how we ultimately, I think, get to as close as we can to the truth of the situation about this team, about a player, about a coach, about where the team is going into the future. I truly believe in that. And so thank you, man, for helping to add to that discussion today, as always on it. And you have yourself a great day. Thank you for the huge $20 donation drop. Very kind of you, man. And brother, go Hawks. You better believe that. Go Hawks. Have yourself a good one, man. Thank you. Aaron Hamilton says Tyree Wilson was so obviously a reach. The Raiders defensive end they took out of Texas Tech. Yeah. The guy you looked at and you went, man, he's got a long way to go, and I don't see a lot of certainty of production from him. And you're drafting him like in the top 10, there is that certainty there with him, and there's not. And, Raiders' standpoint on that was a surprise to me with them too, in that, you're going to be the team not to take a risk on Jalen Carter. You're going to be the team that's like, no, we're going to suddenly get risk averse now. Really? Now? Really? And I guess probably they didn't trust him in Vegas maybe as much as anything there. But the Tyrese Wilson one this is why the Raiders have been bad for years, is there's picks that you can look at with them that they've gotten wrong, that were wrong in the moment. What was it? Cleveland Farrell? Remember him? Top 5 pick they took there one year? Cleveland Farrell? You're like, what? You see in the moment of bad picks, and they're bad in retrospect. And that's why they continue to be a bad organization. There are picks you can see teams make where you go, okay, the pick didn't work out, but you can see the intelligence behind it. You can see their plan behind it. With the Raiders, everything seems to be just sort of, let's make it up as we go along. War Chief says, man, I want a Chad Brown jersey, laughing out loud. Definitely on my get list. Next for me is Walter Jones, and then Beast Mode. Can't believe I don't have a Beast Mode yet. I want to get a Beast Mode throwback. That's what I want. It does make me a little bit sad we don't get ourselves some Marshawn in the vintage jersey. Ryan B, is it Pick'ems? It's just a fantasy league. It's a season-long fantasy league thing. So it's just a little $10 league, but it's for the whole season and the way it goes. AI says, I saw Chad get a pick 6 in a game against the Super Bowl defending champs at Husky Stadium. We lost 35-32, last second field goal. Greatest game ever. I think it's on YouTube. Oh, that's awesome. I got to check that one out. I'm trying to put some of those clips together and So the thing about Chad is that his greatness gets lost a little bit because of a couple of reasons. Number one, he probably should have just been an edge and operating as an outside linebacker, wide 9, let him rush the passer, and that guy's going to stack up well over 100 sacks in his career and probably be no doubt about a Hall of Famer. But what happened was he went to Seattle, and Seattle ended up moving him off of that outside range, and they just moved him all over the place. This is a guy that would play defensive end, Sam linebacker, Will linebacker, Mike linebacker, and he might play all of those positions in a 5-6 play sequence. And as we've seen in the NFL, and it was actually nice to see Chad kind of click into it when I told him this last time, because we were having our interview last time AI, and I said, Chad, the NFL's got to find a way to relook at this, because when you look at the NFL, there has been no Sam or Will linebacker that's gotten into the NFL's Hall of Fame over the last 30 years, that's played over the last 30 years. Does that mean that there's not been a Hall of Fame worthy Sam or Will linebacker that's played this game? Or does it mean that they don't know how to quantify how good a Sam or Will linebacker is? And Chad was like, wow, that's interesting. I'm going to bring that up to the Hall of Fame committee. I think it's valid. Because Derek Brooks is the only guy that's gotten in. He is it. He is it. And there's something not right about that. Team Bombers, Jarek Reed and Cam Young on IR. Will they miss the first 4 games? Yes. I haven't seen it for sure that that's the case, but I'm making a strong, solid, educated guess on here that that's the way that's going to roll. Brandon Kennicott, thank you, Brandon. Just a quick note of praise for the best Seahawks content provider, period. Now I'll jump back and watch this stream. Never forget. Go Hawks. Don't you ever forget. And we got shirts now in the shop with Don't You Ever Forget. Go Hawks. So I got that on. We got that on the shirt. The shop's going now right below. We got it connected here to the YouTube channel if you're looking for some Hawks Nest merch. CJ, yeah, Miles Murphy first round pick. Wow, yeah, that makes it even more brutal, doesn't it? Whew. Haven't heard anything on the Cam or the Reed situation yet, King. Sorry. Chris says Tacoma Dome sucks butts for concerts. Oh. Used to be all right. Yeah, John Ruiz. I think Cam and Reed are going PUP. Robbie Red, how do I join your Underdog League in the fantasy? So I've linked at the top of the chat right here. And in that link at the top, if you just click that link, it should take you to the Underdog site. Now, if you go to Underdog site and you're signing up for the first time, you want to use my code, NEST, as the promo code, because they'll match you 2 to 1. So if you put $200 down, they'll match you $100. If you put $500, they'll match you $250. So you do want to make sure that you do that. If you go in there, use the code on that. But the link at the top of this chat right now, I've got it pinned. If you go to that, that'll take you directly to the fantasy league. And then it might have you sign up. But then once you sign up, it'll take you over into that fantasy league. And I will also post this in the comment section of this video. I'll post it down after the video after we post today. And you can go through that as well. Again, just the note on this is if you sign up, the draft times will start when the last guy signs in and signs up for the league. So make sure you have the notification turned on if you do get into this Hawks Nest Fantasy League. But I want to get something like this set up for you guys this year because it's been highly requested in the past, that's for sure. Zoran says, Debilitating Octaves sounds like a goth band. I'd go see that band. King's Owl, let's go, Brandon. I just see you on now. What a preseason. 2-1 with a lot of upside on many positions too. I feel incredible about week 1. Just been increasingly, to your point on this, King, over time, getting more and more encouraged by what I'm seeing from this team and the way that this transition process has been undertaken, how seamless it's been getting Mike Macdonald on, how comfortable he has fitted into the role of being a head coach. You can feel it in his press conferences, his confidence, that he doesn't seem awkward or off-put, or that he's just in over his head and his eyes are spinning. You've never gotten that feeling from him. And I think that that's represented by how they played in the preseason, by what we're hearing from the players and what we're seeing from practices from this team. And it all seems to be very encouraging as it stands right now. And it doesn't mean necessarily guaranteed success or anything else, but it's as good as we could have asked, I think, through this process so far and where they've gotten this to. And it does encourage me that much more, King's Owl, for this upcoming season and the potential of this upcoming season to really actually be able to make some noise, to not have to wait a year for this thing to kind of turn around and get right. I don't know if that means contending status this year. We'll see on that. But I do think it means that we're pushing for a playoff berth. King says Nick's is upcoming sharpshooter that people say I'm overhyping, but he really changed after Oregon. And more importantly, he can follow a playbook with a guru like Peyton. No, I think he's a great fit for him. He went to ultimately your quarterbacking and how good a quarterback you are is a lot determined not just by how you develop and your skill set, but the place you're going to, by the environment you're going to, by how much you're being set up for success. And Nick's, though that is a Bronco team that has a lot of things to kind of fix and get right, over the next couple of years, they got to get out from under that dead money. He's gone to the right offensive scheme for his skill, and he's gotten to the right coach to guide him. He's an on-time, on-script player. That's what you want Nick's doing, and that's something that Sean Payton understands how to teach. So I think it's a good pairing between those two guys. I agree with you. Zach says maybe KJ Henry. He might be an option there, Zach. He's a bigger defensive end. More of a defensive end to me than a 3-4 edge type, but you'll have sometimes these guys with their hands in the dirt here in Seattle, so that's not necessarily a no or a not happening kind of situation there with KJ. But maybe. Good run defender out there at Clemson. Not as much of a pass rusher. Spaces, I watched monster trucks all hopped up on shrooms. Bet it made it awesome. Spencer, how are we going to trade a future asset for Barrett yet not put him on the 53? I'm hyped that Drake Thomas, but we're going to lose the rook now. I think that the trade for, let me double check this. So the trade for Michael Barrett wasn't for draft pick compensation, Spencer. We traded Michael Barrett for Michael Jackson, who I think, sorry, the cat's being a little loud here, folks. But I think that the team was going to intend to cut Michael Jackson when it was all said and done anywhere. So it was a chance to get a quick look at the guy, which you might not have had a chance to look at him in this way with the team. And it was a little bit of a flyer situation. Orchie says, I agree. We are a member of the team and we have a job to do. I mean, our number is hanging up there with the greats such as Cortez, Easley, and Largent. We have to earn that spot where our 12 hangs. Wonderfully put. Wonderfully put. Haley says, I grew up in Baltimore. Not much pumped up a crowd as much as Ray dancing out of the tunnel and tearing up the grass. Oh, I bet. AI says, Nix is pretty good at not turning the ball over. Hopefully we can get 1 or 2 turnovers. Smart with the ball. Understands. I mean, the kid's played a lot of football. This isn't your typical rookie either. What's he got? 55 starts at the college level, something like that. So a little bit of a different scenario here in what you're getting from this kid. And as a first-time starter, to your point on that. Yeah, rest in peace, Tez. Legend. Kings out. Nix has a quick release. He's also shown he can read the defense's pre-snap as well. That's something to consider. As I always said, the best way to be Nix is confusion in our lineups. Yeah, he's pretty good at that stuff. I think he does good at simplifying it down in his reads and where he needs to go. I do think he's not a read guy, though, King. And I think if you're talking about Mike McDonald and what I think he's going to set to do in week 1 against Nix, it's going to be a heavy amount of forcing this kid off of that first read. Force him towards a pre-snap read here, then post-snap, take that read away, then get him into a place of processing in the pocket. Because so much of what he did at Oregon was going to that first read. And so much of what you don't want to allow a rookie quarterback, especially in their first start, is to go to their first read. And something that I think McDonald's defense does a good job of is it instructs a quarterback to do one thing prior to the snap, and then post-snap, all of that just gets completely upended. Spencer says, also, I'm sorry, but keeping Brady Russell over Sheriff is criminal. I didn't understand it as much myself either there, Spencer. I think it's a little bit of a, they don't trust necessarily where the health is of the tight ends. Noah Fant, I think, has been dealing with a little bit of a foot thing or something there, and Pharaoh Brown obviously had a kind of major injury against the Titans, so I think that's just a reinforcement of depth for the moment. I'd be shocked if Brady Russell was on the roster for the whole season. King Bomber, to my understanding, they'll miss the first 6 games and are eligible for PUP because they haven't practiced throughout training camp. Is it 6? I always thought it was 4 games with PUP. But you might be right at the start of the season. It might be 6. Oh, okay. So Abe Lucas is on IR, so it's only 4 rather than okay. It's always a little bit confusing on these ones. So 4 to 6. Space, Draymond's probably a week-to-week injury. Might be back week 1. If not week 1, probably week 2. Not going to be PUP'd though. War Chief says Bo Nix coming to Lumen's going to be fun. Tell you right now, there's about 100 ways to get under that guy's skin. We did it for years. Go Dogs, go Hawks. Let's go, War Chief. Let's go. Greg Kemp is Artie Burns on the IR. He got carted off the field last game. I don't know if they have to do an injury settlement with him, Greg, or if he goes to the IR on that. I'm not sure how that one works with this kind of guy kind of on that roster's edge on a non-guaranteed contract. Sometimes these guys with contracts have some injury protections in there. We'll learn in the next couple days how they play it. Definitely not making the roster, though, that's for sure. Chris says, well, it won't be hard to scheme against Barton. I'm going second level blocks all day on Barton. I'm having my guys peel down that line of scrimmage, especially with the Denver Broncos and the lack of real difference makers they have on that defensive line. I'm single blocking all along that defensive line if I'm Grubb leading up to that week, and I'm climbing down to Barton all day because that's a big play waiting to happen, and he cannot get off a block to save his life. And yeah, they're starting Barton. They wanted to go with Drew Sanders. Drew Sanders was the Arkansas kid that they drafted a couple of years ago, but he had a season-ending injury. So Barton is not there because they planned on him to be their starter, but because they're having to settle on him as a replacement for the guy that did go down to injuries. Gonzalez is always talking about wide receivers. Meanwhile, Lockett's in the hyperbolic time chamber, getting ready for another quiet 1,000-yard season. Let's go. Let's go. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. This is Pumpkin. Great to see you. I've been dealing with a heat wave where I live as well, but I have a neck fan, which I'm not sure they are made for cats. Yeah, it's nothing like that cold wood floor, you know? You got the wood flooring and it gets a little bit cold even on hot days, and she loves it, man. She just lays out there, oh, so hot. She's still getting used to the heat here, Garth, you know? Been up in Spokane for years, up in the snow and wintry weather, so she's just like, she's still kind of shedding it off, the extra hair. It's like, it's really this hot here now? This is really how hot it gets? Yeah, sorry, Pumpkin. She's a desert cat, though, at the end of the day. You're a desert cat. Yeah. Oh, you are. You're a desert cat. Yes, you are. Chris says they released Breida but lost Mitchell. Did the Niners to a season-ending injury? They did. I think Breida just didn't look quite as fast as he once did. I saw this last year with the Giants. It looked like he had kind of lost a step, and that's a guy that really did rely upon his speed. CJ Kurzman, 2022 draft class. Sam Howell traded the Seahawks. Kenny Pickett traded the Eagles. Malik Willis traded the Packers. Ritter traded the Cardinals. Now cut. Matt Corral, Bailey Zappi, Chris Olodukukon, all cut. This is why when I walked in that draft, CJ, I said, please, let's leave these quarterbacks alone. This is not the year. And so many were clamoring at that point, of course, because we had just moved Russell Wilson. And so everybody's like, we got to go get a QB. You can't just not have a QB. We can't rely on Geno. We can't just trust in Drew Lock. But the class was that bad. And it's a great lesson here because I think a lot of fans will come into every year's class, and if they're due to have their team be eligible to go get a quarterback, they'll just automatically de facto say, let's go get this guy. Doesn't matter who the guy is. It's just insert X guy who's the high prospect for that given draft. That draft is a dead indicator to you as to why you should never walk into any draft that way, and you should evaluate every individual talent, every individual year differently, and that there is maybe potentially some of those years you might get where it's just a crap show at the quarterback position. And if you can properly highlight that, you're not going to make a major mistake at that point and then end up overdrafting a guy who's also dog water on top of being overdrafted. Definitely a lesson in that draft class. Chance Brown says Cody Barton revenge game. That's right. We're going to get the Cody Barton revenge game. We're going to get the DJ Dallas revenge game this year at some point. Rockman Drums, the O-line's still going to be playing musical chairs. John is not done with that. Just wait. Maybe not. Maybe not. Lou, I was thinking we would keep 4 running backs. Olani looked great. Fingers crossed he doesn't get picked up. I'm worried on that one, Lou. I'm big time worried that he's going to get snatched. And that one shocked me as well. Underdog link's not redirecting, right? Let me take a look here. Okay. So it's definitely working for me. It's going to take you to the YouTube site first, and this might depend on if you're doing it from your phone or not. And keep in mind with Washington State, Underdog in Washington State, you can't do it in the state of Washington, or you got to be in a casino on a casino's network to use the app. But if you connect, I just right-clicked and did it. It'll take you to a page saying, do you want to leave the YouTube to go to this site? And then you hit yes to that, and it'll take you to that site. AI says some foam earplugs aren't a bad idea for the game. It's loud, man. Your ears will ring. Oh, I definitely would recommend it. Yeah. You're not going to be doing a lot of talking either. You're just going to be staring at the action and screaming. So you don't need to hear nothing. King says, Powell is the only guy that reminds me of Brett Favre more than anyone else in terms of his legit play style. Yeah, there's some echoes there of Favre there in his game a little bit. He doesn't quite have that arm strength of Favre. I think it was a hand cannon that he had, but there's some elements there. Nick says, John must not value 6th-round picks at all after today. My goodness, he wasted some draft assets while minimum, he still wasted it. Yeah, better that than 3rd-rounders or the 1st-rounder like the Bengals are giving up on after a year. But I get it. It's frustrating. I think it's also a little bit too, Nick, of what starts to happen is you start to build up better depth on a team. And a team's got the starters in place, and now you've started to reinforce the talent of the depth, and now you're going to end up in a place where you're going to be releasing good players and letting guys on the market. And that's more of a symptom of how good you've gotten the team than it is on how bad you are at drafting or planning or preparing. And I would say that it's what you want to see on every team getting ready to ascend is that this is kind of starts to become a commonality of it. Well, kind of like Nick, where we had, in those Legion of Boom years, half of the people that we cut off of our roster ended up getting signed to active rosters. And it sucked to do so, but it was also partly because of you were so deep and so strong at so many positional groups. But it's never fun. J.O. says Sherman was a Niner. He's a Seahawk. Even though he's a drama queen, he's our drama queen. Yes, it's true. He challenges one's patience, but that's just the nature of who he is a little bit. Reek says, I don't know. Think you understand these non-yellers. You say anything to them, they will yell at you like you're the game, then run the security saying you're being unruly. It's best to just brush them off. Yeah, they definitely are not fun to deal with. And you can't, for some reason, you can't talk people into understanding the process. They look at you like you're speaking a foreign language. I've been in the stadium and run through the same thing, Reek, where I'm like, come on, guys, come on. You're not being an ale about it. You're like, hey, let's everybody here, come on. They need this. And you're just, this is the look you get. They won't even say anything to you. They won't even say no. They won't even say, I don't want to scream. They just look at you and won't say a word. It's wild. It's kind of wild. But you're right. Egging them on doesn't get it done either. You're not going to talk them into it. Greg says, I don't think Tyrese Wilson fits Raiders' scheme. His height, weight made people automatically think he should be a 4-3 scheme, but his college tape skill set says 3-4 scheme. Use him like Zadarius Smith. He might be better. Yeah, he might be right. Might be better suited to maybe a bit of a different scheme with it. I do think, though, there's a little bit to it with it, Greg, where he also was a work in progress. And that doesn't mean that he doesn't have an ability to hit a top end or be a really good player quantifiably down the line, but do you want to take really what's kind of in many ways a project with the top 10 pick? Because I think even if he was operating off a 3-4 scheme, I don't know if he's tremendously more productive in his rookie year or into year 2 even. And that he's a guy more to me that 3, 4, 5 years down the line, you hope then develops into that player. I mean, the physical ability is there, no doubt. Length is there, no doubt. The size is there, no doubt. But that would be the part that I might offer to on that. It's a good point, though. Juan, didn't Earl flip the Seahawks off in a game? Yes, he did. After he got injured. That did go like that, yes. AI says, I used to play college football on shrooms. I was usually lineman of the week. When I did, they made me aggro. S was different in the late 80s. Damn, dude. That'd be freaky. I would not want to be on a defensive line and to know that the offensive line across me was on shrooms. That would freak me out. It's not on the level of like, oh, he's on PCP. What? Huh? Yeah. No. He does a little PCP. It's known. Everyone in the high school circuit knows he does a little bit, just get around him. He's a little bit mean. Shrooms ain't far off that though, He suddenly turned into the devil, coach. I had to tear his heart out. No. Young Bido game. Yeah. I was anticipating this stream at work and was waiting to watch this one when I got home. Yeah. Let's go. Nicholas Pumpkin is boss. She runs this show. Yeah, COD's brutal right now. I tried that X Defiant. I was not impressed by that one. We need a new game. Bradley Bro. When we have this cornerback duo, there's absolutely no reason to play the sticks. No. I mean, you'll play a lot of man. There'll be a lot of zone, though, within it. I was just meaning we're not going to do the cover 3 behind the sticks thing. When we're dropping, on a 3rd and 6, you're dropping 11, 12, 13 yards of depth. You're just giving up the easy completion and the easy first down with it and not making the quarterback have to think to get to that spot of things. King's House says Brady Russell's hair is why he's on the team. Have you seen his lock of hair? He's got the Samson effect going, man. It's a real thing. Ricardo says, don't understand the romance with Sharif. 2 weeks ago, we didn't know the guy existed. I'm not pulling my hair out over it as far as looking at it and saying that this is, an injustice given. I think just there's an understandable part from people's standpoint on this when they look at it and they go, what did the guy have to do to make the roster? It wasn't merely that he just had a good preseason for your Seahawks. He had a great preseason as far as the NFL would be concerned in looking at him. 12 pressures, led all rookies. 3 sacks, led all rookies. 16.7 win percentage rate as a pass rusher. Those are outstanding marks all the way around. But it's not a crime against humanity that he didn't make the roster necessarily. But I think it's understandable to scratch your head a little bit of it because you think, okay, well, you tell these players they do what he's done, usually would have done enough to make the roster. And it just wasn't the case there. Steph says Mike will play press man to disrupt his timing with Bo. Is in for a rude awakening. I love it. I love your guys' answer on this. Running some man week 1. That'd be the way to go. 6 hour, I just got the news on my phone. Uchenna Nwosu avoids injured reserve, 53-man roster, so he should be ready week 1, I hope. He might be. If he is, they're probably going to limit some of his snaps there 6 hour. But the good news being, to your point on this, is that he's back sooner than later. And that's not going on the pup, not going on the IR is huge on this part of it. Because, man, when you looked at that dirty play, you went, ooh, this one's going to be bad. AI, Yo, B, tell us about the team can protect 4 practice squad players who can't be poached by their teams. I've never heard of this until today. I got to look that one up. I hadn't heard of that either. So you can protect 4 players weekly. I hadn't heard about this one either. This was new for me. I don't know if they recently added that or what. Based on what I'm seeing, you can just decide on whichever 4 players you want. There's no real restrictions on which 4 you choose, but that you can choose 4 guys that can't be taken. Ryan B. Westover had an injury settlement. There you go. Yeah, they gave him a couple $1,000s on cutting him with that. So yeah, it does look like you can keep 4 and you can keep any 4 you want. But I'm with you. I hadn't heard of that either before. Hand grenades is DK on Cody. Hey, I'll take DK on that fight. Chris says you could literally point one way and run the other, and Barton would go, where you pointed? He's like Wile E. Coyote, easy to fool. Yes, sir. Alex says Broncos have Geno on a lot of pressure. How are you going to do that, man? You guys got rid of all your pass rushers the last few years. Your Von Millers and your Bradley Chubbs and Randy Gregory's, and I guess you're thinking Nick Bonito and who's the other guy they got over there? We'll see. He's got the ball out of his hands very fast, Alex. A lot of quick throws. Tony, and today Malik Willis was traded from Tennessee to Green Bay. Yeah, Tony. That draft class was just bad, man. We talked about it a couple of years ago. I think even during the draft, you and I were talking about it. Just wasn't a good draft class. And yeah, AI Locke hasn't looked good in New York. I'm still not convinced New York has solved their pass protection woes, AI. It still looks just as much like trash as anything else. And I think I want to say that New York overall in the whole preseason didn't score 1 touchdown, or they didn't have 1 passing touchdown. One of the 2 there. Orchie says, personally, I believe Brady Russell can be a star. He just has a certain quality about him. But I agree. I really like Sharif. I would have liked to maybe kept him over Drake Thomas. What do you think, B? Yeah, maybe on that. It would have been tough over Thomas because Thomas is there over Radigan, over O'Connell, where you're so thin there at middle linebacker at that point that you kind of need the extra middle linebacker. And so it would be hard to have him be the guy that you cut there. I think it just speaks that they have a lot more confidence that Chen is going to bounce back quicker. That Derek Hall is ready to go in year 2. But, and that they could probably get edge help in other places in other ways, I guess, War Chief. But still, is it surprise? It's still a little bit of a surprise. And I like Brady Russell. I played some really good football for you in the preseason. So we'll see what they do with that one. Chris's handsome Sam Hartman got cut too. How can you cut a guy with that great a hair? I don't know, man. That should be enough to get you a roster spot. If it was enough to get Brady Russell a roster spot, it should be enough to get Sam Hartman a roster spot, especially combined with a super strong beard. But unfortunately with Hartman, not very mobile, not very much arm strength, and not very accurate. And if you're a quarterback and you're bringing the trifecta of that to the table, you're probably not going to make it very long in the NFL. Lou says, grub a Geno's? Oh, yeah. We're eating buffet style. Greg says, Brandon, I saw Artie Burns got released with a veteran contract termination, which I've never heard of. I've never heard of that either. I would have think they would have had to have done some kind of injury settlement thing like Westover, where you give them like 10,000 or something. You know, it's like I don't know, it's a weird deal, and it goes player by player on that one. Ryan, it only seems to be doing all right on mobile, but not PC for me in Kentucky, Hawks Nest. Ooh, okay. Well, that's definitely the link. I'm trying to see if there's a different link I can pull. But I just did it on my browser here on my PC, and it brought it up for me without even being logged in. See if I can. Yeah, it should be the same kind of link on this one. So I don't know. I will post it down in the comment section after the video today too, and maybe it'll be easier on the link. Maybe that something being in the chat or something's throwing it off, but definitely the right link that I'm posting through for you guys. I'll throw another one up here in the chat. See if this one is any different. Should be about the same there. Should work the same. Please do, folks, hit that like button if you could for me today. I would really appreciate it. Nix has been saying it, but think we should have extended Geno on a 3-year deal at this point. The cost will only go up if he puts up good numbers. What could have been 40 to 42 million could be 40 to 48 million. I definitely think the cost is going to go up this year versus not going up, Nick. I think the team is in a bit of a tough bind here as far as there still being the 2 years left on the deal. And the thing with this to remember is that John doesn't want to renegotiate contracts when there's 2 years left on the deal. And the main reason you don't want to do that is you have 2 years left of the bonus money remaining still on the previous deal. So you have $26 million of bonus money, Nick, on the current Geno Smith deal that he signed to. That's bonus money that if you sign him to a new contract, you add that bonus money on top of all of the new bonus money that you put on. So we get back to savings on this. And if you're talking about putting him on a new contract extension, it probably means $50 to $60 million of new bonus money. $60 million on probably a 3-year contract extension. So we spread that 3 years out of bonus money. You're $20 million more in bonus money. So now we have $26 million plus $20 million of bonus in the first year. And maybe it wouldn't be that substantial, but the numbers are going to be right around in this territory of things. And the bottom line on it is going to be, Nick, you've got $10 million of cap space right now. So how do you fit in $13 million of bonus money extra on top of it? How do you fit in $10 million of bonus money when you really want to use a lot of that for your reserve fund for the season? This is where it just gets down to that tough game of when you have 2 years left remaining on the deal. It's hard to do that, especially when there's that much bonus money left to still bleed out on the deal. I mean, there's the accumulative of the bonus money left to be bled out on the Geno deal of what we had to offboard on Russell Wilson when we traded him to Denver, and the dead money, and how much, Nick, did that hurt us from a dead money standpoint? We had to sustain that. So if it wasn't that he wasn't with the 2 years left, I'd be open to it. But I also think there's a bit to be played here of saying, Nick, he goes out there and he balls this year and he has a great year. He's not Dak right now. Like, Geno's not in the Dak situation. Dak's going to be a street free agent after this year. Cowboys aren't going to franchise him. Geno's still under club control after this year. So he goes and balls out. Is he going to be due for a contract extension? He is, but all contract extensions are going to be driven by leverage. And who's got the leverage at that point? Seattle. Just like right now, they've got the leverage. And I do like having the flexibility of kind of being able to hold off on that decision a year out from now, seeing how he fits to the new offense with the new coaching staff, seeing if he can take off in the way we think he can. And for me, that's worth a $6 million a year risk to see if he can be that, to see that he gets through another year fully healthy. So I get the thinking behind the extension. I totally understand it. I do think that bonus money over the next 2 years is the part that really inhibits it, because you just need another year of that bonus to bleed off the back of the books to kind of fit more numbers in. Ricardo says Drake Thomas plays special teams. The end of the roster spots are for special teams players. Sharif doesn't play special teams as far as I know. I thought he made a special teams tackle last week, Ricardo. But I think you're right. Drake is better. And that's a big part of why he's making the roster. For sure. AI says, my friends would get pissed. I was 100 miles an hour the whole game. Laughing out loud, stupid kid. Let's go. That's how you got to play football, man. Nick, I want nothing to do with any of these quarterbacks coming out this year. Give me Morrison out of Notre Dame, Woolen and him on the outside, Spoon completely in the slot. Give us 3 top-level cornerbacks. I like it, Nick. Let's go. I'm a little bit lukewarm as well in these quarterbacks so far. Yeah. AI says, I have a lot of Vikings genes. My ancestors have been eating shrooms and killing people with axes for centuries. Let's go. Chris, I still don't get how the NFL hasn't made a thing of that chop block. It's clear as day. At least fine the guy, if not multi-game suspension. Yeah, he should be getting fined. It's dirty as hell. And that's ended so many players' careers, not just ending a season. AI says, protect Holani and Sheriff. Who else? Maybe Radigan? mean, maybe a Radigan DJ James if James gets onto the practice squad. Baron Browning. That's right. Zach Allen, Baron Browning. I forgot about those two guys. I was spacing on Browning. Oh, I might get a little bit of pass rush. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. And Garth, thank you for all of your support today. As ever, man, you were awesome as ever. I really appreciate you. Garth says, don't worry about this kid on Angel Dust across from you. I know he survived a 5-story drop and ate the arm of a gator, but do your job. Exactly. You walk on the field, you get down to your 3-point stance, you look across, AI's over there. His eyes are like this. He's got black eyes because his iris has grown so big from the shrooms. All red around the eyes. He's looking at you. He's got snot bubbles breathing out of his nose, looking dead at you like he's going to just take you out. It's like, Coach, my hammy, it's just tightened up just now. No, it's like, it's going to blow. I'm just going to have to sit down today, Coach. Sorry. Psycho. Zach Wilson does look good there in Denver so far. AI, yeah. He kind of pushed Knicks just a little bit, but Knicks had such a good preseason. It was just undeniable. Thank you again, Garth, for the donation, man. Best Harrison's Charlie Whitehurst, Sam Hartman. That's undeniable. He's got the beard too, man. He got that full package on it. Some of us can't grow really a beard past here. CJ says, we beat Detroit 2 years in a row in Detroit after 2 ridiculous back and forth games. Since McDonald shut them down last year, if we walk out with another dub, that city will be blood dub for us. They'll be our child. They'll be our son. They'll be our sun city, and we'll be their father. This much is true, CJ. Reek says, if you need a new game, hell let loose. Saving Private Ryan experience. Ooh, that sounds fun. I'll look it up, Reek. I could go for that. 6 hour, Byron Murphy's going to be the next Cortez Kennedy. Watch. I hope you're right. I hope you're right, man. We got that. Then look out defensively. War Chief, haha, I never did shrooms and played, but when I was in college, I did smoke a high-grade blunt before every game. I was a linebacker and once had 4 sacks in a game because I forgot the plays and just rushed the quarterback. Hey, get there by any means necessary. John says they could creatively get around the bonus money if they wanted to extend him. It's going to cost more to extend next year. Could get him for high 30s, but next year if he balls out, it will be 40 plus million. I agree with you on the cost. I do for sure. And you could play around a little bit with the bonus money. I mean, the thing with this is that you have to, if the bonus money is in hand, and the point of Geno wanting the deal is you might be able to get him to accept guaranteed money down the line, but I'm going to guess he's going to want bonus money in hand to some degree. And if it is bonus money in hand, and you're writing a check that day for 30, 40, $50 million, that's an even split to the 3 years left on the contract. You can't forward back it to the previous contract and the bonus money that's there. And any new bonus money goes on top of old bonus money, and then you still have the veteran minimum. Now, granted, you can take the veteran minimum down to like $2 million, but then you still have the $2 million with the old bonus money and then the new bonus money. And then how much is the substantial savings at that point? And, you know, the key on this is if it's $30 million more in new bonus money on a 3-year deal, that's removed out all of your remaining cap space for this year so far. And the team wants to go into the season with $6.5 million as a reserve fund. What I'm trying to say on this is the only real way to make the Geno deal done, if it's even feasible in this place, you would have to have the bonus money down to where only $3.5 million of additional bonus money hit on the books this year to find that way to fluidly get it done. And that would mean then, John, Geno's only going to want $10 million of bonus money on the new deal. The creative way to get around it is to do the guaranteed contract stuff. That's the stuff that the Rams have done, where they essentially say, okay, you're not going to get any money right now, but we're guaranteeing the contract that you're going to get down the road. But even that, John, I don't think is really viable from Seattle's standpoint, because do you want to guarantee a deal to a contract of a quarterback who's going to be in his mid-30s 3 years down the line? These guaranteed contracts to some of these quarterbacks so far, and how this has been set up for those teams that get in bed in that way, it hasn't worked out all that well for them. So I think that's just from my standpoint a little bit of it. Could you find a way, if Geno was amendable to making it happen with that guaranteed money stuff of it? You could. But if Geno's wanting any kind of bonus money at all, it sort of does just take it off the books, because there's no real way. I mean, you could take down the base to minimum this year. That's there a little bit. But even on that, I still think you're going to have to still come up with some extra ways of doing it. And while I do agree, there's going to be some savings there. My thing, if I'm John, from my opinion on this, John, is I would say if I'm in Schneider's standpoint, I'd run it the same way he's running it. It's worth it more for me to spend an additional $8 to $9 million a year on Geno in next year's contract, to not have to do the deal this year and deal with the bonus money the way it is, and to be able to better manage the cap on into the future. Because remember, part of this too, John, is the fact that you have $25 million of dead money on the books right now as it stands going into next year's contracts, just as we stand right now. And pushing more money onto those books here in the here and now of this year may not be ideal from John's perspective on managing that balance. There's a lot that goes into this a little bit, but I just think it's, if just from my standpoint, I'm just giving my opinion. I understand others will be different. You're maybe a little different. Just from my standpoint on it, if I'm John, I think the money's worth it on this one, to see him in a new system, to make sure he takes off the system, to make sure he's healthy for a full year, to make sure we're another year removed from the previous contract extension that we just did give him. And then you can still go back and do it at that point and make the deal work. And it's probably a little easier to make the deal work at that time, even if it's a little bit more costly, because you're another year removed out of that contract extension he just signed. Nick says they definitely could have worked it so the bonus money wasn't so high each year, but I completely get what you're saying, B. Yeah, it's part of it's a little bit of how they structured the prior deal, and kind of moved some numbers around with that deal there, Nick, because I know they made a little bit of an adjustment to the contract after the initial one he signed. And again, your point of it and John's point of it, if Geno is at least a little bit amendable in this situation, could you find a common ground deal where it works both for team and player and he gets a little bit long-term security on it? You could. That's that part I go back around to. Well, the guaranteed money is the way that you then cross that bridge. But then does John want to guarantee out 3 years down the line on a deal? Because that's what you're doing. He's got 2 years remaining. He goes, okay, I won't ask for bonus money, but now you need to guarantee 2 additional years beyond the 2 years remaining on my deal. And you go, oh, okay, well, we're going to be guaranteeing 3-4 years out. I could be misseeing it completely, but that's the only way I could see the creative way to get this deal done. And then that's just where I come back to and go, I don't see how John will then be open to that, where he would just say, no, I don't want to do that. That's a huge risk for us to be taking at that point. We'll see though. Haley says JS doesn't do void years, and you can only get around the bonus money if the new contract has less bonus money in it, which Geno wouldn't want. That's what I'm thinking. I think if Geno's wanting a new deal, he's going to want more bonus money. But he was cool in the last deal. I will say that. He gave us a discount on the last one. He made it very team friendly. Maybe he'd be willing to do that again with some of the guaranteed money. Nick says, I want to know where the Browns keep finding all the money to sign all these huge contracts. It's actually crazy. Yeah, it's kind of wild to watch them pull off what they pull off. Watson's got a $63 million cap. $60 million cap. Once you get past Amari Cooper, it's not bad. They got a lot of guys still on kind of the rookie contracts, like Jeremiah Kuzi Komora, and Greg Newsome, and Jedrick Wills. Man, that Watson contract's crazy, though. $64 million cap hit. John says, depends on how bad Geno wants to be extended. He may be willing to do something with the bonus money depending on what's proposed. He might. And that's, if he doesn't insist on getting it day one, then you can work some things out. It can be a bonus money clicking in a year from now. It can be the guaranteed contract 2 years now. There are some creative ways to do it. It does then require Geno to be a little bit of a meet us in the middle, rather than you've got leverage right now to dictate a contract renegotiation, which you don't really have. The leverage does firmly sit with Seattle. And as I always do say with these kind of situations, John, and it's valid to say a year out from now, the money could become so much more expensive. But the bottom line of it is, as it stands right now, Geno really doesn't have any leverage. And leverage is what gets deals done or doesn't get deals done. And, That's the part kind of, I think, riding over this a little bit for the here and now. Not for the long term, a year from now, but definitely I think for the here and now. Jim Campbell says it sucks for Cortez and Largent. They didn't have better teams around them. It does. Yeah. They didn't get the chance to really, have a lot of opportunities to really go out there and do it. And I mean, in the times that they did have some moments there where they were in playoff scenarios, they did a lot with it. Largent in that game against the Dolphins, pretty well covered through the day, but that final drive to get down the field in 83, he made 2 big catches on that drive, big plays to get them down the field, to get them in a position to score. And you're right, it is kind of sad those guys got lost a little bit in the mediocrity of the team at the time. CJ, the Titans getting earnest from the Rams for a late round pick swap 2 drafts from now is highway robbery. It really is. And maybe partly it's because the Titans are going to be willing to extend him, and that's what's going to help to make this deal happen. And the Rams just didn't want to pay an inside linebacker, but odd to watch from the Rams. Very strange move from the Rams. CJ, Brandon, if the league ever does extend to 18 games, would there be only 2 preseason games? And how, in that scenario, do you feel that would further affect fringe players' ability to make the rosters? Great question, actually. First, I do think 18 games is inevitable. And yeah, I do think you're taking off 1 preseason game if you go 18 games. I do think that'd mean 2 bye weeks over the course of the season, too. I think the NFL cannot extend another game. They already did this with 17 games and they did not expand the rosters. Okay, you have 16 practice squad players. That's something, but that's not the same of expanding true rosters. So I think you would have to expand the rosters by probably about 4 players, something like that, if you're going to go to 18. So then how does that affect the fringe roster players? I think more fringe players then make it in the NFL. But the league can't keep adding games without adding more roster spots, because more guys are going to get beat up, more guys are going to get injured. You're going to need more guys to then be able to call upon. And you don't want to be calling guys off the street all the time, because that's bad for the NFL product. Haley B, do we really know Geno opted into that team-friendly deal? He hit the open market, then re-signed with us. Could the market just be that it wasn't there for him? I mean, it's possible, Haley, and we certainly have not gotten driven one way or the other on this with any kind of certainty. It's been a bit of an open-ended kind of question I would offer to you. I do feel like he took a beneficial deal for Seattle, and I feel like he could have gotten a better deal in the market because it was so team-friendly. It was so incentive-laden. And that when I look at that, I go, geez, it's like, he's like, John, what do you want? John, how do you want to construct this deal? I mean, the first year of the cap hit for him, Haley, was $10 million. I mean, we paid like $6 million to Locke that year. He was worth only $4 million more than Locke. So I do think he took a little bit of a discount, but I got to admit, I don't know for sure on that one. Part of why I also think that he's asking for the deal now, Haley, is he come back and goes, hey, I took that huge discount for you guys a couple years ago. I did you a solid, so do me a solid now. Young Gun says, I think the cat has earned a friendly pet. I think you're right. She's always earning some love. Ricardo says, the benefit we have with Geno is that for some reason there's a narrative that Geno is worse than he actually is. I blame it on the fact that no one in the media watches Seahawks games. It's very true. Geno was ranked worse than Derek Carr and Kirk Cousins. I saw that, Ricardo. Yeah. Wild. And you're right. He's definitely underrated right now. Not just, I think, even sometimes locally by the fan base, but absolutely nationally. Fortune says, yeah, but Sharif makes special tackle sacks. AI says mediocre because we had Dave Craig. Hated that guy. Fumble leader every year. Geno is light years better than Craig. Yes, he is. Yeah. Agreed. And yeah, Craig was, he was gritty. He was a gamer. He was going to give you everything he got on the football field. But in Largen's case, that's one of the places with Largen that speaks to just impressive as he was, is that he wasn't having guys like Joe Montana throw him the ball, which Jerry Rice got to have the benefit of. He didn't have Steve Young then after Jerry Rice to then throw him the football. Largen had Zorn and Craig, who both had arm strength limitations, even for in their day and age. And yet still was able to be the best all-time receiver when he retired. Speaks to his greatness. Herman, the Great Variety Channel. What's up, the Hawks Nest? How you doing, Herman? Good to see you in the house, man. Yeah, the GMs and coaches, Haley. I think there's something to be said when they're ranking Geno worse than Carr, and that's maybe to your point of maybe he didn't take a discount. Maybe there weren't any offers out there to be had if that's the general consensus by general managers. This is the part that I also go back to, Haley, when I say that when people always want to point to authority when it comes to these general managers in the NFL, especially when it comes to quarterbacks, I always push back going, there is no evidence that they have any better understanding of the position than your average fan on the street at times, with how they make their choices, with their decision-making process, with their ranking lists, with where they draft guys. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy when you watch these guys to see how many of them can be so wrong on their outlook of the position. On certain guys that they have elevated to spots where you're like, what? Or this guy dropped down to there we go. That doesn't make any sense. But it does speak to why the argument of authority in regards to general managers is just not a proper one, really at any turn, but especially when it comes to quarterbacks. Ryan B says, I worry we're going to have a holdout situation with DK next offseason. No, I don't think we'll let it get to that point, Ryan. I think if he goes out and he balls out this year, they're likely to reward him with a contract. I think if the price is just too high, John's going to know it going in, and John will just make the move in the offseason at that point. So I don't think you're going to let it get to the final season, because as I'm saying about John here, where he's not going to re-sign a guy who's got 2 years remaining left on a deal. John has shown a couple of times over that if you get to the final year of that deal, and even if it's the deal where we've signed you to a contract extension prior, if you get to that final year of the deal and you've outperformed that deal, or you've fit to what we thought we were going to get from you, we will sign you to another contract extension. We will give you that third contract. There's been a couple of those guys that's happened with, and so I would expect it to probably happen with DK2 as well. But the price is going to be the important part of that, what DK is going to want to get Ryan. And certainly John might look at the sticker price on that, the sticker shock, and go, $33 million? I can't do that. Herman says, good to see you, brother. You too, man. Thanks for hopping on in today. I love the media's disrespecting Geno. He will prove them all wrong. I agree, Herman. I think he's going to have a career year this year. I think he's being given the best supporting cast he's ever been given in his career by a wide margin. And I'm talking all the way around, not just the talent in front of him, the coaching, the purposeful nature by which they will attack offensively, the way that they attack offensively and how well that fits into his skill set. I think it all will just seamlessly kind of work together, and you're going to get the best version of Geno Smith because of it this season. Haley says, I mean, I don't want to be that person, but they didn't want to pay Lamar, Murray, Geno, could be Race. It could be. I think that, in Murray's case, they didn't want to, but they also ended up paying him after the 3 years. So, they didn't do the thing like, some of these teams will do, Haley, where they stretch it out as long as they can, and they'll put him on a, franchise tag and hold it out there. And I think in Lamar's case, you just didn't know if he was going to develop into a full-fledged quarterback, and how long was his running going to hold up and sustain? It gets a bit tougher on that one. I mean, the Geno one's is more inexplicable to me. I think the Murray one make a little bit more sense. Lamar getting on the open market and being able to be had for nothing at that point was kind of silly. And that was absolutely silly. But I also get the thing with Lamar. I mean, you see it in the final playoff game against the Chiefs there, Haley, is that he can get in the playoffs, and if the running game ain't working and you squeeze and take away the short passing and you force him to be a passer throwing the ball down the field, that he really, I think it's been remained to be seen whether or not he can really do that consistently. And do you want to pay the top of the market money on that guy who's not able to do that? They can be kind of forced into that corner at one point or another. But you might be onto something there. Jeff Tuttle's COVID-era practice squad protections, which enabled teams to designate 4 players each week who could not be signed by another team, no longer exist. Thank you for the update on that, Jeffy. So it was able to be something that happened at one point in time. Now everybody's exposed. Everybody's got the full-length jacket wide open and nothing underneath but the birthday suit. So anybody can be had anytime. Ryan B says, you tell us, Pumpkin. She's talkative here, huh? Young Guns Pumpkin loving the pets. She is Young Guns. Isaac, thank you for 5 months as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler. I appreciate you for that. He says, number 7 is going to be serving up crows 6 ways to Sundays. Let's have it go. Let's go, Isaac. And you better believe it. Geno knows they're writing him off. He ain't writing back. He's just balling out. That's all he's going to be doing. Ricardo says, I really think the obvious explanation is the media and GMs don't watch Seahawks games. Occam's razor. I think there could be something to that. I do. It is something I know affects the media. Why wouldn't it affect it as well in other places, in other ways? It's strange opinion for some of these general managers, but it's also something you see in these drafts every year. I often lament it. These teams get very lazy in their approach to the quarterback position. It becomes simply about just selecting a guy rather than it being about selecting the right guy. And I think that kind of poll exemplifies that a little bit. And their lack of looking at the nuance and understanding of the position and how reputations can carry long even after the play deserves for it to do so, especially in the case of a guy like Carr. Haley says, I forget Watson exists, though. It's true. He got all the guaranteed money there. Definitely that one pushes back against that theory just a little bit on that one. Ryan B. Russ is like the most John has had to worry about contract-wise, and we got out of it with the trade, but I don't want that situation with DK. I don't want to either. I will say that I think that, though some people are wondering on this, I think that he signs DK to a contract extension. I think John loves DK, and I think that DK has also shown, last time DK came up for a contract extension, his buddy A.J. Brown signed a 25-year average per deal. Theoretically, DK was the next man up. Theoretically, DK should have made more money than A.J. Brown did by the nature of the way this beast works. Yet DK took a deal on average for $23.5 million. So whereas a lot of people are saying, well, DK is going to demand 35 and 30, well, does DK come in and say, hey, I'll take 31.5? I'll be happy with that. I'll be good with that, like he did last time. Maybe. And that would certainly make it a lot easier, I think, then to get that deal done at that point. Carlos says most of the media's opinions are wrong most of the time about the Hawks. They are, Ricardo, that's for sure. John Reese says Serial Watson has a huge contract. He does. He does. Haley says, if you're not paying Lamar top dollar, hard to say you need to pay Geno top dollar. One is MVP caliber, the other is 2, but doesn't get media attention, laughing out loud. Yeah, maybe not. I think with Geno, to me, though, it's just more of, there's that obvious limitation to Lamar. There's the great things Lamar does. And I thought he came a lot farther last year as a passer, but I think that the Kansas City Chiefs game did, in many ways, Haley, still sort of end up putting him into that same bind that he had been placed into in other prior playoff games. We're going to take away the things you want to do. We're going to take away the things you do great. We're going to force you to play left-handed, force you into the things that you don't do well. Can you overcome in that situation? I don't know whether with a guy like Geno, for instance, that you can necessarily force him into a corner in that same kind of way. He doesn't have as much of the sparkling talent of mobility of Lamar, but there's more of a, to me, of that. I've been in this league for 10 years. I've mastered the position to a degree. I can counter a lot of what you can do as long as the coaching staff is giving me the tools to work with that, to do that. But your bottom line on it's still the bottom line is that both the players maybe don't still have a clear understanding from the league as to the value of either of those two players. And I think that there's certainly validity in that. Isaac, is the over-under still 7.5 wins? I live in stupid Washington, haven't gambled once in 40 plus years and have no money, but I want to make that bet so badly. I do believe it still is 7.5 wins, Isaac. Indeed. Ryan says, on another topic, this may be the year the disrespect of so many YouTubers and media about Seahawks not being 500 is going to make me go off socials. Hey, once we start winning, you watch all those people flip around, though, Ryan. They flip like 180 degrees in a heartbeat. Chris says the most memorable thing about Geno and the Jets is him getting punched. It's true. Italian Night Muckleshoot Casino in Auburn has a sports book. There you go, Isaac. Get the Muckleshoot. If you're going to a casino in Washington, you can usually get onto the network, Isaac, and you can roll kind of any of those sites at that point. But Underdog Fantasy is the one you want to do. Of course, they don't have the 7.5 line on there. AI, our skill position rooms, wide receiver and running back are the best top to bottom we have ever had. We could be dangerous Remember I said, it all depends on how the O-line holds up. A couple injuries could spell trouble. They could. And I'm with you on it. O-line is a big harbinger for success for an offense. And the fact that they've slowly rebuilt this over a couple of years gives you that hope that they can get this thing topped out and get on the other side of it. Italian night, Seahawks over is easy money. Yeah, 7.5 wins all day. I'd take that all day. I would do the same. Absolutely. Haley says, I fully agree. Lamar is more limited than Geno. The problem is not one front office would think Geno should make more than Lamar with anything short of MVP season. And I agree with your thinking on this too, Haley, that in regards to both players, the league doesn't have a clear understanding of either of them. That Lamar got to the open market, and then there wasn't a team that didn't have to give up any draft capital that could just go get Lamar at that point, which got them, but then was like, no, we're good. With all these teams that are so desperate at the QB position, and that could have taken the current stock of their QB position so much further than where it was. But so I totally agree with you there that the outlook on both players is a little bit incorrect with it. And I do think that Geno's deserving of making up of that amount of money too, to your point, if he goes out and performs that way. Haley says Haynes needs to replace Lake at left guard. Yeah, he didn't look good in the preseason, Haley. I agree with you there. And I think the nice part here is it looks like Bradford's starting to stabilize in at the right guard, which then frees Haynes up to then slide over there to left guard. Chris says the NFL thinks the only thing in Seattle is the Pike Place market fish tossing. It's literally shown every GD broadcast. It is, yeah. They're letting that thing go, are they? Like, we got more stuff here, you guys. You know, we got a carousel out there in the deal by the piers. We could go just no, get it back to Pike Place. It's because it's close to the stadium, so the film crew doesn't have to go very far from the stadium, I bet. 6 Hour Christian Haynes won't be good at playing left guard. I think he is probably long-term best right guard, 6 Hour. I get the question on this one will come down to, is he a better left guard than Lincoln Tomlinson currently is? That's probably as much the question here. And I think maybe so, especially as a fit into this offense. Isaac says definitely take a shot every time they go to commercial with a fish toss. Hammered by the second quarter. John says Hope Forsythe does not see significant time at tackle. He was terrible. Definitely not a guy you want starting out there a majority of the snaps. That's for sure. And Haley Haynes did play pretty good left guard this preseason. So he held up okay over there. 6 Hour, John Schneider thought Laken Tomlinson is an upgrade at left guard. He's not good. No, he's not particularly good. I don't know if he thought he was getting an upgrade there. I think he was just bringing in a kind of a cheap replacement and hoping that guy could fight off with a talented rookie and that would then get you to a place more improved. But yeah, it's doesn't look great there with Lincoln so far. Yeah, we got Space Needle, Public, Monorail, public drug use. Hey, we're going to do some needle tossing. You stick out your arm and they throw a needle into it. Let's go. All right, we're going to kind of wrap this one up here. We're about 4.5, almost 5 hours on in here today. So I'm going to put a little bit of a button on this show here. I want to thank the Underdog Fantasy app again here for sponsoring the show. Underdog Fantasy's got a 2-for-1 deal going on right now. This 2-for-1 deal is if you use my code NEST, they will match you not up to 100% of $100, but they'll match you up to 50% on every donation up to $2,000. If you put $2,000 down on an Underdog Fantasy site, if you deposit that much, they get you $1,000 back. You do 500, 250, 200, 100. So use my code today, NEST, when you go to Underdog Fantasy app, and I will be putting both here in the chat, and I'll put in the comment section below after this stream a link to the Underdog site where we're going to be doing a fantasy league. It's a $10 drop to get into the league. It is automatic, so once you're in there, you're in there. If you click the link and use my code, the real quick note is if you do use this and you do want to join in the fantasy league here with the Hawks Nest, once the final person logs in there and the league fills up, the draft kicks off automatically. So turn your notifications on if you do join this league. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show throughout the course of this year. They've got some great ongoing parlays for the upcoming season, some great freebie kind of picks out there for you if you want to jump onto them to help build up that parlay, that pick 'em right, and go get yourself some quick and easy cashy-ola. I thank you guys always for a great chat here today. I had a fun time chopping up with you. We're actually going to be back quickly tomorrow. Be doing a weekly roundup, I believe. So I'm going to look to try to get that scheduled and set up for you guys. Looking at this last preseason game, some PFF scores off that game. Maybe better explain a little bit more of these roster cuts today. We might also be getting some moves here throughout this night. Maybe a move from John Schneider and the boys. Maybe a trade coming down the line. So be on the lookout for that. We'll be back with a quick show coming back into tomorrow. And we got the B&B show up on Thursday. So a lot stacked up here as we are getting closer and closer to the start of the season. We are almost about a week and a half away. I can taste it. I can feel it. The Broncos are almost here. We're going to finally learn the story of the 2024 Seattle Seahawks. Is it going to be a good year? Is it a rebuilding year? Do we have to wait, or are they ready right now with a strong collection of talent? Shockers today on the cuts. Guys surprisingly cut, but I think it's a tactical decision as much as anything. Guys that they feel like they can bury on into the practice squad and keep them there until they might need them to bring them into the ranks, whereas other guys like the offensive lineman, they thought, this guy might get taken and snatched if we try to put him over here, so let's keep him right here. Let's keep him in our midst. And I think is a little bit of what drive some of these picks and some of these selections onto the active roster right now, and it will be an ever-fluctuating, ever-changing state, this roster, even leading up to the opening game. You can probably bet on that. I want to thank all of the people that donated the chat, from Isaac, to Garth, the Zorn76, Rodney Preshow, Pepper, Poncho, Long of the King, Snail, Randall McDaniel, Nick, Kazra, M. Cole. Thank you to all of you, ATM. You guys are very kind as ever. Most of you, Kevin Lownice, most of you guys did multiple donations at that on top of the donations you did drop. So I really thank you guys. You are what allows me to do this channel. I would not be able to do this full time on the support of simply ad revenue or Patreon or memberships. Those things help. It all helps to put it together, but it is your guys' donations and support that allows me to be able to do this full time like I do. So I thank you for that from the bottom of my heart, because this is something I love to be able to do on a day like this. This is exactly why I want to be able to do this channel, is to be able to just go live on a day like this and just dive into the depths with you guys on this side of it. So thank you really for allowing me to do this. It's really appreciated. I will be back in less than 24 hours, but until that time, I shouldn't have to be getting you hyped for this team right here and now, because you got a damn talented team that looks raring to go. You got a new young coach, the youngest coach in the NFL, who looks raring to go. I shouldn't have to remind you. I shouldn't have to tell you you're about to have a great season, that we're about to upend all the pundits and the national talking heads out there, that they're all making predictions about where we're going to lie, and they aren't even close. Vegas has got their head so far up their ass, they got us at 7 wins. Not even close. So I shouldn't have to remind you about the great season that's onboarding, that's on the way, that you're about to see. I'm going to do so anyway. Do not you ever forget. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. We are a week away from watching the rise of your Hawks. So you get yourself ready, and don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.